Chapter 425. Well, let your father collect your body. Li Changsheng looked at the young man lying on the ground, trembling with fear, and said coldly. Lin Yin next to him was completely stunned. He kicked the car to change its direction. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. She pulled Li Changsheng's sleeve timidly. Changsheng, although you know the senior members of the Liu family, you beat him like this. I'm afraid it won't end well. Indeed, in Lin Yin's mind, Li Changsheng could only talk to the senior members of the Liu family at most. She originally counted on Li Changsheng to help plead for mercy and let her father and daughter go. She just didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so violent. He beat the other party like this. It was destined to be a fight to the death. He also said to let the other party's father collect the body. Wouldn't this intensify the conflict? Li Changsheng's lips curved into an indifferent smile. The three bodyguards who were scared out of their wits had long wanted to ask for help, but they didn't dare because they were afraid of Li Changsheng's force. Hearing that Li Changsheng took the initiative to let them make a call, they hurriedly dialed a phone number. After a while, a Toyota Prado came aggressively. A middle-aged couple came down from the car in anger. When the woman saw the young man lying on the ground, she immediately screamed and rushed to him. She was like a weeping beauty, as if her parents had died. The man's face was gloomy, and finally his eyes fell on Li Changsheng. Are you the one who beat my son like this? There were 7 or 8 business cars behind the other party's car. 40 or 50 people came down from the cars. They were uneven. Obviously, they were forced by the other party. However, with a large number of people, they looked very imposing when they stood together. You even dare to beat our boss Liu's son. Are you tired of living? Before the middle-aged man spoke, a guy jumped out. Often the dog that bites doesn't bark. The one that barks is generally a dog that bullies others. Li Changsheng didn't even look at the other party. He just looked at the middle-aged man. Are you the one who wants to hurt Lin Zhenhua and his daughter? The people of the Liu family really don't learn from their mistakes. And who are you? The middle-aged man's face was ice-cold. You hit my son. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive. Really? Just because you have more people? Li Changsheng snorted and snapped his fingers. More than a dozen people got out of a few cars not far away. The leader was naturally Kai Xian, and the remaining 15 people stood behind Li Changsheng in unison. Although Li Changsheng's side was much smaller than the other side in terms of numbers, their imposing manner and innate ferocity were not something that the other side could compare to. Immediately, the youth who had been clamoring to teach Li Changsheng a lesson obediently shut his mouth. The middle-aged man's face darkened. Kid, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Without another word, Li Changsheng kicked the middle-aged man's lower abdomen, causing the middle-aged man to stumble back 7 or 8 steps. Just as the others were about to make a move, they saw cold long swords being pulled out one by one. Immediately, they could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and stop in their tracks. Relying on the power of the Liu family, they could bully ordinary people. If they really met a tough guy, they would not dare to attack. How dare you hit my son? I'll kill you. The woman who was crying just now actually ignored the swordsman behind Li Changsheng with long swords and rushed toward Li Changsheng. Chop. If you dare to touch me, let's see if the Liu family will destroy you. The woman's words made the people who had already retreated come to their senses. Yes, they represented the Liu family. The other side might not dare to chop them. Moreover, they had more people on their side. Immediately, some people picked up bricks and wooden sticks and rushed toward them. Li Changsheng slapped the middle-aged woman's face with disgust, causing her to spin 3 times on the spot and blood to flow out of her mouth. As for the other swordsman, he mercilessly slashed down at another swordsman who was charging at him. Crack! The other party's hand holding the brick was chopped off together with the brick, and he let out a shrill scream. Suddenly, the people in the field were completely dumbfounded. Lin Yin was so scared that her body trembled. The woman who had just been slapped looked at Li Changsheng with a look of horror. She knew that she had really met a tough guy today. As for the middle-aged man who was kicked away by Li Changsheng, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He thought, What kind of bad luck has the Liu family had recently? Why do they always meet such a fiend? At this time, Li Changsheng took Lin Yin's hand and said, Jiang Dao and the others are already waiting for us. Let's go. Lin Yin's brain was in a blank state at this moment. She only reacted when Li Changsheng pulled her into the car. At this time, Kai Xian started the car and drove outside. The dozen or so machete men also got into the car and followed closely behind. In front of the villa, everyone quickly left, leaving the Liu family dumbfounded. Changsheng, you've made such a big deal this time. I'm afraid you won't stop until you die. Lin Yin looked worried at this moment. Don't worry. The situation in the capital is so sensitive now. Today's incident will reach the ears of the new patriarch of the Liu family in less than 2 hours. Wouldn't that be even worse? Lin Yin's face was already pale. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Li Changsheng smiled slightly. He thought, when the patriarch of the Liu family knows my identity, he will definitely do the right thing. After staying in the billiard hall for a few hours with Jiang Dao and the others, Li Changsheng didn't play. In his eyes, even the top international billiard masters were just rookies. Lin Yin had been a little uneasy. Finally, her cell phone rang. Seeing that it was her father, Lin Zhenhua, she pressed the answer button with her trembling hand. But then she heard a slightly trembling voice, Xiao Yin, what happened today? Lin Yin's heart instantly tightened. Dad, did the Liu family come to take revenge? This was what she was most worried and afraid of. Indeed, the people from the Liu family are here, but they are not here for revenge. They are here to apologize. They are now downstairs. What's going on? The first person that came to Lin Yin's mind was Li Changsheng. She looked at Li Changsheng inquiringly. Li Changsheng smiled and said, let's go. I'll go back with you to have a look. Lin Yin nodded. Li Changsheng said goodbye to Jiang Dao and the others and then left the billiard hall. They took a car back to Lin Yin's villa and saw a row of people kneeling in a neat row downstairs. Lin Zhenhua, the only one standing there, was a little uneasy. Chapter 426. The middle-aged man was called Liu He, and he was from a side branch of the Liu family. He could be considered a senior member of the Liu family. After being beaten up, his only thought was revenge, so he couldn't wait to complain to the new family head, Liu Haifeng. At first, Liu Haifeng heard that someone dared to beat up his men. As the new head of the Liu family, he wanted to show his power. However, after hearing Liu He's story, his face became darker and darker. Because according to Liu He, there were 15 machete men behind the man, which was very similar to the lineup Li Changsheng had when he broke into the Liu family. When Liu He said that the man was an ordinary-looking young man in his 20s, and his name seemed to be Li something, Liu Haifeng finally understood. How was it similar? It was obviously him. Liu Haifeng was frightened. The deaths of the previous 2 heads of the Liu family were still vivid in his mind. He had finally gone to beg Li Changsheng for forgiveness in fear, so that he could secure his position as the head of the family. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, his subordinate would provoke Li Changsheng again. Liu Haifeng slapped them on the spot and said, from now on, Liu He is no longer a member of the Liu family. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with the Liu family. Liu He was stunned. At this moment, he realized that he seemed to have provoked someone he shouldn't have. After begging Liu Haifeng to no avail, he was disheartened. Then he brought his wife, son, and subordinates to apologize to Li Changsheng. He didn't know where Li Changsheng lived, so he could only kneel in front of the villa. When Lin Yin's father, Lin Zhenhua, came back and saw Liu He, he thought that he had come to seek revenge. At first, he was scared out of his wits. Who knew that Liu He would kneel in front of him and apologize in all kinds of ways, with tears streaming down his face. Lin Zhenhua was also a wily old fox. When he saw the situation, he immediately understood something and hurriedly called his daughter. Seeing Li Changsheng and Lin Yin get out of the car, Lin Yin was completely stunned by what she saw. She was already praying that Liu He didn't cause trouble for her and her father. He had never imagined that this Li Changsheng would actually be able to make Liu He and the others kneel on the ground and apologize. When Liu He saw Li Changsheng walking over, he immediately knelt in front of Li Changsheng and begged. Li Changsheng didn't even look at him, and coldly said, "Hurry up and get lost." Liu He immediately panicked when he heard that. It didn't matter if he left, but he had to find a way to restore his position in the Liu family. Seeing that Liu Haifeng had become the patriarch, his status had also risen along with the tide. His future was bright and bright. How could he be willing to be kicked out of the Liu clan just like that? Liu, his wife, wept even more miserably. Li Changsheng frowned as he listened to her. She was a shrew. When she had the upper hand, she was crafty and harsh. Now that she had lost the upper hand, she lowered her head lower than anyone else. "Can you stop howling?" Li Changsheng was annoyed, and his voice was a little colder. Hearing Li Changsheng's impatient words, Liu, his wife, stopped crying. "Mr. Li, I beg you, please let us go." Li Changsheng only said coldly, "Being kicked out of the Liu family is actually the most lenient punishment for you. I'm telling you to get lost now because I'm giving you a chance to live. Otherwise, if you kneel here for a day and night, as long as I ignore you, Liu Haifeng will understand what I mean. If you leave now, although you'll be kicked out of the Liu family, with the assets you've saved up, you can still live a good life. If you don't leave, then you'll be forced into a dead end. As a senior member of the Liu family, I'm sure you know about those shameful methods." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, Liu He was stunned. Finally, he stood up from the ground. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your advice. I understand." With that, he quickly disappeared from the courtyard with his wife, son, and subordinates. However, Li Changsheng saw a trace of undetectable resentment flash through his eyes when he turned around. He couldn't help but shake his head. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. With that, he waved his hand in the distance. Kai Xian got out of the car and walked to Li Changsheng's side. "Sir, what orders do you have? Tell the head of the Liu family that I don't want to hear Liu his name anymore." Kai Xian nodded. "I understand." With that, he walked back into the car. Lin Yin, on the other hand, was puzzled. She didn't know what Li Changsheng meant. Her father, Lin Zhenhua, had a trace of deep reverence in his eyes. If he didn't want to hear this name, the best way was to make him disappear. It wasn't until this moment that he deeply understood how this ordinary-looking young man in front of him had made a name for himself in Qingju. "All right, Lin Yin, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll visit another day. Don't you want to come in for a cup of tea?" Lin Yin subconsciously asked him to stay. However, Li Changsheng shook his head and turned to walk into the car. Until this moment, Lin Yin still felt like she was in a dream. She looked at her father. "Dad, is this matter resolved just like that?" "Yes." Lin Zhenhua sighed. "It seems that Dad has underestimated this Mr. Li. To be able to make the head of the Liu family give up a senior member of the family so easily, his strength is probably comparable to those wealthy families above the 4 dominant families." Lin Yin didn't quite understand. After all, she was just a university student who didn't know much about the world. However, she roughly understood the meaning of her father's words. That was, Li Changsheng was very awesome. After Li Changsheng left, the father and daughter walked into the villa. "Little Yin, you've been interacting with Li Changsheng these few days. What do you think of him?" Lin Zhenhua sat on the sofa and asked casually. "He's very nice. Although he looks a little ordinary, how should I put it? He's very safe and reliable." Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Zhenhua sighed. "In the past, when I found out about his identity, I thought that he might be a good match. If I could have such a son-in-law, my status would also rise. However, after today's incident, I suddenly don't think so. Li Changsheng is very outstanding and not simple, but he's not suitable for you." Lin Zhenhua's words made Lin Yin's face turn pale. When her father said those things, she wanted to deny it. However, after hearing Lin Zhenhua's words, she couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "Li Changsheng's level is far higher than I imagined. He's not someone you can control. Such a person is naturally incomparably glamorous when he's proud of himself. However, the world he's in contact with is too deep. Even a small wave can crush you. A senior member of the Liu family like Liu He can actually do whatever he wants in Beijing. However, in front of Li Changsheng, he's just an ant that can be crushed easily. Listen to Dad." You're really not suitable for him. You can be friends with him, but as a couple, you're really not worthy of him. Lin Yin didn't expect her father to say such words. She looked at her father in a daze and finally nodded gently. I understand. I'll go back to my room first. However, the moment she closed the door, she couldn't help but burst into tears. This was the first time in her 19 years of life that she was moved by a man. Although she was innocent, she was smart to be able to get into Huaqing University. She knew that her father was right. From the moment she saw Liu He and the others kneeling in front of the villa today, she realized the gap between her and Li Changsheng. She just didn't want to face it. Her father's words completely shattered her fantasy and forced her to face reality. Chapter 427. When he returned to Jiang Dao's house, he saw a figure waiting for him. It was the new patriarch of the Liu family, Liu Haifeng. Liu Haifeng was actually very smart. He let Liu He go to the Lin family's villa to apologize while he waited for Li Changsheng downstairs. This was also part of his calculations. After all, Liu He was his subordinate. Although he did something wrong and deserved to die, if he killed Liu He to curry favor with Li Changsheng, it would inevitably disappoint his subordinates. When he just became the patriarch of the Liu family, it would also easily cause his prestige to drop. As long as he did not show up, Li Changsheng could deal with Liu He however he wanted. In the eyes of others, it was Li Changsheng's business. After all, the previous two patriarchs died in the hands of Li Changsheng. He was afraid of Li Changsheng, so it was not shameful for him. But because he did not show up personally, although he kept his position in front of his subordinates, it would inevitably make Li Changsheng feel that he was not sincere enough. Therefore, he personally waited downstairs. Li Changsheng's evaluation of Liu Haifeng was that he was slick and watertight. Mr. Li, I apologize for today's matter. Liu Haifeng was about to kneel down, but Li Changsheng reached out and helped him up. On the first day, he had already kneeled to Li Changsheng. In any case, he was the patriarch of the Liu family, not Li Changsheng's servant. Moreover, he did not do anything wrong. Naturally, Li Changsheng wouldn't treat making the head of a noble family kneel as a pleasure. Leaving some dignity for the other party was equivalent to giving a dog a chance to eat meat. It could increase its loyalty and make it easier to order around. Today's matter is in the past. I will not bother with you anymore. But you better control your subordinates, lest a disaster befall you one day. Li Changsheng actually did not have a good impression of the patriarch of the Liu family. Since the other party was willing to be his dog, he would not mind. At this time, Jiang Dao and the others, who were having fun outside, came back. When they saw Liu Haifeng, they thought that an elder from Li Changsheng's family had come to visit and invited him upstairs. Liu Haifeng shook his head and refused. He said that he had something to do in a while and then left. Jiang Dao quietly asked Li Changsheng about the progress of his relationship with Lin Yin. Li Changsheng smiled and shook his head. He said, "She and I are just ordinary friends. It's very pure. I'm so pure." Jiang Dao curled his lips. Obviously, he scoffed at Li Changsheng's words. Zhong Xin, Tang Bo, and the others also joined in. However, many people had envious looks in their eyes. Before this, Lin Yin was the dream lover of many people. Early the next morning, Yi Haoran called Li Changsheng and told him that the banquet had been booked at the Four Nations Hotel. He invited Li Changsheng to come. Li Changsheng smiled and said that there was no problem. Then, he asked Jiang Dao where the Four Nations Hotel was. Jiang Dao could not help but open his mouth and said, "The Four Nations Hotel can be regarded as the most luxurious place in the capital. It is said that a mysterious person recently booked the whole floor of the Four Nations Hotel to entertain guests. Could it be to entertain you, Changsheng?" Li Changsheng shook his head. It shouldn't be. The Yi family, in order to show their importance to him, invited him to a luxurious hotel. Li Changsheng did not find it strange. However, if they booked the whole floor, it would be completely unnecessary. After all, it was only Li Changsheng and Yi Shuang's family. The Yi family would not be so exaggerated. Li Changsheng came to the hotel by car and saw 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits standing at the door. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. After seeing Li Changsheng, they bowed in unison. "Greetings, Mr. Li." Li Changsheng was quite speechless. Just as he was about to take a step, he saw Yi Shuang and a couple coming out. After seeing Li Changsheng, Yi Shuang's face was immediately filled with joy. However, she soon pouted again. "Changsheng, you have been in the capital for so long. Why didn't you come to see me? Did the debauchery in the capital make you jealous and forget me?" Hearing Yi Shuang's words, Li Changsheng could not help but smile. He took out a wooden box from his hand and handed it to her. "This is a gift I bought for you. See if you like it." Yi Shuang's taut face was instantly broken. She took the gift with a smile. Seeing this scene, Yi Haoran and his wife could not help but sigh. They took the initiative to step forward and said, "I am Yi Shuang's father, Yi Haoran." "Hello, uncle and auntie." Li Changsheng shook hands with the two of them before walking into the elevator together. When walking into the elevator, Yi Haoran said apologetically, "Originally, my family invited you to dinner today, but you also know that your reputation in the capital is too big now. The other aristocratic families in the capital all wanted to meet you. I couldn't refuse because of their feelings. In the end, I had to book the entire floor of the restaurant and hold a huge banquet. I hope Changsheng won't blame me." Hearing Yi Haoran's words, Li Changsheng thought to himself, the Yi family really did book the entire floor. However, although Li Changsheng did not like to be ostentatious, the other party was Yi Shuang's father after all. Hence, he nodded and did not say anything. When Li Changsheng and the rest entered the banquet, the people from the other aristocratic families had yet to arrive. After chatting with Yi Haoran for a while, he was pulled aside by Yi Shuang for a private conversation. Yi Haoran, who originally wanted to improve his relationship with Li Changsheng, felt helpless. Soon, people from the other aristocratic families arrived one after another. They all came over to greet Yi Haoran. However, those who could stand together and chat with Yi Haoran were mostly the top forces in the capital, like the 4 aristocratic families. The rest could only come over to familiarize themselves. "Mr. Li is not here yet?" the head of the He family asked in confusion. As one of the 4 aristocratic families, the He family was slightly inferior to the Wang family and the Liu family in terms of financial resources. However, the He family made its fortune in the grey industry. In terms of power, the He family was undoubtedly the first among the 4 aristocratic families. "He's already here. He's talking to my daughter." Yi Haoran's face showed some pride. Previously, he was afraid that something would happen between Yi Shuang and Li Changsheng. However, it was different now. With the legend of the horse farm incident in the suburbs, Li Changsheng's reputation shook the capital. In the face of such a fierce person who could single-handedly destroy an aristocratic family at any time, all the aristocratic families were in awe. A man in a suit with a big gold chain as thick as a chopstick around his neck appeared, immediately causing a commotion. Even the head of the Yi family, Yi Haoran, had a strange expression on his face. "Why is he here?" Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. If the He family in the capital was said to be a power that made its fortune in the grey industry, then Shu Xiaolin, Heavenly King Shu, in the north, was a pure gangster. A few days ago, Li Changsheng had brought Kai Yu's swordsman group into the Liu family, which had already let many people in the capital see the strength of the sickly tiger. And Heavenly King Shu, who was vaguely suppressing the sickly tiger in the north, had come uninvited today, which would undoubtedly make more people suspicious. Although the major families in the capital were usually high and mighty and did not put these gangsters in their eyes, the moment Shu Xiaolin appeared, they still felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. The barefooted were not afraid of the Shu. In their eyes, Shu Xiaolin was undoubtedly the barefooted person. The moment Shu Xiaolin appeared, Li Changsheng could not help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself, "Why is this guy here?" He was about to go forward to greet and ask. However, Li Changsheng's body suddenly trembled. A few seconds after Shu Xiaolin came in, he saw another group of people appear at the entrance of the hall. Old Master Bai Guang Yuan, Bai Jinbin, and the Pale and Haggard Bai Chenxue. Chapter 428. What's wrong with Changsheng? Yi Shuang asked in confusion. Nothing. Li Changsheng came back to his senses. Yi Shuang followed Li Changsheng's gaze and sneered. I was wondering who it was. It's this girl from the Bai family. They weren't invited to this banquet. Why are they here? If it was in the past, Yi Shuang wouldn't mind driving the Bai family out. But with Li Changsheng here, she didn't do that. Yi Shuang, why are you here? I couldn't find you. A girl in a yellow dress had a joyful expression on her face. She was wearing a yellow short dress, revealing 2 slender legs. She walked to Yi Shuang's side and sat down. His gaze swept over Li Changsheng's body without leaving a trace. Li Changsheng was wearing ordinary clothes, but being accompanied by the eldest daughter of the Yi family meant that he wasn't ordinary. Yi Shuang, everyone is looking for you, but you're hiding here to meet your lover. Isn't that a bit unkind? The girl teased. Yi Shuang blushed. What lover? Don't talk nonsense. However, when the other party saw Yi Shuang's bashful state, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. She was just joking, but she seemed to have hit the nail on the head. Don't tell me the eldest daughter of the Yi family really has someone in her heart. The girl's eyes fell on Li Changsheng again. This time, he was even more brazen and careful than before. Li Changsheng saw Bai Chenshue's family sitting at the door. The old man, Bai Guangyuan, was looking for something, and Xu Xiaolin and the others were sitting next to them. The aristocratic families in the capital called Xu Xiaolin a bandit behind his back. But at this moment, when Xu Xiaolin was sitting there, even Yi Haoran took the initiative to greet him and talk to him. In fact, the aristocratic families in the capital knew that people like Xu Xiaolin and Lin Binghu didn't come to the capital not because they didn't dare to compete with the aristocratic families, but because they didn't want to be too arrogant. With the arrival of the girl in yellow, a group of young men and women quickly gathered. None of them had simple identities. They were all the children of the 3rd generation of the various aristocratic families in the capital. Not all rich 2nd-generation heirs were arrogant and despotic. Just like these young men, every one of them was refined and courteous, as gentlemanly as they could be. During this time, the yellow-dressed woman joked that Li Changsheng might be Miss Yi Shuang's secret boyfriend. This caused many people to be surprised, but most of them just laughed it off and took it as a joke. The Yi clan was a prestigious clan that was above the 4 great clans. It was not easy to be the son-in-law of the Yi clan. At the very least, only 1 or 2 of the youths present had the qualifications. Today, Kai Xian didn't wait in the car outside as usual. He stood not far from Li Changsheng. When one of the young men curiously asked whose bodyguard that was, Yi Shuang happened to look at Li Changsheng. Immediately, the people in the circle started to take Li Changsheng seriously. Young masters like them had bodyguards protecting them at all times when they went out. But it was rare to see a bodyguard as elegant as Kai Xian, to the point that even the young masters present felt ashamed of their inferiority. The kind of bodyguard a person could have by his side probably determined his status. Those nouveau riche generally liked people who were big and burly and looked valiant. But for someone like Kai Xian, who had an extraordinary presence, those who knew their stuff naturally knew that he was either an embroidered pillow with gold on the outside but rotten on the inside, or a true first-class expert. After they sat for a while, Li Changsheng got up and walked over to Xu Xiaolin's table. Xu Xiaolin had already noticed Li Changsheng sitting there, but he didn't dare to disturb Li Changsheng. When he saw Li Changsheng walking over, he immediately stood up. The heads of the aristocratic families in the capital who were talking to Xu Xiaolin all looked puzzled. They didn't know who this young man was. Back then, when Yi Haoran came over, Xu Xiaolin only nodded slightly. One of the heads of the aristocratic families next to him exclaimed, "Isn't that the sickly tiger Kai Yu's son, Kai Xian?" When he said this, the faces of the heads of the aristocratic families around him instantly changed. It seemed that only Mr. Li, who had recently become famous in the capital, could make Kai Yu's son be his bodyguard. "Xu Xiaolin, why are you in the capital?" Li Changsheng directly greeted Xu Xiaolin, ignoring the respectful gazes of the heads of the aristocratic families around him. "Some business happened to pass by the capital. I heard that someone wanted to invite Mr. Li here, so I came uninvited." "You're really well informed." Li Changsheng sat down next to Xu Xiaolin. At another table a few meters away, The people of the Bai family originally thought that Li Changsheng was walking over to their table. They didn't expect him to sit at Xu Xiaolin's table. Bai Wolin couldn't help but say angrily, "This Li Changsheng is too outrageous. He clearly saw us and didn't come over to say hello. I heard that the Wang family will also be here today. We must find the Wang family today and ask them clearly. Does he think that we won't be able to find him if he hides? It just so happens that Li Changsheng is also here. Chen Xue, ask Li Changsheng later if he's willing to marry you. If he's willing, propose to you in front of Wang Shuo and embarrass the Wang family in front of all the aristocratic families." Bai Wolin said. The Bai family went to the Wang family to seek justice, but the Wang family had already moved out of their villa. Later, after many inquiries, they found out that the Wang family was actually leaving the capital. Before they left the capital, they were going to attend a banquet to meet a mysterious person. Therefore, the Bai family came uninvited, and the whole family came here. "Changsheng, I have something to say to you." Li Changsheng, who was chatting with Xu Xiaolin, looked up and saw Bai Chenxue standing in front of him. His expression was very unnatural. "You chat with the heads of the families first. I'll go over there." Li Changsheng patted Xu Xiaolin's shoulder and went to a corner of the hall with Bai Chenxue. "What do you want to say?" Facing Bai Chenxue again, Li Changsheng's heart had calmed down. "Wang Shuo doesn't want me anymore." When Bai Chenxue said this, tears flowed down uncontrollably. And then, Li Changsheng's voice was still very indifferent. "I'm pregnant with his child. He will appear at this banquet today. You want me to seek justice for you?" Li Changsheng's lips hooked up. "No, I want you to propose to me in front of him. I was wrong. I want to return to your side. As long as you propose, I will agree, okay?" Bai Chenxue suddenly grabbed Li Changsheng's hand, begging with her eyes. Chapter 429. Li Changsheng looked at the woman in front of him who he had once loved and cared for. He couldn't understand how time could change a person to this extent. Finally, he sighed and shook his head under Bai Chenxue's pitiful gaze. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in wearing someone else's shoes, not to mention a pair of discarded shoes. I don't have the habit of collecting trash." He broke free from Bai Chenxue's hand and turned to walk towards Xu Xiaolin. "Li Changsheng, I was wrong about you. You're so heartless and cold-blooded. If Wang Shuo didn't abandon me, do you think I'd look for you? How can you compare to Wang Shuo?" Bai Chenxue's voice was filled with hysteria. Unfortunately, Li Changsheng didn't stop at all. Bai Guangyuan and the others saw Bai Chenxue walking back in a daze. They were puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with Chenxue? Does Li Changsheng have other conditions? Really, if he doesn't cherish this opportunity, he won't have another chance in the future." "That's right. Tell him that if he proposes to you in front of everyone today, you'll marry him. Otherwise, he'll regret it," Aunt Bai Wolin said loudly. Bai Chenxue shook her head with a pitiful look on her face. "Changsheng doesn't want me either." With that, Bai Chenxue laid on the table and cried bitterly. Bai Wolin's emotional voice stopped abruptly. The rest of the Bai family also looked at each other and fell into silence. At this time, Yi Haoran walked up to the stage and waved his hand. "Everyone, quiet down. Originally, my family invited Mr. Li for dinner today. However, all the major families in the capital requested to see Mr. Li, so we had to change it to a large banquet. I'm sure everyone is curious about what the famous Mr. Li looks like. Next, let's welcome Mr. Li with a warm round of applause." When Yi Haoran finished speaking, the Bai family didn't take it seriously at first. However, Bai Jinbin frowned. "Mr. Li? Don't tell me it's Li Changsheng." As soon as he finished speaking, a bad premonition arose in the hearts of the Bai clan members. They only heard that the Wang family was holding a banquet today. The main purpose of this banquet was to invite a mysterious person, but they did not expect that the mysterious person's surname was Li and was called Mr. Li. One had to know that Li Changsheng was also known as Mr. Li in Qingju and Chuzhou City. How is that possible? This is the capital. Even though Li Changsheng's position in Qingju and Chuzhou is extraordinary, the capital is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. How could he have the right to strut around? Hearing Bai Wolin's words, Bai Jinbin nodded. Thinking about it, that was indeed the case. There were so many aristocratic families in the capital. How could a small Qingju compare to them? Just as Bai Wolin's voice fell, she saw Li Changsheng standing up from Xu Xiaolin's table. Straightening out his wrinkled clothes, he walked step by step towards the stage. At this moment, he was destined to be the center of attention. Everyone's eyes followed him as he moved, and gasps of surprise could be heard. So here's Mr. Li. He looks very ordinary. I didn't expect him to be the most popular person in the capital. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Li Changsheng walked up the stage, and there was a warm applause from the audience. The woman in the orange skirt also opened her mouth slightly and looked at Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang, you hid it well. You didn't introduce him to us just now. Otherwise, we could have made friends with Mr. Li. It would have been very honorable to tell others. Yes, Yi Shuang, this is your fault. As compensation, you must find a time to treat us to a meal. The premise is that you must invite Mr. Li. The surrounding people were all talking at once. Yi Shuang looked at the figure on the stage with an infatuated expression. She muttered to herself, I knew it. When people know your ability, you will definitely amaze everyone. In order to show our welcome to Mr. Li, the Yi family specially prepared a small gift. Yi Haoran laughed and waved to his daughter below. Shuang, why aren't you bringing the gift you prepared for Mr. Li? Yi Shuang stood up with a smile, and then walked up the stage step by step. Last time at Huashan, you saved my life. I originally wanted to repay you with my body, but I thought that it would be too easy for you. So, I gave you this jade bracelet that I have been wearing since I was young. As she spoke, she took off a bracelet from her wrist, and then personally put it on Li Changsheng's hand. Suddenly, many people below showed envious expressions. No matter how much this jade bracelet was worth, it was worn by the eldest daughter of the Yi family since she was young. Moreover, Yi Shuang's words just now seemed to be a joke, but many people knew that it might not be a joke. All jokes were actually serious. Seemingly careless teasing, but in fact, it might be a metaphorical confession. At the Bai family table, the eyes of the Bai family members were red. No wonder he rejected our Qianxue. It turns out that he hooked up with the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Bai Wolin said hatefully. It's a pity to miss such an outstanding young man like Li Changsheng. Bai Guangyuan sighed. The most hateful person is that Wang Shuo. If it wasn't for him, Qianxue and Changsheng might have already married. Cousin Bai Ming Tang also said angrily. At this time, Bai Wolin's eyes suddenly showed some hatred. Look, the dog father and son of the Wang family are here. The Bai family members followed Bai Wolin's finger to the door. They saw the head of the Wang family striding in with his son Wang Shuo. Sure enough, the news was not wrong. This father and son really came. We must make him give us an explanation in front of all the aristocratic families in the capital. Go and stop him. The Bai family members were about to get up. Just a few steps into the door, Wang Shuo had already knelt on the red carpet with a plop. He kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Li Changsheng, loudly saying, the sinner of the Wang family, Wang Shuo, is here to apologize to Mr. Li. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the scene. The head of the Wang family quickly stepped forward and said, my son, Wang Shuo, recklessly offended Mr. Li. Mr. Li has already been very kind to let my Wang family get out of the capital. My Wang family will completely leave the capital within 3 days. We are willing to offer all our properties in the capital to Mr. Li. I only hope that Mr. Li will not hold a grudge against my Wang family. As soon as the head of the Wang family spoke, Li Changsheng understood his meaning. Although they left the capital, they were still afraid of Li Changsheng's revenge. They wanted to use the Wang family's property to completely obtain Li Changsheng's forgiveness. Understanding all this, Li Changsheng slightly nodded and said, let your son get up first. What's the matter with this mess? Yes. The head of the Wang family hurriedly gave his son a look. Only then did Wang Shuo stand up with a face full of fear. On the other side, the faces of the Bai family members were stiff. Wang Shuo actually knelt in front of Li Changsheng. What is going on? Chapter 430. After the Wang family stepped back, a figure stood up. Mr. Li, I've prepared a gift for you today. Li Changsheng looked confused. He was sure that he had never seen this middle-aged man before. Yi Haoran explained, this is He Bingxiang, the head of the He family, one of the 4 major families in the capital. He Bingxiang opened a wooden box, and there was a jade ruyi inside. What surprised Li Changsheng was that there was a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on the jade ruyi. It was a magic weapon. This is a treasure passed down from our ancestors. I hope Mr. Li can accept it. Li Changsheng was sure that the head of the He family knew how precious the jade ruyi was, but he didn't hesitate to give it to him. He probably had something to ask of him. Before Li Changsheng could say anything, Liu Haifeng, the head of the Liu family, also walked out. Mr. Li, this is my gift for you. He was holding a file bag in his hand. Many people's eyes were filled with curiosity as they thought, could it be that there's a bank card in this folder? Or something else? Liu Haifeng explained, there are 1/10 of the shares of all the companies of the Liu family. Mr. Li, please accept it. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. As one of the 4 major families in the capital, 1/10 of the shares of all the companies of the Liu family was an astronomical figure. Not only the head of the Liu family, but the heads of the other families also spoke up to give Li Changsheng gifts. All of the items that were taken out were valuable items or real estate. Li Changsheng didn't say anything. At this moment, Yi Haoran also walked down from the high platform. He walked to the front of the various family heads and cupped his hands in salute to Li Changsheng. For today's banquet, we have something to ask of Sir Li. We hope that Sir Li will accept our gifts and save the lives of the various families in the capital. As soon as he finished speaking, the heads of the various families cupped their hands and bowed. Li Changsheng was confused. What's going on? Li Changsheng frowned. Xu Xiaolin, who was sitting there, suddenly stood up and said to Li Changsheng, Mr. Li, I know what the family heads want from you. Seeing Xu Xiaolin stand up, some people who didn't know the relationship between Xu Xiaolin and Li Changsheng couldn't help but say, Boss Xu, didn't you also ask for Mr. Li? When that person returns, I'm afraid the first ones he'll deal with will be you and Kai Yu. Xu Xiaolin laughed when he heard that. If you want Mr. Li to help, you naturally have to beg. But I, Xu Xiaolin, am not begging. I, Xu Xiaolin, am Mr. Li's little brother. Isn't it natural for Mr. Li to help me solve my problem? Hearing Xu Xiaolin's words, many people present were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the famous heavenly King Xu of the North was actually Li Changsheng's little brother? Li Changsheng nodded slightly. What Xu Xiaolin said was the truth. It was his duty to help his little brother deal with his troubles. Using the word beg between him and Xu Xiaolin would make him seem like an outsider. What's going on? Hurry up and tell me. Li Changsheng said impatiently. Xu Xiaolin actually had something to say and didn't tell him. It made him a little unhappy. Xu Xiaolin naturally knew Li Changsheng's temper and immediately laughed. Actually, I didn't come to the capital because I had something to do. I came here specifically to solve a small problem. Li Changsheng smiled. Looking at the attitude of the heads of the major families in the capital, how could it be a small problem? Xu Xiaolin chuckled. Of course it's a big problem for others, but with Sir, isn't it a small problem? To be honest, there was a hero of the pugilistic world in the capital a few years ago. His name is Fu Changqing. The entire north, including the capital, is under his rule. Later, Kai Yu and I rose up in the north and were suppressed by his forces. We joined forces with the major families in the capital to overthrow his rule. In the end, he took his family and fled to the ends of the earth. There was no news of him since then. I didn't expect that he would actually appear a few days ago. He has a group of fugitives under him, and every one of them is an expert. Many clans that once went against him have been killed, and that Fu Changqing has learned a set of strange witchcraft that can burn people into ashes out of thin air. According to the news, he will arrive in the capital in a few days. After Xu Xiaolin finished speaking, the heads of the major families in the capital nodded. Yi Haoran added, Boss Xu's news is still a little delayed. Just last night, a head of a first-rate family in the capital was killed in the club. The news hasn't spread yet. This Fu Changqing came aggressively, and his methods are strange and bloody. I'm afraid only Sir Li can stop him. Are you trying to use violence to curb violence? Li Changsheng smiled. This Fu Changqing was simply a replica of himself. Originally, Li Changsheng was unwilling to intervene in the affairs of the major families in the capital. However, since it involved Xu Xiaolin and Kai Yu, Li Changsheng couldn't stand by and do nothing. At this time, Kai Xian also cupped his hands and said, Sir Li, my father also called me. He told me to wait until after the banquet to ask for your help. Since Uncle Xu is here, I'll also tell everyone the news my father got. According to the results of my father's latest investigation, Fu Changqing should be a disciple of a sect called the Witchcraft Cult in Miaojiang. He learned witchcraft and can control fire. Not long after he appeared, my father got the news and sent people to stop him. In the end, more than 10 top assassins were all killed by him. I see. Li Changsheng had just nodded when he heard a boom and the glass in the hall shattered. Then, he saw a few figures rushing in. Everyone present was shocked. The hall where the banquet was held today was on the 13th floor. Someone actually broke through the window on the 13th floor. How could this be? Li Changsheng also revealed some surprise in his eyes. Flying in the air was probably something only a Vajra realm martial artist could do. However, when the few figures entered the hall, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. So it's just using a special artifact to achieve flying. With Li Changsheng's current strength, killing 1 or 2 Vajra realm martial artists wasn't a big deal. However, if there were more than 10 Vajra realm martial artists, even he would have to flee. Fortunately, the strongest among the few people who came in was only at the innate realm. A total of 16 people appeared in front of everyone. The leader was a middle-aged man who wore a white robe and looked very refined. However, many family heads in the capital had already exclaimed, Fu Changqing. Under everyone's respectful gaze, Fu Changqing sneered and swept across everyone's face. He laughed and said, Everyone, it has been 20 years. We meet again. Chapter 431. As Fu Changqing appeared. The faces of the family heads in the capital turned purple, and their eyes were filled with awe. Rumor had it that Fu Changqing knew sorcery and could control Ji. He could burn a person to a crisp within a few meters. Although the heads of these aristocratic families were high and mighty in the capital, strategizing, possessing wealth that others would never be able to obtain even if they worked for several lifetimes, luxury cars were everywhere, and the places they went in and out of were even more high-end places. But in the end, he was still a weak mortal. He feared Fu Changqing, who had miraculous abilities, like a tiger. So his Fu Changqing. It's said that 20 years ago, he was the one who called the shots in the capital and the entire north. In merely a single night, the Iron and Blood dynasty that he established collapsed with a loud bang. That is how the current situation of the world came to be. Xu Xiaolin and the sickly tiger Kai Yu also rose at that time. Many people said that Xu Xiaolin and Kai Yu did not enter the capital because of Fu Changqing's incident. Now that Fu Changqing is here, it seems like he's up to no good. Many of those who had not participated in the grudges of the past, compared to the masters of the various aristocratic families, were more at ease, as if they were watching the fire burning across the river. Today is destined to be a day of unrest. The former overlord Fu Changqing is back for revenge. Once he succeeds, the entire situation in the north will change drastically. Do you guys think that Mr. Li can really stop Fu Changqing? It's said that Fu Changqing knows sorcery. The woman in orange looked at the people at the same table and whispered. He's just a small heretic. How can he be a match for Changqing? Changqing can crush him with one finger, Yi Shuang said unhappily when she heard someone questioning Li Changqing's ability. I don't think so. They both know sorcery, but Fu Changqing is obviously much older than Li Changqing. Naturally, he has learned sorcery for much longer than Li Changqing. That means his ability is higher than Li Changqing's. The woman in orange shook her head. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that what she said made sense. Whether it's on TV or in legends, aren't those cultivators more powerful as they get older? Just as everyone was discussing, a young man stepped forward and aimed a pistol at Fu Changqing's forehead. I don't believe that a so-called immortal cultivator can block a bullet. The moment the young man stepped out, many people present were somewhat dumbfounded. The head of the He family, He Bingxiang, had an anxious look on his face. Zizhong, don't be rash. At the same time, many people recognized the young man's identity. He was the He family's second young master, He Zizhong. It was said that he had been studying abroad all these years and no one knew when he had returned to Beijing. Zizhong, come back quickly. He Bingxiang reprimanded loudly. His son had just returned from abroad last night. He was a gun enthusiast. Yesterday, when he heard that Fu Changqing had used sorcery to come back for revenge, he was full of disapproval. His tone was full of disdain for Li Changsheng, who had recently become famous in the capital. At that time, when the head of the He family came out to present the gift to Li Changsheng, he warned his son in advance not to come out and cause trouble. It was just that he didn't expect that he would appear at this time instead of causing trouble. He clan's clan head, back then, you did your best to deal with my Fu clan. Your son is quite handsome, but he is a little too stupid. Fu Changqing snorted coldly. A black shadow darted out from behind him. Before He Zizhong could pull the trigger, the gun in his hand flew out of his hand and into the other party's hand. Then, the other party pressed the gun against his head. Don't hurt my son. The head of the He family was so scared that his face turned pale. However, Fu Changqing laughed loudly. Back then, you caused my Fu clan to fall from the clouds. We were like rats on the street, living in constant fear. Now that I've killed your son, I'll let you have a taste of pain. No. The head of the He family was so scared that his face turned pale. If you don't want your son to die, kneel down and kowtow to me. Fu Changqing sneered. He Zizhong, who had been so righteous a moment ago, was so scared that his legs were trembling. All his confidence came from the gun in his hand, but it wasn't until now that he realized that guns weren't omnipotent. There was such a magical martial art in the world. He Zizhong, why aren't you kneeling down? Do you want your son to die? Fu Changqing said coldly. The head of the He family couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng for help. Only Li Changsheng had the ability to save them. Fu Changqing, who had been paying attention to the head of the He family, couldn't help but follow the gaze of the head of the He family. When he saw Li Changsheng, there was some doubt on his face. Mr. Li, please help us, the man said. The head of an aristocratic family next to him was almost 60 years old, but at this moment, he knelt down in front of Li Changsheng with a plop. At first, everyone was shocked when they heard that Fu Changqing had come back for revenge, but after all, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. But now, it was different. Fu Changqing hadn't made a move yet. With the skills displayed by his subordinates, no one present except Li Changsheng could stop him. Mr. Li, please help us. The other heads of aristocratic families also knelt down. At this moment, Fu Changqing couldn't help but think of something. He looked a little vigilant and said proudly, I am Fu Changqing, a third-generation disciple of the witchcraft cult. You must be Mr. Li, who has been famous in the capital recently, right? You and I will mind our own business. Seeing that we are both cultivators, Mr. Li can take your friends and leave. Hearing the other party's words, Li Changsheng shook his head. Originally, I didn't want to interfere in your affairs. I didn't accept the gifts they gave me just now, but a few of my friends have old grudges with you. Are you willing to let them go? Which friends? Fu Changqing asked coldly. Xu Xiaolin, Sickly Tiger, Kai Yu, and the capital's Yi family, including the Liu family. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the other party's face was filled with anger. Sickly Tiger, Kai Yu, and Xu Xiaolin are my main targets for revenge this time. You want me to let them go? Impossible. So you're saying that you're forcing me to meddle in other people's business? Li Changsheng sighed and took a few steps forward. Just now, I announce that I have accepted all the gifts that the heads of aristocratic families gave me. They will also be under my protection. As long as I, Li Changsheng, am around, no one can touch them. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the heads of aristocratic families heaved a long sigh of relief. Fu Changqing's face instantly darkened to the extreme. Friend, you really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think that just because you know a few spells, you can go against me? You're too naive. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and waved his hand. A ball of flame burned fiercely in his hand. Even from a distance, one could feel the scorching temperature of the flame. Chapter 432. Does he really know witchcraft? The moment the flame appeared in Fu Changqing's hand, everyone present showed a look of horror on their faces. This was not a magic trick, but a real flame. It could be clearly seen that the air was distorted under the burning of the flame. The next moment, Fu Changqing waved the flame in his hand, which turned into a raging fire dragon in the air and rushed toward Li Changsheng. The people standing around Li Changsheng hurriedly dodged. The flame exploded under Li Changsheng's feet and directly blasted a deep pit, melting the floor and the cement below, and the whole hall trembled. From beginning to end, Li Changsheng's face was expressionless, and he didn't even have the slightest intention to dodge. Ha ha. How about it? Are you scared, silly? Fu Changqing laughed proudly. Boy, for the sake of our fellow cultivators, I have already given you a chance to leave, but you didn't cherish it. Then you will die with Xu Xiaolin. Fu Changqing, Mr. Li can block guns and cannons. Do you think you can deal with Mr. Li with these little tricks? Yi Haoren, the head of the Yi family, stood up and said loudly, block bullets. Do you think he can really do it? It's just an illusion. I've already learned that the Wang family sent 300 sharpshooters to deal with him. The reason why he's able to remain unscathed under the bombardment of bullets and rocket launchers is because he's fast enough and has a substitution illusion. With that, he pointed to the subordinate who was holding a gun against He Zizhang's head and said, "You shoot at me." The subordinate nodded, turned the muzzle and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet flew past Fu Changqing's body and hit him directly. Fu Changqing stood there as if nothing had happened. While everyone was wondering, Fu Changqing pointed to a pillar behind him. Look, the bullet is there. Everyone looked at it attentively. Sure enough, there was a bullet embedded in the wooden pillar. This is Li Changqing's trick, but he uses extremely fast speed to avoid the bullet and create an illusion for everyone. The principle of avoiding the bullet is here, and the principle of avoiding the rocket launcher is the same. After that, he looked at Li Changsheng with a sneer. Mr. Li, I wonder if I'm right? This trick is no problem to deal with ordinary aristocratic families, but it's just a small trick to deal with me. When Fu Changqing's words fell, many people revealed a look of realization. The faces of the surrounding aristocratic family heads were ashen. His heart, which had originally been at ease, was in his throat again. If it was really as Fu Changqing said, then Li Changsheng did not seem to be as powerful as imagined. Can he really stop Fu Changqing? Not to mention them, even Wang Shuo, who had personally witnessed Li Changsheng's display of invincible might, had a look of doubt in his eyes. However, although what Fu Changqing said seemed to be very reasonable, Wang Shuo always felt that there was something wrong with what he said, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Are you done? Are you going to die now that you're done? Just when everyone was shocked by Fu Changqing's words, Li Changsheng spoke coldly. You're only at the 9th level of qi refinement, relying on some chemicals to display flames. Compared to the real great Tao of fire control, it's not worth mentioning at all. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? When Li Changsheng spoke, Fu Changqing's expression suddenly changed, but soon he revealed a sneer. As a fellow cultivator, it's not surprising that you can see some of my secrets. However, since you dare to underestimate my flames, I'll show you how powerful my fire control technique is. As soon as he finished speaking, raging flames appeared in Fu Changqing's hands. Then, the two balls of flames collided with each other under the push of his hands. Suddenly, it was as if they had turned into a small sun, and the temperature of the entire room reached a terrifying level. Many people felt their skin dry. Go to hell! Fu Changqing shouted coldly. The flames turned into a fire dragon in the air again, but it was thicker and more powerful than before. It's so hot. I feel like I'm going to be roasted to death. The surrounding aristocratic family heads cried out in horror. Several girls even screamed. Everyone's face turned pale. The temperature was frighteningly high even though they were so far away. If they were touched by the fire dragon, they would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. Kid, kneel down and kowtow now, and I may spare your life. Fu Changqing looked at Li Changsheng with a sneer on his face. He had been studying in the witch god cult for 19 years, and this fire control technique was his proudest move. With the help of some chemicals, he could display power that was far beyond his level. Originally, he didn't intend to use this move, but Li Changsheng was rumored to be very mysterious. He didn't want to make any mistakes, so he used it to ensure that nothing would go wrong. In his opinion, the outcome was already doomed from the moment he used this move. He was just a young boy. Even if he started learning Taoist magic in his mother's womb, how could he compare with him? He was the one with the best aptitude among the third-generation disciples of the witch god cult. Otherwise, the elder of the witch god cult wouldn't have made an exception to accept him as a disciple when he fled to the 100,000 Miao land. Changsheng, be careful. Although she knew Li Changsheng's ability, Yi Shuang couldn't help but blurt out. The people of the Bai family at the door looked as if they had seen a ghost. This Li Changsheng actually provoked such a powerful enemy. This time, he's dead for sure. Bai Qianxue couldn't help but close her eyes. Today, Li Changsheng rejected her. Although she hated Li Changsheng, she didn't hate Li Changsheng to the point where she wanted him to die. The old master, Bai Guangyuan, also sighed. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never seen such immortal magic. On the other hand, his aunt, Bai Ruolin, had a carefree look in her eyes. It's good that he's dead. If he's dead, there will be one less person to laugh at the Bai family. At this moment, under everyone's horrified eyes, Li Changsheng just sneered and raised his hand toward the fire dragon that was roaring. I told you, this is just a small trick. If you want to hurt me, you'll have to go back and practice for another 100 years. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew around Li Changsheng. Under the strong wind, the fire dragon that was originally rushing toward Li Changsheng was instantly changed direction by the wind. Then, the fire suddenly became more than 10 times bigger, like a rolling sea wave. It surged back toward Fu Changqing's position. Li Changsheng stood there. His calm and composed expression was deeply engraved in the minds of everyone present. He was like a god. Wang Shuo, the young master of the Wang family, suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I remember now. Fu Changqing just said that he dodged the bullet, but Li Changsheng caught the bullet with his hand. They are not the same concept at all. Chapter 433. Although Fu Changqing's fire control relied on chemicals, it was undeniable that it was very powerful. The attack just now could burn the floor and the cement below. However, there were still flaws in using external forces. If it was a real divine ability, he could control the flames as if they were his arms. If he wanted to stop it, he would have to use more powerful means to break it. However, Fu Changqing's control of the flames was limited to turning the flames into a fire dragon and charging at the target. In Li Changsheng's eyes, this was just a small trick. The moment the flames rushed over, Li Changsheng struck out with his palm. The flames immediately changed direction under the wind. Moreover, the wind increased the intensity of the fire, making it more than 10 times stronger than before. All of a sudden, it swept towards Fu Changqing's position in torrents. Rumble. The flames roared, and the scorching light shone on everyone's faces in the hall. It directly enveloped Fu Changqing. He didn't expect that his spell would end up being the victim in the end. Ah! Fu Changqing screamed. His entire body was burned by the raging flames, and he rolled on the ground. His subordinates were almost instantly burned to ashes under the flames. At this moment, the screams echoed in the hall. After rolling on the ground for more than 10 seconds, Fu Changqing finally stopped moving. The flames in the hall gradually extinguished. Everyone stared at everything in front of them with their mouths agape. Fu Changqing, who came aggressively, died in Li Changsheng's hands just like that. After a long time, everyone woke up from a dream. Li Changsheng is really a god. Yi Haoran, the head of the Yi family, hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. The others were also shocked. Although they were in awe of Li Changsheng in the past, they didn't see it with their own eyes. But now, they knew what a divine ability was. On the other side, the people of the Bai family were also dumbfounded. especially by Qianxue. They finally understood that Li Changsheng's strength was not only because he knew Kai Yu and Xu Xiaolin, but also because he had the most powerful strength in the world. He could control the life and death of people with a single word. At this moment, all the wealthy families in the capital, those people that the Bai family had to look up to, were all bowing their heads. One man can fight against 1,000,000 masters. If the Bai family could have such a son-in-law, no matter how wealthy they were in the capital, as long as they had Li Changsheng, they would be the biggest wealthy family. What a pity, we actually missed such a person. Bai Guangyuan sighed. When he thought about how Bai Qianxue had found Wang Shuo as her boyfriend, they thought that they had picked up a treasure. Now that he thought about it, it was not like throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. It was simply ridiculous. Unlike the Bai family's regret, Yi Shuang looked at Li Changsheng with stars in her eyes and said proudly, "I knew it. That Fu Changqing, Li Changsheng can crush him with one finger." Everyone at the table nodded in agreement. Especially the orange-clothed woman next to her. She thought to herself, this Yi Shuang is really lucky to have met such a mysterious person like Mr. Li. Why don't I have such luck? Seeing that everyone had calmed down a little, Yi Haoran immediately asked the service staff to clean up the scene. After Li Changsheng sat down, there was no longer any noise in the hall. Everyone's eyes were on Li Changsheng's table. This table was filled with the heads of various families and the top bosses in the capital. However, in this group of bosses, other than Li Changsheng, there was also a young figure, and that was Yi Shuang. Originally, Yi Shuang wanted to sit with the young people in the circle, but after being called by Li Changsheng, she sat next to Li Changsheng. The bosses in the capital naturally did not dare to have any objections. There was only envy in their eyes. They could only blame themselves for not having such a beautiful daughter, who happened to be chosen by Mr. Li. Yi Haoran was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Mr. Li helped us defeat the enemy. From now on, the He family will follow Mr. Li's lead. He Bingxiang took the initiative to speak. At this moment, his son, He Zizhang, looked at Li Changsheng with a bit of fear and fanaticism in his eyes. In the past, he was obsessed with guns and felt that firearms were omnipotent. Only now did he know that there were immortal spells in the world. The Liu family will also follow Mr. Li's lead. The head of the Liu family, Liu Haifeng, immediately echoed. Seeing that the heads of the two families in the capital had expressed their opinions, the Zhao family, Wu family, and Xie family all spoke up. In the distance, the father and son of the Wang family, who were not qualified to sit because they had offended Li Changsheng, could not help but sigh when they saw this scene. After today, the throne of the number one person in the capital will belong to Li Changsheng. Father, what should we do? At the Bai family's table, Bai Jinbin looked at the old master, Bai Guangyuan. The people of the Bai family had the most complicated expressions. Today was undoubtedly the biggest blow to them. What can we do? Go back to Qingju. Our Bai family is already a joke in the capital. Old Master Bai looked more than 10 years older. He stood up and walked out shakily. The people of the Bai family nodded and could not help but look at Li Changsheng, who was sitting at the table in the middle. In the end, they could only walk out helplessly. At the table, Li Changsheng looked at the heads of the families who were respectful to him and sighed. Although Fu Changqing has been killed, you may not be able to rest easy from now on. Fu Changqing was a disciple of the witchcraft cult. If he died in the capital, I believe it won't be long before his sect finds out. He was just a third-generation disciple. The next one who comes will be many times stronger than him. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, the faces of the heads of the families instantly turned pale. Mr. Li, is what you said true? He Bingxiang's hand that was holding the teacup trembled, and his voice trembled. Why would I lie to you? However, since I've helped you and promised to help you solve the problem, I naturally won't leave without helping you. However, your gifts are only enough to cover the price of Fu Changqing. It's far from enough to help you deal with the entire witchcraft cult. Mr. Li, I'm willing to give you another 10% of the shares. Liu Haifeng, the head of the Liu family, gritted his teeth and said. In addition to the 10% that he had given to Li Changsheng, he had 20% in total. This was almost more than the shares that he, the head of the family, owned. Liu Haifeng was also a ruthless person. In order to save his own life, he was very bold. The He family is also willing to give you some shares. He Bingxiang hesitated for a moment and said. The other heads of the families were about to speak, but Li Changsheng waved his hand and stopped them. The wealth of the secular world is just a string of Arabic numbers to me. If it wasn't for my cultivation, do you think I would covet your wealth? This time, I'll give you a collective task. If you succeed, I'll help you deal with the witchcraft cult. If you fail, then you'll have to pray for yourself. Sir, please tell us. He Bingxiang hurriedly cupped his hands and said. Buy me any mountain in the capital. I want to build a villa on the mountain. Chapter 434. Mr. Li, you want to build a villa? Yi Haoran blurted out. That's right. I want you to buy any mountain in the capital and build a big villa on it. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, everyone was a little dumbfounded. Buying a mountain in the capital was not a joke. Not to mention the astronomical price, the layers of procedures and connections needed to buy an entire mountain were not something that ordinary people could do. However, looking at the many top families in the capital present, it was not difficult to combine these forces and connections. However, people were a little confused. Mr. Li, if you want a villa, I have more than a dozen under my name. You can choose. It doesn't matter if I give all of them to you. Master Liu said so. Li Changsheng shook his head. The villa is secondary. What I want is a mountain. Get this done within a month. I'll help you deal with the witch cult. Li Changsheng's tone was unquestionable. He stood up and said, Thank you for your hospitality today. The banquet will end here. After that, he said goodbye to Yi Shuang and turned to walk out of the hall. Xu Xiaolin hurriedly got up and followed. Because Xu Xiaolin had his own villa in the capital, he did not go back to Jiang Dao's house. After returning to Xu Xiaolin's villa, he finally could not help but ask, Sir, you helped the great families deal with the witch cult. They are willing to pay any price. Why do you only want a mountain? Of course, I have my reasons. Because Xu Xiaolin was one of them, Li Changsheng had nothing to hide. He said, when I burned Fu Changqing to death, I sensed that the cultivation method they cultivated was a kind of baleful yin qi. The evil spirit is also a kind of evil spirit. The 9 revolutions of divine demons that I cultivate requires the evil spirit between heaven and earth to temper my body. The reason why I'm willing to help them deal with the witch cult is not only for them, but also for myself. If my guess is right, there should be an earth evil spirit vein in the witch cult, which is a good place to condense evil spirit. The more Xu Xiaolin listened, the more confused he became. What does this have to do with building a villa in the capital? Beside him, Kai Xian was also curious. The capital city is where the imperial city is located, the land of the dragon veins. Just the baleful yin energy alone is far from enough to temper the physique. It needs to be matched with the baleful yang energy. The dragon qi in the capital is also known as the true dragon fiend. It is a type of yang fiend. I'll find a mountain in the capital and set up a formation to gather the dragon qi. Then, I'll use the dragon qi to nourish the yin qi. This will allow my physical body to reach another level. At this point, Li Changsheng could not help but shake his head when he saw Xu Xiaolin and Kai Xian's seemingly understanding eyes. Although these two people's kung fu was good, it was still martial arts in the human world. How could they know anything about cultivation? It was a pity that neither Xu Xiaolin nor Kai Xian had the talent for cultivation. Otherwise, he could teach them cultivation methods. The witchcraft cult is in Miaojiang. This matter should not be delayed. Tomorrow, I will set off for Miaojiang. The matter of building a villa on the mountain in the capital will be left to the two of you. In a while, I will transfer the blueprints and build according to my blueprints. After Li Changsheng finished explaining the follow-up matters, he went into the house to cultivate. After this battle, he seemed to have comprehended something and showed signs of breaking through to the Vaja realm. The next day, Li Changsheng directly boarded the plane to Miaojiang. In 100,000 Miaojiang, there were many races living in the depths of the mountains. It was said that there were descendants of the witchcraft tribe who worshipped the demon god Kaiyu. He could only arrive at a city on the edge of Miaojiang by plane. After arriving there, he reversed the car and took a bus for a few hundred miles before arriving at a mountain village on the periphery. After walking for a day, he walked out of the bus station and could not help but take a deep breath of the fresh air outside. The sky was high and the clouds were light. He felt that the spirit qi here was much richer than in the capital. After walking out of the bus station, Li Changsheng could not help but feel that this place was still relatively backward. Houses could be seen everywhere. Even 6-story buildings were rare. There was a dilapidated square outside. Many men and women wearing distinctive ethnic costumes were coming and going. Of course, there were also a small number of people like Li Changsheng who wore casual clothes. This is really a backward place. Li Changsheng sighed. He was planning to find a small hotel nearby to stay and find a way to rent a car to enter Miaojiang tomorrow. In fact, Li Changsheng did not have much hope that he could rent a car. This place was really too backward. Maybe he had to walk in by himself. Although Li Changsheng's speed might be faster on foot, it was not very comfortable after all. Not long after leaving the bus station, Li Changsheng found that there were several figures following behind him sneakily. He deliberately walked to a side alley. As soon as he stepped into the alley, he saw that the front and back of the alley had been blocked. Then a black cloth bag fell from the sky and then turned into a 3-meter mouth, shrouding Li Changsheng. It's actually a magic tool. Li Changsheng's eyes showed a bit of surprise. Just as he was about to break the other party's low-level magic tool, he suddenly noticed something and let the cloth bag take him in. After the cloth bag took Li Changsheng, it changed to the size of a palm and fell into the hands of a young man. After the young man hung up the cloth bag, a few young people in the same clothes immediately walked up from behind. "Senior brother he, together with the person we just caught, we should have enough, right? We can report to the elders now." The senior brother surnamed he chuckled and said, "Yes, there are too few outsiders. It was not easy to gather enough people. We can finally report to the elders now." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the alley and sat in an off-road vehicle. After leaving the town, he drove into the depths of the mountain. The moment Li Changsheng was sucked in, a wave of energy immediately attacked his body. After Li Changsheng circulated the vital essence in his body to disperse the force, he opened his eyes and saw more than a dozen people lying at his feet. These people had all fainted. Without exception, they were all teenagers in their late teens or early 20s. Why did the witchcraft cult catch so many ordinary teenagers? Since Li Changsheng was here, he decided to take things as they came. He casually walked to a place and sat down cross-legged. The reason why he did not resist when the bag fell just now was that he sensed the aura of the witchcraft cult on the bag. After staying in the bag for about 5 or 6 hours, a ray of light suddenly shone in from the outside. Then, the scene in front of him tumbled. Li Changsheng and the dozen or so youths were all released. As soon as Li Changsheng landed, he heard a click and the sound of a lock. He looked up and saw that they were thrown into a dungeon. Just as Li Changsheng was looking around, he heard a surprised voice from around him. "Boss, look, someone is awake." He turned around and saw a bald man sitting on a rattan chair outside the iron bars with a teapot in his hand. Behind him stood 2 rows of strong men. Chapter 435. I didn't expect one of them to have such a good physique to wake up so early. Why don't you wake the others up and teach them the rules? The door of the dungeon was opened as soon as the bald man gave the order. Those people carried iced water in their hands. They walked in and directly poured it on the bodies of the youths lying on the ground. Li Changsheng didn't get to enjoy the treatment because he had woken up earlier than the others. After a few basins of ice water were poured on them, the young men slowly woke up. They were so cold that their bodies were shivering. Some of them even yelled when they woke up. "Ah, what is this place? What do you want?" However, without exception, those who yelled were all beaten up by the fierce-looking strong men. In the end, they all became obedient. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, had been silently watching all of this from beginning to end. He didn't have any extra reaction. In the eyes of the bald man and the others, it was obvious that he was scared silly. Li Changsheng wasn't the only one who had such an expression. Some of the young men were also in a daze. After dealing with the young men who were yelling, the place became completely quiet. The bald man snorted and said, "You must be curious about where this place is and who we are since you've just woken up. I'll help you answer your doubts now. This is the #1 dungeon of the witchcraft cult, and I'm the manager of this dungeon. My surname is Gwr, and my name is Gwrdanu. The reason why I've captured you here is that the elders of the witchcraft cult are short of witch soldiers. They want to train a few of you. There are a total of 7 dungeons in the witchcraft cult, and you'll be arranged to fight with the people who are captured from the remaining 6 dungeons. The few who win in the end will be lucky enough to become the witch soldiers of the elders, while the rest of the losers can only die." After Gwrdanu finished speaking, he continued, "Although you may not understand what I'm saying, you'll understand it slowly. By the way, the elders call this method GU cultivation. Whoever can become the GU king will have a chance to live." Gwrdanu patted his clothes and stood up from the rattan chair. He ordered one of his subordinates, "Prepare some food for them. After they eat and drink their fill, the first round of battle will begin at night. I hope you can survive until the end." After saying that, he turned around and left. The door of the dungeon closed with a click. Not long after, someone prepared food. There was wine and meat, and it was actually quite sumptuous. How could these people be in the mood to eat after being caught? On the other hand, Li Changsheng picked up a steamed bun and smelled it. He couldn't help but frown. There seemed to be some kind of hormone in the food, which could stimulate one's potential after eating it. Raising GU? Wizard soldier? He couldn't help but frown. The others present might not have understood, but Li Changsheng did. The wizard tribe had a kind of wizard soldier technique that could refine a person into an existence similar to the living dead. They would have intelligence, but their body would not feel any pain at all. Furthermore, they would use a special method to force these people to possess a certain amount of magic power. Then, they could use the magic power of these people to set up a formation and concentrate it on one person to increase the master's strength. This method was extremely risky. If a person was not strong enough, they would not be able to withstand the pain of being refined into a wizard soldier and would die immediately. Therefore, these people used the method of GU cultivation to select people with high potential to become wizard soldier seeds. In an instant, Li Changsheng had figured out the crux of the matter. At this moment, a young man weakly tugged at Li Changsheng's collar. "Big brother, is there poison in the food?" It turned out that the young man was in a daze when he saw Li Changsheng holding the steamed bun and smelling it. He was originally a little hungry and was about to reach out to grab the steamed bun, but he couldn't help but worry. "You're a girl." Li Changsheng didn't look carefully just now. When he heard the voice now, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Women disguised as men were usually only seen in television dramas. If a woman disguised as a man, it would be difficult for her not to give herself away. Of course, there were definitely such tricks in the martial arts world, but they would only be used for some special purposes. The young man didn't seem to expect that Li Changsheng would discover him as soon as he opened his mouth. He was stunned and then whispered, "How did you know?" "Hee. With your makeup skills, I can recognize you at a glance. There's no poison in the food. You can eat it without worry." Li Changsheng silently brushed the food in front of the young man. A blue smoke floated up from the food and dissipated into the air. The smoke was very thin. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. Only then did the young woman let out a long sigh of relief. She was obviously very hungry. She grabbed the steamed bun and wolfed it down. When he was done eating, he saw Li Changsheng staring at him. Only then did he reveal an embarrassed smile. If one looked carefully, the young woman's appearance was very beautiful. She could be said to be fair-skinned and beautiful. However, it was unknown why she was disguised as a man. She seemed to have guessed Li Changsheng's question. She wiped her mouth and took the initiative to speak. "Girls aren't allowed to show their faces in our village, but I heard that the outside world is very magical. There are skyscrapers, cars, houses, and all kinds of household appliances. It's countless times better than our village. I've always wanted to go out and see the world, but my father wouldn't let me. So, I had to disguise myself as a man and run out. Who knew that after I came out, I would find that I had no money. I planned to go to the station to ask about the way back to our village. I didn't expect to see darkness. When I woke up, I was already here. So that's how it is. Li Changsheng smiled as he thought to himself, it's obvious that those fellows are trying to report on their mission. They're just randomly capturing people. Otherwise, with such a thin and weak body, it's simply impossible for a girl to make a shaman weapon. How could a delicate girl endure the torture of refining a shaman weapon? Big brother, we were caught by the people of the witchcraft cult. I'm afraid we're going to die here. The success rate of refining wizard weapons is extremely low. As she spoke, a trace of sadness flashed in the young woman's eyes. You know about the witchcraft cult? This surprised Li Changsheng a little. The young woman nodded. I know. Very few people in Miaojiang don't know about the witchcraft cult. Every year, the witchcraft cult captures many people to refine wizard weapons. Usually, they capture people from other places, but sometimes, there aren't enough people from other places, so they use the locals to make up the numbers. This has been no secret for a long time. I've been here since I was a child, and I've heard many people say that 9 out of 10 people who are captured to be wizard weapons will die. Only the qualified one can survive. In the past, there was a person from the village next to ours who was captured and became a wizard weapon of the witchcraft cult. When he came back, even the village leader had to salute him respectfully. So that's how it is. Li Changsheng smiled. At this time, he saw a brawny man who was patrolling outside the iron bars. When he saw the two people who were talking, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Then, his eyes lit up. Oh, there's actually a young girl. She's quite pretty. As he spoke, he turned and left. Not long after, the bald Guadagno was brought over. Boss, look, there's a beautiful girl among the people sent over this time. She's just right for us to eat. Guadagno asked his subordinates to open the iron bars and then signaled with his eyes. Immediately, 2 brawny men went in and walked toward the girl. The girl was so scared that her face turned pale instantly. She stepped back, but there was already a wall behind her. Chapter 436. What are you doing? The girl's face was pale. In this kind of place, there was no one to respond to her cries. If she were to be raped by a few strong men, she would rather die. But sometimes, death really became an extravagant hope. The 2 strong men's faces showed excitement because she didn't know that the more she resisted, the more it would arouse their bestial nature. Soon, the 2 strong men grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the cell. The bald Guadagno stretched out his hand and hooked the girl's chin, revealing his big yellow teeth. I didn't expect that such a beautiful girl would let me have a taste first. Looks like she's still a virgin. The girl's screams made the few young men unable to bear it. Finally, a young man hesitated for a moment, stepped forward and said loudly, "Let her go." Who would have thought that the burly men outside didn't pay any attention to him? Immediately, the young man rushed out and wanted to pull the few strong men away. The bald man kicked his hand away and kicked him 7 or 8 meters away. The 2 burly men immediately went up and gave the youth a round of punches and kicks. Seeing that the young man was beaten to his last breath, he asked, "Are you going to play the hero this time?" The young man seemed to realize his situation and hurriedly shook his head. No, no. Ha ha ha. The brawny man let out a savage laugh. What kind of trash are they getting this time? Last time, there were a few hot-blooded men. It seems that it will be very difficult for our cell to win tonight. This is obviously that guy with the surname. He randomly caught people to make up the numbers. Otherwise, how could he catch that little girl? But it's good for us. Guadagno chuckled and ordered his men, "Bring this chick to my room outside. I don't have the hobby of live broadcasting." "Then boss, you're finished." One of his men hurriedly stepped forward. "Humph. We'll talk about it later." Hearing Guadagno's words, the few strong men's faces immediately fell. However, Guadagno was obviously quite a prestigious person among them. They were dissatisfied with Guadagno's behavior of wanting to take the girl for himself, but they didn't dare to say anything. The girl's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. "Who can help me in a place like this?" Li Changsheng's face subconsciously appeared in her mind. In this kind of place, Li Changsheng was the first friend she had made. Perhaps they could not be considered friends, but for some reason, she had a feeling that only Li Changsheng could save her. Wait a minute. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. What? Are you looking for a beating? The brawny man blurted out, thinking that it was still the young man from before. When he saw that it was Li Changsheng, he smiled coldly and said, another reckless person. Isn't this the guy who woke up right after he was caught? Brat, I advise you to mind your own business. Hearing the other party's words, Li Changsheng did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he looked toward the bald Guadagno. Let her go, or you'll regret it. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Guadagno could not help laughing out loud. What did you say? Hee hee. This brat is crazy enough. Looks like he has some skills. Guadagno could be considered to have seen countless people. The fact that Li Changsheng woke up right after he was caught made him keep an eye on Li Changsheng. Huzi, go up and teach him the rules. Hearing Guadagno's words, a brawny man clenched his fists and took a few steps forward. He stood in front of Li Changsheng and looked down at Li Changsheng. Huzi, be gentle. Don't kill him with one punch. Let me have some fun too. A brawny man next to him laughed out loud. Yeah, we don't have any capable people in the first cell. If you kill him, we'll be embarrassed again in tonight's duel. Hearing this, Huzi sneered. That will depend on whether he can take a punch from me or not. As he said that, he pointed at Li Changsheng. If you don't die with one punch, I'll let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, before Huzi could make a move, Li Changsheng suddenly took a step forward. His fist was like an arrow leaving the bow. It went straight for the brawny man's chest. Crack! The brawny man, who was 1.9 meters tall, was directly sent flying by this punch. He hit the wall behind him, and his face showed a painful and ferocious expression. After sending the brawny man flying with one punch, Li Changsheng did not chase after him. Instead, he stood quietly where he was. The brawny men around had already shown vigilance. Even Guadagno was no longer calm. He stared at Li Changsheng. After a long time, Guadagno took a deep breath and said, Boy, what's your name? I didn't know that you were a martial artist. Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng replied coldly and then looked at the girl. Can you let her go now? It was not easy for Guadagno to find such a beautiful girl. Naturally, he was not willing to let her go. However, when he met Li Changsheng's beast-like eyes, he finally nodded. Yes, now. If you can win the final match of the 7 cells tonight, I promise not to touch her. If not, then don't blame me. After saying that, he waved his hand. The 2 brawny men had no choice but to let the girl go. Li Changsheng wanted to go back to the dungeon, but Guadagno waved his hand and said, Come with me first. As he said that, he took the lead and walked away. The brawny man pushed the girl into the dungeon and locked her. What a beautiful girl, the brawny man sighed. How can boss not touch her? What do you know? Another brawny man next to him curled his lips. This kid sent Huzi flying with a punch. I'm afraid that he has already practiced martial arts to a very powerful level. People like him have a 70 to 80% chance of standing out in the trial and becoming a witch soldier. Once he becomes a witch soldier, his status will increase greatly. Brother Guo is smart. If he befriends him now and gives him face, he will be able to form a good relationship with him in the future. Otherwise, once he becomes a big shot and becomes a witch soldier of an elder, we won't have a good time if he starts to stir up trouble. Moreover, you know how much reward our superiors will give us if we can become a witch king in one of the cells. After listening to his companion's analysis, he was completely convinced. After walking out of the dungeon with Guadagno, Guadagno pointed to a room next to the dungeon and said, You don't have to stay in the dungeon anymore. This is your room. You also have a certain area where you can move freely. As long as you can win the competition tonight, your treatment will increase. Of course, if you lose, then only death will await you. Li Changsheng nodded and opened the door. He saw that the room was quite clean. Compared to the damp dungeon, it was obviously equivalent to a high-class 5-star hotel. Can you let that girl come out and stay? Li Changsheng asked. He was a little worried that the girl would be humiliated by those brawny men on a whim. "I was wondering why you would stand out to save the damsel in distress. It turns out that you have taken a fancy to that girl. If you want her to accompany you, I will let her out. If you can't, then you will be a clay Buddha crossing the river." After finishing his words, he turned around and left. Li Changsheng walked into the room. He saw that there were a few other rooms in the surroundings. There were actually some people inside. They were obviously seeded contestants who were given special treatment like him. Chapter 437. He didn't expect the witchcraft cult to be so arrogant as to capture people everywhere to refine witchcraft weapons. In fact, a long time ago, when human rights were almost non-existent, the act of capturing people to refine witchcraft weapons was considered a deviant practice that everyone had the right to punish. Now that the world had changed greatly, the witchcraft cult still dared to do this. It was absolutely bold of them. Li Changsheng originally wanted to come to the witchcraft cult to find the evil yin vein and stop the witchcraft cult from finding trouble with the major families in the capital. Originally, he just wanted to give the witchcraft cult some deterrence, but now it seemed that he didn't need to show mercy. The witchcraft cult's behavior was simply outrageous. Li Changsheng had the intention to kill. He walked into the room and sat cross-legged on the bed. Li Changsheng began to carefully sense the evil yin qi in this place. He closed his eyes and quietly sensed it while circulating the 9 revolutions of the celestial demon in his body. Sure enough, a cold aura gathered from all directions and drilled into his body. This was the evil yin qi, one of the 72 kinds of evil qi in heaven and earth. Ordinary cultivators couldn't absorb evil yin qi. After absorbing it, not only would it not improve their strength, but it would also damage their bodies. However, the 9 revolutions of the celestial demon that Li Changsheng cultivated relied on this kind of evil yin qi to temper his body. This was also the biggest difference between the 9 revolutions of the celestial demon and other cultivation methods. Li Changsheng sat on the bed to cultivate and gradually entered a good state. A few hours later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Although his current divine sense was very weak, after releasing it, it could still cover a distance of several thousand meters. Even the slightest movement within a few thousand meters could not escape his senses. He sensed that someone was approaching just now. Sure enough, the door was soon opened. Guadagno walked in and said coldly, "Let's go. Today is the first round of the trial. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your strength." Li Changsheng knew that there would be a trial battle today, so he wasn't surprised. He followed Guadagno until they left the prison area and came out of a gate to an open area. Guadagno didn't seem to be afraid that Li Changsheng would escape midway and didn't put anything on him to restrict him. When they reached a remote location, Guadagno suddenly stopped and handed a porcelain bottle to Li Changsheng. "There's a pill here that can stimulate your potential. Take it first. It can increase your chances of survival." Li Changsheng nodded and put away the bottle. Guadagno didn't say anything when he saw that Li Changsheng didn't take it immediately. He thought that Li Changsheng wanted to wait for a while before taking it. He led Li Changsheng through several buildings and finally arrived at a square. Both sides of the square were already filled with people. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they should be the disciples of the witchcraft cult. After arriving at the square, many people looked over. Someone shouted, "Guadagno, is your cell number 1 going to lose again today? You've lost a few rounds in a row. If you can't send out a wizard soldier, I'm afraid it won't be long before you lose your job." Guadagno snorted and led Li Changsheng directly to the center of the square. There was a high platform in the center. On the platform, there were already 3 people sitting in a huge iron cage. They were resting with their eyes closed. They didn't care about the surrounding people who looked at them as if they were animals. "You can go in too," Guadagno said. "The 7 cells will send out a total of 7 people. The final winner will be the king of venomous worms tonight. The remaining 6 will be eliminated." Li Changsheng nodded. Without saying anything else, he walked straight in. Different from others, because it was his first time here, he stood in front of the iron cage and looked at the crowd outside. There were more than 500 people. Among them, Those who were qualified to sit were wearing clothes that were obviously much better than those who were standing. Obviously, the witchcraft cult showed everyone's position and level according to the style of their clothes. There were 7 chairs in the front row. At this time, there was no one on it. Li Changsheng stood there. Many people outside looked at him as if he was a monkey. It seems that this is a new trial taker from dungeon number 1. Look at this guy, he's so skinny. I'm afraid he'll be the first to die. Guadagno has cultivated a few king of venomous worms in the past and was rewarded by several elders. His luck has been getting worse in the past 2 years. In the midst of the discussion, 2 more people appeared. They opened the iron cage and walked in. After the 2 people came in, they glanced at the people inside. Their eyes were fierce. Obviously, it wasn't their first time participating in such a competition. 5 people from the 7 cells had appeared. There were still 2 people who hadn't arrived. Just as Li Changsheng was about to sit down and wait, there was a sudden noise in the square. A man in neat clothes walked towards the high platform. The man wasn't tall, but there was a scar on his face. He looked extremely ferocious. As soon as he appeared, there was a cheer in the square. Centipede! Centipede! Centipede, you must win. Guadagno's expression changed drastically when he saw the man. He walked to the iron bars and whispered to Li Changsheng, "This is Centipede from dungeon number 7. He has won 9 rounds in a row. It's said that as long as he wins this round, he can become a witch soldier. Actually, the Grand Elder has taken a liking to him since a long time ago. It's very likely that he'll be cultivated into a witch general. Although a witch general isn't a direct disciple of the sect, he's the Grand Elder's right-hand man. His status is even higher than the inner sect disciples. I'm afraid that you'll definitely die if you meet him today. Kid, I can only say that you're unlucky. You're on your own now." Guadagno sighed. Just as Guadagno said, as soon as Centipede appeared, even the disciples sitting below took the initiative to greet him. After Centipede appeared, the most important people in the square finally appeared. 7 figures appeared one after another and sat on the chairs in front. Every one of them had an extraordinary aura. They should be the higher-ups of the witch god cult. What made Li Changsheng surprised was that there was a woman among them. She was rather young and was only in her 20s. After she appeared, even the other 6 people took the initiative to salute her. Only after hearing the discussion did he know that she was actually the daughter of the witch god cult's cult leader. "Miss Su Yu, have you really decided?" The old man sitting in the center asked. That woman nodded her head. "Of course. Since I, Su Yu, want to recruit a witch general, then naturally, I want the strongest one. Centipede is the witch general that the Grand Elder has chosen and Belly Snake is the witch general that I've chosen. Today, I'll let them decide the victor." Hearing the woman's words, that Grand Elder sighed. Victory or defeat is life and death. However, since Miss insists on letting them decide the victor, then I also have nothing to be reluctant about. After he finished speaking, a man whose entire body was covered in a black robe walked out from the woman's side. He walked towards the cage on the high platform with large strides. And the instant that black-robed man walked into the cage, the face of the knife-scarred man named Centipede instantly revealed a vigilant expression. As for the other 4 cultivators in the surroundings, they already began to tremble in front of the 2. Chapter 438. The moment the black-clothed and black-robed man walked into the iron cage, there was a wave of discussion in the field. Viper has already won 9 matches in a row, and Centipede has also won 9 matches in a row. They are rare challengers who can directly become shaman generals in our witchcraft cult. One of them is destined to die in today's battle. What a pity. In my opinion, the most pitiful ones are the remaining 5 people. They don't stand a chance against these 2 people. The other 5 people are just accompanying the crown prince. There is nothing pitiful about them. They are the GU worms that nurture the GU king. They can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. Li Changsheng stood there and felt many gazes on him. However, those gazes were mostly filled with pity. The remaining 4 people were scared out of their wits. One of them begged, "Lord Viper, Lord Centipede, we are just ordinary testers. How would we dare to compete with the two of you for the GU King? Please be magnanimous and let us leave. Indeed, there was no fairness in this kind of competition. It was only because the daughter of the witchcraft cult's cult leader, Su Yu, and the Great Elder decided to decide on the strongest shaman general at the last minute. Therefore, they forcefully replaced the previous 2 spots. Trash. The centipede raised its leg and kicked the man who was begging it. The guy who had a fierce look on his face when he entered the arena was kicked 7 or 8 meters away. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. He couldn't stop it. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to survive. Hiss. Instantly, the field was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold air. Such strength was simply terrifying. Even the inner disciples of the witchcraft cult didn't have such attacking power. With just 1 kick, he had severely injured a person. When the other 4 saw this, they were so scared that they couldn't stop trembling. Clean up these obstructing fellows. Then, we will have a duel. Viper, who was wearing a black robe, said coldly. In the eyes of the 2 people, the other participants were just stones by the roadside. They had to kick them aside to avoid being a hindrance. Centipede, who had a scar on his face, didn't say anything. However, he started to move in the next moment. His figure turned into an afterimage as he rushed towards the nearest challenger. The trial taker was unwilling to let his fate be sealed like this. He suddenly leaped up, raised his fist, and rushed towards Viper. It was obvious that the other party had survived several trials. His strength was not bad, and his punch was quite powerful. However, just as he approached the centipede's body, he was kicked in the chest by the centipede, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Before he landed on the ground, he saw that his neck was already hanging down. It was a 1-hit kill. Amazing. Luckily, I bet on centipede to win. I told you that a centipede is stronger than a viper. I hope I can make a killing this time. Another round of discussion could be heard from below. No wonder so many people came to watch. It turned out that they had placed bets. At the same time, the viper and centipede pounced on the remaining 2 people. The 2 wanted to resist, but it was useless. The snake and the centipede were both being raised as Magus generals. Even if they succeeded in the final trial, they would only be Magus soldiers. There was a world of difference between them and Magus soldiers. After dealing with the 2 of them, the centipede and the viper's gazes landed on Li Changsheng almost at the same time. The reason why they were the last to attack Li Changsheng was probably because they saw that Li Changsheng's body was thin and weak. They thought that he was the easiest to deal with. They wanted to take care of the difficult bone first. Facing the 2 of them, Li Changsheng knew that it was his turn next. Therefore, he patted the creases on his clothes, straightened his body, and said in a cold voice, "Which one of you will go first?" The moment he said that, the centipede and the viper were slightly stunned. The audience below the stage was also confused. What's going on? This guy actually dares to take the initiative to challenge 2 people who are about to become Magus generals. Kid, you know that you're going to die, so you're deliberately mystifying things. The centipede squinted his eyes. He was about to attack when he suddenly frowned. This was because he felt a sense of danger from Li Changsheng. The feeling came out of nowhere, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. He had a special ability since he was young, which was his extremely sharp 6th sense. He could foresee danger in advance, which had allowed him to escape several life-threatening situations. At this moment, the feeling appeared again. Although Li Changsheng looked weak and small, and it was his first time participating in the trial, the feeling made him not dare to attack. What's wrong, centipede? Are you going soft? Are you reluctant to attack? Beside him, Viper, who was covered in a black robe, spoke with a mocking tone. I'm going soft. Viper, if you have the guts, kill him. As the centipede could not see through Li Changsheng at the moment, he decided not to take the risk in the end. If Li Changsheng was a guy who hid his strength, and he rashly attacked Li Changsheng and was injured, he would be in danger in the upcoming battle with Viper. In this ring, there was no winning or losing, only life and death. The winner lived, and the loser died. Therefore, he decided to defeat Viper first. Viper looked contemptuously at Li Changsheng's position and sneered, "Just an ant. Since you're not attacking, I'm also too lazy to attack. Why don't we decide the winner first? After saying that, Viper's body turned into a black shadow and pounced on the centipede. The two of them quickly fought, and it was a collision of pure physical strength. The two of them showed their terrifying martial Dao strength as soon as they exchanged blows. It could be said that every punch hit the flesh. After fighting for more than 20 moves, Viper suddenly retreated a few steps, widening the distance between him and the centipede. Then, between his hands, there was a cloud of black fog. The moment the black fog appeared in front of him, it caused a commotion below. Viper actually learned magic. Isn't this the bloodthirsty technique of our witchcraft cult? Eldest Miss Su Yu, who was in the first row, had a proud expression on her face. She looked at the first elder beside her and said, "How is it, first elder? You didn't expect it, right?" Not only is Viper's physical strength strong, his cultivation talent is also very high. He already learned the witchcraft cult's magic. If he didn't become a witch soldier, he would be qualified to become a true disciple of our witchcraft cult. When the black fog appeared in Viper's hands, the first elder's face had already changed color. Hearing Su Yu's words, he couldn't help but sigh. Refining a person who can stand shoulder to shoulder with a true disciple to be your witch general, eldest Miss really has a good method. From the moment the other party used the black fog, the first elder knew that it was very difficult to win against the centipede today. Sure enough, in the next moment, the black fog in Viper's hands was driven by his fist. It formed a poisonous snake's shadow in the air and rushed towards the centipede with a whistling sound. The centipede raised his hands to block, but the moment he touched the black fog, his body flew out and landed on the ground 7 to 8 meters away. He spat out blood from his mouth. He was defeated in one move. Chapter 439. In the beginning, when Centipede and Viper fought, both of them were almost evenly matched. Who knew that after Viper used magic, he defeated Centipede in just one move? At this moment, Centipede fell 7 to 8 meters away, spitting out blood from his mouth. He looked at Viper with shock and disbelief. One could see that his whole face had turned red, and his lips had turned dark purple as if he was poisoned. Go to hell! After Centipede's body fell to the ground, Viper's figure chased after him like a shadow. Then, he kicked Centipede's body. Bang! Centipede's body rubbed against the ground and flew back 7 to 8 meters, hitting the iron fence. The blood he spat out contained fragments of his internal organs. Obviously, he couldn't survive. Viper, I didn't expect you to have mastered magic. However, if you kill me, you might not be able to become the GU King today. After saying that, the centipede looked in Li Changsheng's direction and let out a loud laugh. Then, its head drooped down and it died just like that. Below the high platform, the eldest miss of the witchcraft cult, Su Yu, smiled. Great Elder, how is it? I have good eyesight. I can see Viper's potential at a glance. The Great Elder's face showed a bit of a wry smile. In the witchcraft cult, a witch general might not be born in a few years. Originally, he thought that he was very lucky to find a talent like Centipede. Who would have thought that he would encounter an expert like Viper? For this round, I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Let Viper deal with that kid. Today's competition will come to an end. The Great Elder sighed. In the past, the trial of the 7 cells couldn't avoid a fierce battle. But today, with Viper's move, it was already settled. Just a newcomer from Cell 1. Viper can pinch him to death with one finger. Eldest Miss Su Yu said coldly. But today, this miss is happy. Viper, stop. Spare this kid's life. Hearing Su Yu's words, Guadagno, who had already given up on Li Changsheng, suddenly showed a happy expression. He didn't expect that there would be such a turn of events. Even many people below the stage were sighing that Li Changsheng's luck was good. This brat is really lucky. Young Miss's words are equivalent to saving his life. But come to think of it, with Belly Snake's strength, how could this kid be worthy of him making a move? Discussions broke out among the crowd. It's a pity that I'm going to lose everything I bet on the centipede. That centipede is too trashy. He was defeated so easily. To think that I thought he could become the GU King. There were also many people who were filled with righteous indignation. After all, that was RMB. Su Yu was Belly Snake's master. Originally, Belly Snake didn't dare to violate Su Yu's words. Who would have thought that after Su Yu's words fell, Belly Snake, who was covered in a black robe, shook his head and said, "Eldest miss, I don't agree to spare his life. I want to kill him." As soon as Viper's words came out, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Although Belly Snake had won the trial and proved its potential, no matter how ferocious or powerful a dog was, it still had to listen to its master. Su Yu was his master. After Su Yu expressed her position, he actually dared to not listen. This was simply an act of insubordination. Sure enough, even Su Yu's face became gloomy. "Belly Snake, do you know what you're saying?" Hearing Eldest Miss's words, Belly Snake hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Eldest Miss, it's not that I want to go against your intention. It's just that this person, I have a reason to make a move against him." Originally, Belly Snake didn't put Li Changxing in his eyes. But at that time, before the centipede died, he said that he might not be able to obtain today's victory. Moreover, his gaze was looking at Li Changxing. This made Belly Snake faintly have some conjectures in his heart. Belly Snake was a very proud person. Since he wanted to become the Jiu King, then he must prove that he was the strongest. Since the centipede said that, then he would challenge Li Changxing and kill Li Changxing. Only then would he be at ease. Hearing Belly Snake's words, although Su Yu didn't know why, but she really doted on this general a lot. Hence, she nodded and said, "All right, then I take back my words just now. Thank you, miss, for understanding." Belly Snake bowed to Su Yu. People with strength would always get special preferential treatment. If other shaman generals dared to go against Su Yu's words, not to mention forgiveness, Su Yu would probably directly send them to death. Belly Snake turned his head and looked at Li Changxing. Although his entire person was shrouded in a black robe, one could still detect a pair of cold eyes like a snake. "You really want to make a move against me?" Li Changxing smiled and didn't speak. Whether it was the death of the 4 challengers or the battle between the centipede and Belly Snake, from beginning to end, Li Changxing's face was incomparably indifferent. He was just a bystander. "Why, are you afraid?" Belly Snake's voice was sinister, making people couldn't help but have goosebumps. "I'm not afraid, but I'm advising you. Life is precious, don't court death." Li Changxing said faintly. "What did you say?" Belly Snake was obviously stunned. He originally thought that Li Changxing would be trembling in fear when he heard that he wanted to make a move against him. But he didn't expect that not only was Li Changxing not afraid, but he also seemed to have a fearless expression. "Kid, it seems that this is your first time participating in the trial. You still don't know my ability." Belly Snake let out a sneer and clenched his fist. "As long as I make a move, I can take your life in an instant." "Really?" Li Changxing curled his lips, then suddenly took a step forward and punched the opponent. Boom, boom. A sound like muffled thunder echoed. The punch was like an arrow that left the bow. The power was fierce and surging. Belly Snake didn't expect that Li Changxing would suddenly make a move. Moreover, his move was so powerful. Just as he wanted to block, Li Changxing's fist had already imprinted on his chest. Bang! A loud sound echoed. Viper was sent flying backward. When he landed on the ground, a part of his chest had caved in. He could not stop coughing out blood from his mouth. It was a miserable sight. Immediately afterward, Li Changxing continued to move forward and stepped on Belly Snake's lower abdomen. Pieces of internal organs were spat out. It was similar to the battle between him and Centipede. It was just that he was the one who beat people at that time, and now he was the one who was beaten. At this moment, the surroundings fell into silence. Su Yu, who was sitting in the first row, had already stood up in shock. The other 6 higher-ups of the witchcraft cult also widened their eyes. It was so fast that everyone didn't have time to react. At this time, Li Changxing picked up the foot that was stepping on his chest and said coldly, "It seems that you're not convinced. Then I'll give you another chance. Use the spell that you used to deal with Centipede." Chapter 440. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the black robe on Belly Snake's head had already fallen off, revealing an incomparably sinister face. Half of his face was normal while the other half was actually disfigured. No wonder he was always shrouded in the black robe. Belly Snake jumped up from the ground. Just now, he was beaten by Li Changsheng until his internal organs were spat out. At this moment, he was vigorous and lively again. So, you're already half a shaman soldier. Li Changsheng immediately understood why this belly snake knew magic. Most likely, that Miss Su Yu had already transformed his body in advance. Looking at it this way, that centipede lost unjustly. If that centipede was also transformed into half a shaman soldier, he might not be inferior to Belly Snake. The face of that first elder in the first row immediately turned gloomy. He also didn't expect that Miss would do this. That centipede's death was somewhat unjust. At this moment, Belly Snake's hands danced. The black fog once again turned into a poisonous snake and attacked Li Changsheng. In contrast, Li Changsheng didn't have any intention to dodge. He directly lifted his leg and kicked. The powerful black fog was shattered by his kick. At the same time, Belly Snake was kicked back a few steps. Taking 3 steps forward, Li Changsheng leaped high into the air and landed a knee strike on Belly Snake's chest. This time, the other party flew out 7 to 8 meters and hit the iron net. Before he could land on the ground, Li Changsheng lifted his leg and stepped on his throat, pressing him against the iron fence. With a catcher sound, the other party's head drooped down softly. When Li Changsheng retracted his leg, the other party fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. The field immediately fell into silence. No one would have thought that a newcomer from the first cell would kill Belly Snake, who had won 9 consecutive matches and was classified as a pseudo-shaman general. Although Li Changsheng won, Guadagnou's face didn't have the slightest joy. Instead, it was filled with fear. He directly walked in front of Su Yu and knelt down with a plop sound. "Miss, I was wrong." The eldest miss of the witchcraft cult had high hopes for Viper. Now that he was killed by Li Changsheng, he was naturally afraid that Su Yu would blame him. He was only a leader of the first prison. If he made Su Yu unhappy, she didn't need to say anything. Just a look from her was enough to make him die without a burial ground. However, Su Yu didn't pay attention to him and directly walked towards the high platform. At this time, Li Changsheng also walked out of the iron cage. Su Yu's gaze sized up Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng looked thin and small and did not pose any threat, but at this moment, no one present dared to underestimate him. "You are very strong. Even the shaman general Belly Snake that I personally chose died in your hands. You have made me see you in a new light." Su Yu looked at Li Changsheng. There was no joy in her eyes. This woman was definitely not simple. Despite her young age, she gave off an unfathomable feeling, extremely shrewd. Li Changsheng smiled and said, "You flatter me." Facing the high and mighty miss of the sorcerer cult, he was completely unfazed. To be able to defeat Belly Snake, it seems that you are not an ordinary person. Su Yu's face turned cold. Suddenly, a black fog appeared on her palm and attacked Li Changsheng. The sudden attack made many people present unable to react. This Su Yu was not only the daughter of the sorcerer cult's leader, but she was also a cultivation expert. At this moment, her attack was more than 10 times stronger than Belly Snake's attack. Li Changsheng's face didn't have the slightest panic. His figure just gently moved to one side and dodged the attack of the black fog. At the same time, he raised his palm and suddenly hit Su Yu's wrist. Su Yu's face revealed surprise when she saw Li Changsheng dodged her attack. Seeing Li Changsheng's finger attack, the corner of her mouth revealed a bit of a sneer. Her wrist was like a silver snake as she gently turned and changed her position. Her face just revealed a smile, but she felt a pain in her wrist. Her entire person, even Ting Teng, retreated a few steps. Her eyes revealed a look of shock. Just now, she clearly dodged the attack. Could it be that she released her inner chi? "You are a Master Realm expert." After the surprise, Su Yu's face returned to calmness. Although Master Realm martial artists were powerful, she still didn't put them in her eyes. But just when she moved, she discovered that her entire body's 7 meridians and 8 meridians were tingling. Before she could counterattack, her face was already covered with cold sweat. In the next moment, Li Changsheng abruptly closed in on her, and then without any mercy, kicked her in the head with his leg. The miss of the witch god sect fell headfirst from the arena. She was the miss of the witch god sect. Crash. There was a sound of exclamation in the field. Su Yu was not only the miss of the sorcerer cult, but she was also a famous cultivation genius in the sorcerer cult. Don't look at her young age, her strength could be compared to several elders. But now, he had been defeated so easily. Boom. Boom. Many people who were sitting stood up one after another. They rushed forward and surrounded Li Changsheng. Bold, you dare to attack, miss. You are courting death. Great Elder took the lead. Although he was schemed by Su Yu and his chosen shaman general, Centipede, died in the hands of Belly Snake, but seeing Su Yu being beaten at this moment, he immediately stood up. The one courting death is you guys. Li Changsheng took a step forward. A cold aura spread out from his body and dominated the scene. Like a towering mountain, it made people feel suffocated. At this moment, the faces of several elders in front changed instantly. Especially Great Elder, he stared at Li Changsheng and said solemnly, "Who are you?" At this moment, even a fool could see that Li Changsheng wasn't an ordinary cultivator. "I am the one who came to destroy you." After speaking, he raised his hand and waved his palm forward. Under the surging wind, a transparent palm print was formed and pressed down. Boom. Not good. When Li Changsheng raised his palm, Great Elder's face changed wildly and hurriedly dodged to the side. Just when his body moved, that palm print had already slapped down. He only had time to escape 3 meters away and was hit by the palm print. Half of his body was smashed into pieces. After landing on the ground, his cheeks were distorted and he quickly lost his breath of life. The other 5 higher-ups of the witch god cult standing with Great Elder, including the elite disciples of the witch god cult, didn't even have the chance to react. Under this palm, they were all smashed into meat patties. At this moment, the more than 500 disciples of the witch god cult felt their scalp go numb. Across such a long distance, one palm was able to kill the most powerful and important people in the scene. This was simply an immortal technique. And Su Yu, who was kicked down the high platform by Li Changsheng, was so frightened that her heart almost jumped out of her mouth. As the eldest miss of the witch god cult, she could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, but when had she seen such a scene? Killing people was as simple as crushing ants. Who the hell caught this cultivator? He's clearly a fiend. Su Yu roared in her heart. On the other side, Guadagno was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. Chapter 441. Li Changsheng stood alone on the high platform. None of the over 500 disciples of the witchcraft cult dared to move. All of them were watching in horror. Although there were many of them and some of them were experts, no matter how many people they had, no matter how powerful they were, they could not withstand Li Changsheng's attack. A single slap could kill a group of people. Killing people was as easy as chopping vegetables. Not to mention 500 people, even 5,000 people would not be able to withstand Li Changsheng's slaps. Li Changsheng walked down from the high platform step by step and walked toward the main hall of the witchcraft cult. This was because he sensed that the most powerful auras of the witchcraft cult were in the main hall. In the main hall of the witchcraft cult, an old man in black was sitting on the main seat. Below him were the elders of the witchcraft cult. At this moment, they were discussing the death of the most outstanding disciple of the 3rd generation, Fu Changqing. Although Fu Changqing was not young when he joined the witchcraft cult, he was very talented in the techniques of the witchcraft cult. In just over a decade, he had improved by leaps and bounds and became the top disciple of the 3rd generation. Now that he had died in the capital, the entire witchcraft cult was shocked when the news reached them. Fu Changqing is an outstanding disciple of our cult. We must avenge him. One of the elders spoke up. It's said that the person who killed Fu Changqing is a young man named Li Changsheng who has risen to fame in the capital. After many investigations, we still don't know his background. Even Fu Changqing was not a match for him at such a young age. This shows how talented he is. Another elder spoke. No matter how talented he is, he deserves to die for offending the witchcraft cult. Send a deacon to the capital to kill him. A sinister-looking elder of the witchcraft cult said loudly. He was the third elder of the witchcraft cult. He was arrogant and ruthless. Even the members of the witchcraft cult were afraid of him. Third elder, it's not that simple. It's easy to kill him, but have you thought about the sect behind him? Killing him might bring a strong enemy to the witchcraft cult. The second elder, who was second only to the sect leader, said with a frown. Many people nodded in agreement with the second elder. Who cares about him? Just capture him and kill him. As for his sect, we'll just have to fight them. We can't just sit back and do nothing when someone from the witchcraft cult is killed. Wouldn't that be a joke? After the third elder finished speaking, even the second elder didn't say anything this time. Yes, the disciples of the witchcraft cult had died in the capital. How could the witchcraft cult not take revenge? Third elder is right. He has to pay the price for killing a member of the witchcraft cult. No matter which sect he has, the witchcraft cult is not afraid of a fight. The headmaster of the witch god cult spoke up and made the final decision. However, since the other party can kill Fu Changqing, it means that he is not an ordinary person. We also have to be careful and not be too casual. How about this? When the time comes, we'll send an elder and a few true disciples to go with us. At the same time, we'll spread the name of the sorcerer cult. For so many years, our witchcraft cult has been staying in the depths of the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang. Those sects in the central region have almost forgotten how powerful our witchcraft cult is. Hearing the headmaster's words, everyone nodded one after another. I'm afraid that Li Changsheng will hide after knowing Fu Changqing's identity. At that time, it won't be easy to catch him in the vast sea of people. A deacon said with some worry. But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and then the door of the hall broke into pieces with a bang, scattering all over the ground. A figure walked out of the dust and appeared at the entrance of the hall. He looked at the many higher-ups in the hall proudly. In the entire hall, all the voices stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at the young man who suddenly broke in with a surprised expression. They were somewhat confused about the situation. At this moment, eldest Miss Su Yu stumbled in from behind. She said anxiously, "Father, elders, this person sneaked into our witchcraft cult and killed the great elder. I don't know what his intentions are." "Oh right, he said that his name is Li Changsheng." Li Changsheng? Everyone in the hall was stunned at first. Then, an elder reacted and exclaimed, "Could it be the one who killed Fu Changqing?" At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing about going to the capital to find Li Changsheng for revenge. They were afraid that Li Changsheng would escape after hearing the news. They didn't expect that the murderer they were talking about would come in the blink of an eye. "Sir, you are really bold. You don't put our witchcraft cult in your eyes at all." The black-robed headmaster of the witchcraft cult stood up. "Our witchcraft cult's direct disciple, Fu Changqing, died in your hands. You still don't want to let it go. Now, you have come here to throw yourself into the trap. May I know which cult you are from? What are you trying to do?" The headmaster of the witchcraft cult had fear in his eyes. In his opinion, since Li Changsheng dared to come here, he must have something to rely on. Before he figured out what Li Changsheng was relying on, he wasn't willing to act rashly. "You won't know my sect even if I tell you. As for why I came to your witchcraft cult, it's very simple. There are only 2 points. First, I killed Fu Changqing, so your witchcraft cult will definitely take revenge. I took the initiative to come here to settle the grudge. Second, I see that your witchcraft cult is a place with good feng shui, so I plan to borrow it for a few days." When Li Changsheng said that he wanted to settle the grudge, the people of the witchcraft cult already felt that he was extremely arrogant. When he said that he wanted to borrow the witchcraft cult for a few days, it caused an uproar. How could a sect's land of inheritance be lent out casually? As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, the third elder pulled out the machete in his hand. He roared furiously, "You've gone too far. You want to borrow our sect? Why don't you just ask the people of our witchcraft cult to be your subordinates?" The other higher-ups of the witchcraft cult also had killing intent on their faces. "You killed my disciple and want to dominate the witchcraft cult. Who gave you the courage? After hearing Li Changsheng's words, the headmaster of the witchcraft cult's eyes flickered with a cold light. In that case, there's no room for negotiation. The corners of Li Changsheng's mouth curled up. He's just a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Why are you talking nonsense with him? The second elder snorted coldly. Let's take him down together. Hearing the second elder's words, several figures in the hall rushed up one after another and formed an encirclement. Attack! The second elder shouted and took the lead. The machete in his hand turned into a cold light and slashed at Li Changsheng. At the same time, more than a dozen figures attacked together. Some used sabers, some used swords, and all kinds of black fog formed poisonous snakes, scorpions, and other poisonous phantoms in the air. The densely packed attacks enveloped Li Changsheng. These people were the higher-ups of the witchcraft cult. Each of them was powerful, and each of their moves was majestic. In the blink of an eye, Li Changsheng's figure could no longer be seen. He was completely covered by all kinds of magic attacks. Su Yu, who was originally extremely afraid of Li Changsheng, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. The headmaster of the witchcraft cult, who was sitting on the main seat, sneered and said, "A reckless brat dares to run wild in our witchcraft cult. You're overestimating yourself." However, as soon as his voice fell, there was a rumbling sound. The many experts who rushed toward Li Changsheng flew back almost at the same time, revealing Li Changsheng, who was standing in the middle with a calm face. Chapter 442. Before this, Li Changsheng already had the ability to kill a Vajra realm martial expert. Now, as his realm continued to improve, Li Changsheng could even kill several Vajra realm martial experts at the same time. The strongest among the witchcraft cult's elders was only at the inborn realm. In Li Changsheng's eyes, they were no different from ants. Bang! 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 Several dull sounds were heard. The few elders and deacons of the witchcraft cult who had rushed up just now fell from the sky like dumplings. Li Changsheng was still standing where he was just now. From the beginning to the end, he did not move at all. Gasp! Many disciples of the witchcraft cult who had rushed over after hearing the news gasped when they saw this scene. Even the cult master of the witchcraft cult widened his eyes in shock. This kid looks like he's only in his 20s. How can he be so powerful? Could he be the reincarnation of some super expert who has innate wisdom? The so-called innate wisdom meant that a person had the memory of his previous life. Many cultivation experts had special techniques in the field of the divine soul so that they could still have the memory of their first life in their second life. Such people often knew how to cultivate as soon as they were born. Moreover, once they set foot on the path of cultivation, they would advance by leaps and bounds like riding the wind and breaking the waves. At a very young age, they could cultivate to a realm that others would need decades to cultivate to. However, such people were in the minority after all. Only those who were close to the immortals on earth could do it. "Father, what should we do?" Su Yu asked anxiously when she saw the cult master of the witchcraft cult in a daze. More than 10 top experts of the witchcraft cult attacked together, but they could not do anything to Li Changsheng. This gave her a better understanding of Li Changsheng's strength. The cult master of the witchcraft cult snorted coldly. "So what if you're the reincarnation of a super expert? If you come to the witchcraft cult and behave atrociously, you won't be able to return." The cult master of the witchcraft cult snorted coldly. He took a step forward and shouted, "Set up the formation." Numerous figures appeared from all directions and gathered behind the cult master of the witchcraft cult. Each of them had genuine qi flowing around their bodies. In the end, they turned into wisps of black mist and merged into the body of the sorcerer cult's hierarch. These were the sorcerer soldiers of the sorcerer cult. There were a total of 49 of them, and each of them was much stronger than the viper that Li Changsheng had killed. With so many people's power gathered together, the sorcerer cult's master's aura kept rising. "I'd like to see what's so special about this witch weapon technique." Li Changsheng raised his palm, which turned into a huge handprint and slammed down. Rumble. As the palm fell, it was as if it carried the might of heaven and earth. The master of the witchcraft cult formed a long saber from the black mist in front of him, and it flew toward Li Changsheng's handprint. Bang bang! Bang bang. After several explosions, the long saber formed by the black fog under his hand was directly shattered. At the same time, a powerful force pressed down, and more than a dozen sorcerer soldiers behind the cult master of the witchcraft cult exploded into blood mist. The cult master of the witchcraft cult was only at the peak of the inborn realm. With the help of the sorcerer soldier, he barely reached the early stage of the Vajra realm. How could he withstand Li Changsheng's attack? Damn it! Seeing more than a dozen sorcerer soldiers that he had painstakingly nurtured die in the blink of an eye, the cult master of the witchcraft cult was heartbroken, and his eyes were filled with anger. He suddenly tore the clothes in front of his chest and cut a wound on his chest with his finger. Then, he pulled out a palm-sized dagger from inside. I've poured my heart and soul into this sorcerer blade. Today, I must kill you. The cult master of the witchcraft cult sounded extremely cold. The moment the dagger appeared, the blood chi in his entire body seemed to have dried up. His skin became wrinkled, and his body shrunk. However, the dangerous aura on his body became even more intense. Go to hell! The cult master of the witchcraft cult suddenly threw out the scimitar in his hand. The scimitar was the size of a palm and instantly grew to a 3-meter-long scimitar. It slashed toward Li Changsheng with a terrifying aura. This is the destiny sorcerer blade that the cult master has poured his heart and soul into. Today, there are only a few people in the world who can block it. The group of injured elders all had excited looks in their eyes. The sorcerer blade is the most powerful sacred weapon that only the cult master of the witchcraft cult can inherit. This Li brat thinks that he has some strength and dares to look down on the witchcraft cult. Once the cult master uses this ultimate move, his head will be cut off and his blood will flow. The third elder, who was also injured, looked gloomy at this moment. He wished that Li Changsheng would be chopped into pieces in the next moment. The cult master of the witchcraft cult also had a sneer on his face. Even a peak-stage Vajra realm expert would have to avoid such an attack. Haha. You're just a tiny pearl. Li Changsheng smiled disdainfully. Once again, he conjured the giant palm print and pressed it down. As the giant palm print fell, even the air was compressed. That giant palm had the power to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It rumbled down from the sky and slammed directly on the sorcerer blade. Crack. It was known as the inherited treasure of the cult masters of the witchcraft cult. The cult master had poured his heart and soul into this destiny saber for more than 30 years. However, it was easily broken into 2 pieces. The cult master of the witchcraft cult even took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked as if he had aged by dozens of years. The destiny saber had merged with his flesh and blood. It had long been like a part of his body. It was connected to his body for better or for worse. Now that Li Changsheng had broken it, it was no different from breaking his bones. How could this be? The cult master of the witchcraft cult stared at Li Changsheng. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. This was an outcome that he had never expected. In the hall, the other senior members of the witchcraft cult were also shocked. The cult master of the witchcraft cult had always been like a god in their hearts. Now, he had been defeated just like that. This person is so powerful at such a young age. Does God want to destroy the witchcraft cult? An elder shouted in despair. It seems that he is really the reincarnation of an earth immortal. Otherwise, he would not be so powerful. Let's go together and protect our master. The remaining 30 or so shaman soldiers turned into streaks of black shadows and rushed towards Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng did not care about this group of sorcerer soldiers when even the cult master of the witchcraft cult had been defeated. Li Changsheng did not even lift his eyelids. He just took a step forward. Suddenly, the hall began to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. Then, an invisible force spread from Li Changsheng's feet to the ground in all directions. Bang! 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 Those sorcerer soldiers did not even have time to get close to him. They were sent flying and exploded into clouds of blood mist in the air. In the blink of an eye, the sorcerer soldiers that the cult master of the witchcraft cult had spent so much effort to cultivate were all dead. They were all defeated. The whole hall fell into silence. Only the strong smell of blood lingered in the air. Chapter 443. Li Changsheng's skills made everyone from the sorcerer cult tremble in fear. When Li Changsheng's gaze swept across them, everyone lowered their heads. Even the sorcerer cult's sect master revealed a deep sense of helplessness in his eyes. Li Changsheng was too powerful. He was so powerful that he couldn't think of any means that could hurt him. With the help of the witchcraft saber, he had already unleashed an attack that was equivalent to the peak of the Vajra realm. However, he still couldn't do anything to Li Changsheng. In the current world, a Vajra realm expert was already the highest level of power. Any higher and one would be a mystic realm expert. A mystic realm expert was known as a human immortal, which meant that he was an immortal among humans. 100 years ago, there might still be some stories about human immortals. However, it had been 100 years since a human immortal had appeared in the world. The sorcerer cult's sect master suspected that there were probably no more human immortals in this world. However, Li Changsheng displayed a power that was close to that of a human immortal. How could he not be terrified? Just as Li Changsheng was about to finish off these people, the sorcerer cult's sect master and the higher-ups of the sorcerer cult all knelt on the ground. We overestimated ourselves and offended the heavens. Sir, please punish us. Looking at the sorcerer cult's sect master kneeling in front of him, Li Changsheng asked coldly, I killed your grand elder and 49 witchcraft soldiers. Don't you hate me anymore? The sorcerer cult's sect master hurriedly shook his head. Human immortals are inviolable. They deserved to die. You've changed your mind quite quickly. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. The sorcerer cult's sect master was so frightened that his body trembled. Please be merciful and spare my life. I'm willing to be your servant and be at your beck and call. Do you mean what you say? Li Changsheng asked coldly. There were more than 1,000 people in the sorcerer cult. Li Changsheng couldn't bear to kill all of them. After all, he wasn't a cold-blooded person who liked to kill. Of course. The sorcerer cult's sect master seemed to have seen the light as he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. All right, I can spare you, but you have to agree to a few of my requests. First, you are not allowed to casually capture people to refine shaman weapons. I know how you refine shaman weapons. If a Gu king is born from a few dozen people, how innocent would the sacrificed person be? Yes, I promise you that I won't use this evil technique again, the sorcerer god sect's sect master said hurriedly. Secondly, release all the people who are going to refine wizard weapons and send them home. For now, I only have these 2 points. Apart from Fu Changqing's matter, I came to the sorcerer cult this time for another matter. I want to borrow your sorcerer cult's place to cultivate. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the witchcraft cult's master heaved a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he was vaguely vexed. If he had known that Li Changsheng was so strong and only wanted to borrow their sect's place to cultivate, he would never have opposed Li Changsheng even if he was beaten to death. If he had not opposed Li Changsheng, the wizard soldiers that he had painstakingly nurtured would not have died. Now that all the wizard soldiers were dead, and he had promised Li Changsheng that he would not use living people to refine wizard weapons, it would be difficult for him to reach his peak again. As if he could read the sect master's mind, Li Changsheng smiled faintly and said, the wizard weapon refining method is an evil technique after all. Borrowing external forces will never be your own strength. As long as you perform well during this period, I can teach you a witchcraft sect's cultivation method. Although it might not allow you to reach the mysterious finger realm, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the Vajra realm. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the sorcerer cult's sect master was elated. Thank you, Mr. Li. I'll definitely go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames for you. It's better to say less hypocritical words like this in the future. Just do more practical things. After saying that, Li Changsheng asked the few elders of the sorcerer cult to release the innocent people who had been captured. On the other hand, the sorcerer cult's sect master accompanied Li Changsheng to the back mountain of the sorcerer cult. Mr. Li, is this the place where you're talking about the cultivation place? The sorcerer cult's sect master asked in surprise. There's an underground sorcerer aura here. After being converted by the formation, this kind of evil aura is very beneficial for cultivating the cultivation method of my cult. However, it's useless for other sects. In fact, It might even be harmful. Mr. Li, is the cultivation method that you're cultivating also similar to the sorcerer cult spell? You can say that. Li Changsheng replied casually. If one were to carefully trace his 9 revolutions of the divine demon, it seemed to be related to the ancient sorcerer tribe's body refining method. Mr. Li, if you need to use the evil aura inside to cultivate, I'll take you to a place. The sorcerer cult's sect master brought Li Changsheng to the mountainside. Behind a huge rock, there was a cave that was 5 to 6 meters wide. Grey fog was surging in the cave, emitting traces of cold aura. It turned out to be sorcerer aura. Mr. Li, this cave leads directly to the sorcerer aura below. You can cultivate next to this cave and extract a little sorcerer aura every day to temper your body. You can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The previous sect masters of the sorcerer cult have all cultivated this way. Li Changsheng nodded, and his eyes lit up. Originally, this sorcerer aura was underground, and it would take a lot of effort to extract it. Now that there was a direct passage, it would save a lot of trouble. Mr. Li, this sorcerer aura is extremely terrifying. When you cultivate, you must not be too close to this cave. Otherwise, it's easy to attract a large amount of sorcerer aura and damage your body. An ancestor of the sorcerer cult was too close to this cave because he didn't understand the horror of this sorcerer aura. As a result, the sorcerer aura invaded his body and he eventually turned into a pool of pus and blood. Speaking of this, the sect master of the sorcerer cult had a look of lingering fear. The last time he cultivated next to this cave, his body was almost corroded by the sorcerer aura. Since then, he had been traumatized by this cave. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Li Changsheng didn't take it seriously at all. He took a few steps forward and sized up the cave. Then, he spoke with his back facing the sect master of the sorcerer cult. I'll remember your credit this time. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion here. When I come out of seclusion, I'll teach you the witchcraft cultivation method that I promised you. After saying that, he took a step forward and jumped into the cave. Mr. Li, you can't. The sect master of the sorcerer cult let out a cry of alarm, but unfortunately, it was too late. He saw that Li Changsheng's figure had been quickly engulfed by the grey fog. It's over. This Mr. Li is too young after all. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and is too reckless. Even the legendary land immortals can't withstand this sorcerer aura. This time, I'm afraid he's dead. It's a pity that he's dead. The witchcraft cultivation method that he promised me is also gone. Chapter 444. What are you mumbling about? Just as the sorcerer cult's leader was lamenting about not being able to obtain the witchcraft cultivation method, he heard a slightly dissatisfied voice. He looked up and saw Li Changsheng, who had been swallowed by the fog, standing in the cave and frowning at him. He couldn't help but shiver and stutter, "Mr. Li, you're not dead." No wonder the sorcerer cult's leader would ask this. The sorcery chi was too terrifying. Even a finger-profound realm powerhouse would have to suffer. The sorcerer cult's predecessors only dared to cultivate near the cave and didn't dare to get close. But now, Li Changsheng was safe and sound. How can a mere sorcery chi hurt me? Li Changsheng snorted coldly. Wait outside. I'll cultivate inside. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the sorcerer cult's leader was shocked. The deeper he went into the cave, the thicker the sorcery chi was. Mr. Li, he was just about to remind him. Li Changsheng's body disappeared into the fog again. This cave led directly to the sorcery chi vein below. Li Changsheng went all the way down and soon reached the end of the cave. In front of him, a river formed by the sorcery chi was flowing quietly. This was the sorcery chi vein. The sorcery chi was one of the 72 types of yin chi in the world. If it could be combined with the true dragon chi of the 36 types of yang chi, it would definitely allow the 9 revolutions of the celestial demon to advance by leaps and bounds. Li Changsheng didn't hesitate. He activated the 9 revolutions of the celestial demon and began to absorb the sorcery chi. With the activation of the indestructible celestial demon body, there was a loud bang. The sorcery chi river that was flowing quietly suddenly stirred up huge waves and rushed toward Li Changsheng's body. Li Changsheng didn't move at all. He let the sorcery chi river wash over his body. In an instant, he felt as if countless small steel needles had penetrated his skin and entered his meridians. However, when these steel needles entered his dantian, they were immediately absorbed and turned into the purest primordial chi, merging into his body. In the end, Li Changsheng directly jumped into the witch-fiend river and bathed his body in the river water, absorbing it crazily. Gradually, a vague celestial demon statue appeared behind him. The moment the celestial demon statue appeared, a portion of sorcery chi was separated and integrated into the celestial demon statue, causing it to become more and more solid. It was visible to the naked eye that the entire river of witchcraft was showing signs of descending. I've finally completed the second revolution of the 9 transformations of Fiend God. Li Changsheng muttered to himself as he closed his eyes and continued refining. Once the Fiend God avatar was fully formed, he would be able to break through to the third revolution of the Fiend God avatar and cultivate the indestructible Fiend God body. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the main hall of the sorcerer cult, the sorcerer cult master was sitting on the main seat. Below him were the higher-ups of the witchcraft cult and the eldest miss of the witchcraft cult, Su Yu. It's been half a month and Mr. Li still hasn't come out. I'm afraid he's already dead in the cave. The third elder said, although Mr. Li's strength is valiant and close to that of an immortal, he's not an immortal after all. The sorcery chi is one of the 72 most powerful chi in the world. Even a finger-profound realm expert can't withstand it. It's impossible for him to withstand it. After the third elder said that, everyone nodded. Su Yu also said, Father, I also think that Mr. Li is definitely dead. Hearing everyone's words, the sorcerer cult master sighed. How could he not think so too? When Li Changsheng had just entered, he was still hoping that Li Changsheng could come out unscathed. After all, even the sorcery chi at the entrance of the cave couldn't do anything to Li Changsheng. This also made him more confident in Li Changsheng. However, as the days passed, Li Changsheng still hadn't come out. He began to feel anxious. He thought about how the sorcery chi below the cave was a few hundred times denser than above. Li Changsheng could withstand the erosion of the sorcery chi at the entrance, but he might not be able to withstand the dense sorcery chi inside. Now that half a month had passed, everyone in the witchcraft cult, including the sorcerer cult master himself, no longer had much hope in Li Changsheng. Perhaps Mr. Li can create a miracle? The sorcerer cult master sighed. As soon as he said that, a subordinate ran in a panic and reported, Cult master, the people from the Heaven Witchcraft cult are here. Upon hearing the words Heaven Witchcraft cult, everyone in the hall had a grim expression. The Miaojiang was the place where the witchcraft sect preached. The witchcraft cult was only a side branch of the witchcraft sect. Apart from the witchcraft cult, there were many other witchcraft sects. The Heaven Witchcraft cult was one of these martial Dao sects, and they had always been at odds with the witchcraft cult. What are the people from the Heaven Witchcraft cult doing here? The sorcerer cult master was about to stand up when he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. Then, a dozen people rushed in. The leader was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. She was dressed in white and was very beautiful, but there was a hint of murderous aura between her brows. Beside the woman was an old man who was accompanying her. The old man had a respectful look on his face. After seeing the old man, the sorcerer cult master immediately stood up and said coldly, "So it's the sect master of the Heaven Witchcraft cult, Luo Sang. Why are you here instead of staying in your headquarters? The witchcraft cult doesn't welcome you." Hearing the sorcerer cult master's words, the old man laughed out loud and said, "Sect master of the witchcraft cult, you're in big trouble. Don't you know that?" "What do you mean?" The sorcerer cult master frowned. The witchcraft cult and the Heaven Witchcraft cult were similar in strength. The two sects often had conflicts, but neither could do anything to the other. Now, the sect master of the Heaven Witchcraft cult, Luo Sang, dared to come to the headquarters of the witchcraft cult. This was very unusual. The sorcerer cult master couldn't help but frown. Sect master of the witchcraft cult, the witchcraft cult master relies on teaching witchcraft soldiers to improve your strength, but you're too bold. How dare you capture the sister of the dancing butterfly saintess? You really don't know what's good for you. At this moment, a little girl walked out of the crowd. It was the little girl who was disguised as a man and was captured together with Li Changsheng. However, she had changed back into her female clothes and looked even more beautiful. Who is she? The sorcerer cult master looked at his daughter, Su Yu, in confusion. Su Yu said in a low voice, "That bastard with the surname, he captured her, but we've already released her 10 days ago according to Mr. Li's instructions." At this moment, the woman in the lead said coldly, "How dare you imprison my sister? I don't think the witchcraft cult needs to exist in this world from now on." As soon as the other party spoke, Su Yu immediately snorted and said, "Even if she's your sister, we've already released her. What else do you want? Besides, the witchcraft cult has stood tall in Miaojiang for hundreds of years. How can you destroy it just like that? Who do you think you are?" She's Yu Jiewu, the saintess of the Tianxian Holy Land, one of the 6 great holy lands of Miaojiang. The heaven witchcraft cult master, Luosang, sneered. Hearing the words Tianxian Holy Land, the entire hall fell into silence. Everyone in the witchcraft cult had a look of fear on their faces. Chapter 445. As soon as Yu Jiewu finished speaking, the entire witchcraft cult fell into silence. No one spoke. Yu Jiewu wanted to destroy the witchcraft cult. She didn't put the witchcraft cult in her eyes at all. She was extremely arrogant. However, the name Tianxian Holy Land was too famous. The 100,000 Miaojiang was one of the 6 holy lands. It was the main branch of the witchcraft cult. A branch like the witchcraft cult couldn't compare to it. To put it bluntly, with the strength of the Tianxian Holy Land, any one of their elders could beat the witchcraft cult's leader. If the witchcraft cult and the Tianxian Holy Land went to war, the entire cult would be destroyed in less than half a day. Therefore, Su Yu, who was still unconvinced, completely gave up. She had no choice but to lower her head and swallow her anger. So it's the holy maiden of the Tianxian Holy Land. The witchcraft cult's leader walked down from his seat to welcome her. Who would have thought that Yu Jiewu would only snort softly and coldly say, "You captured my younger sister and made her into a shaman weapon. Although you let my younger sister go in the end, you still have to punish her. I, Yu Jiewu, am not a ruthless person. I've heard that your sorcerer school is very famous for its sorcerer weapon refinement method. Give me the sorcerer school's cultivation method and 300 sorcerer weapons." Yu Jiewu's words made the witchcraft cult's leader's face turn bitter. It wasn't impossible for him to give away the witchcraft weapon refining method, but 300 witchcraft weapons would cost him his life. One had to know that he had only accumulated 49 witchcraft weapons in half his life. 300 witchcraft weapons would take away most of the witchcraft cult's witchcraft weapons. Moreover, someone like Yu Jiewu would definitely want witchcraft generals. In this way, the witchcraft cult's strength would be reduced by at least 70%. This was simply taking away the firewood from under the cauldron. He couldn't help but look at the heaven witchcraft cult's leader, Luo Sang, who was standing beside Yu Jiewu. Sure enough, Luo Sang had a cold smile on his face. Obviously, this idea was his. Without witchcraft weapons, the witchcraft cult wouldn't be a match for the heaven witchcraft cult. In the future, they would have to live in fear. Ruthless, this was too ruthless. But how could he refuse? If he didn't agree, he might not be able to get past Yu Jiewu today. What? Does this make things difficult for you? It's fine if you refuse. Our witchcraft sect speaks with our strength. As long as anyone from your witchcraft sect is stronger than me, I'll turn around and leave immediately. Anyone will do. Yu Jiewu's words fell. The master of the witchcraft cult's face turned even darker. Although he had never seen Yu Jiewu before, he had heard of the prowess of the Saint Lady of the Tianxian Sacred Land. She was already at the peak stage of the innate realm at such a young age. Moreover, she had the ability to fight across realms and could even defeat an early-stage Vajra realm martial artist. It was said that she had many powerful artifacts on her. With the support of these artifacts, no one would be a match for her unless they were at the mid-stage of the Vajra realm. If the 49 wizard soldiers were still here, the master of the witchcraft cult might be able to fight with her. Although the chances of winning were slim, there was still hope. But now, Those shaman weapons had been destroyed by Li Changsheng. If he fought with Yu Jiewu, he wouldn't even be able to block a single attack. If he, the sect master, was already like this, then the gap between the other members of the witch god cult and Yu Jiewu was like that between ants and an elephant. In the main hall, the people of the witch god cult fell into silence. They felt a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts. They couldn't make up for the gap in strength. Yu Jiewu snorted coldly and shook her head. I don't understand the meaning of the existence of side sects like you. You don't even have a single expert. You're a disgrace to the witch sect. Master of the witch god cult, hurry up and hand over the 300 wizard soldiers. Otherwise, when the army of the Tianxian sacred land arrives, we'll completely erase your cult from the world. Yu Jiewu's tone was full of arrogance and disdain. The master of the witch god cult lowered his head and didn't speak. His face had already turned purple. Saint Lady, let me tell you, the witch god cult needs to be taught a lesson. You've already given them a chance, but none of them dared to accept the challenge. They're not willing to hand over the wizard soldiers either. Let's just flatten them. The master of the heaven witchcraft cult, Luo Sang, added fuel to the fire. The people of the witch god cult wished they could swallow him alive. However, no matter how much hatred they had to admit that the witch god cult didn't have any experts at all. Neither accepting the challenge nor handing over the wizard soldiers. Does the witch god cult really think that I have a good temper? Yu Jiewu frowned. She had lost her patience and was about to lose her temper. At that moment, a voice was heard. The witch god cult has already released the prisoners and promised not to capture ordinary people to make wizard soldiers in the future. Why do you have to be so aggressive? As the voice was heard, everyone turned around. They saw a figure standing at the door. It was Li Changsheng, who had been cultivating in the Witch Spirit Mountain for half a month. It's Mr. Li. He's not dead. The master of the witch god cult suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with surprise. Li Changsheng's appearance seemed to have given the people of the witch god cult hope. Oh my god! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He actually came out alive after entering the Witch Spirit Mountain. Su Yu also opened her mouth wide. In fact, none of the members of the witchcraft cult thought that Li Changsheng would be able to make it out alive. The land of witchcraft was notorious for its dangers, and only a few people could survive. However, Li Changsheng had created a miracle. You are. Yu Jiewu couldn't help but frown. I'm Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng said lightly. Then, he strode in and stood in front of Yu Jiewu. Didn't you say that as long as the people of the witch god cult defeated you, you would spare them? Then, let me exchange a few moves with you. Li Changsheng said lightly. Although he wasn't a member of the sorcerer cult, the sorcerer cult needed the help of the sorcerer meridian to cultivate. Now that he had absorbed all the sorcerer meridian and had broken through, he naturally had to compensate for it. Helping the witch god cult to survive a disaster was one of the compensations. Yu Jiewu frowned slightly and glanced at Li Changsheng. In her eyes, Li Changsheng didn't have the powerful aura of a cultivator at all. He looked more like an ordinary person. However, the fact that he dared to stand out and accept the challenge made her a little more curious. There are really people in the witch god cult who aren't afraid of death. Can you do it? Yu Jiewu coldly smiled and suddenly raised her jade-like hand to attack Li Changsheng without any warning. Sister, don't attack. At this time, the beautiful girl exclaimed. Yu Jiewu's hand stopped 3 centimeters away from Li Changsheng's throat. Daimeng, why did you stop me? Yu Jiewu turned her head and looked at her sister in confusion. Sister, the person who saved me in the prison is him, so please don't hurt him. Hearing her sister's words, Yu Jiewu took back her hand and looked at Li Changsheng. Brat, you're lucky to have come back alive. If my sister had spoken a second later, you would have been a corpse. Chapter 446. Hearing her words, Li Changsheng just smiled and didn't say anything. If the little girl hadn't shouted to stop just now, when her fingers touched his throat, he could guarantee that this delicate cold-faced beauty's arm would have been crushed into a pile of powder. He had just broken through to the 3rd stage of the Fiend God transformation and was worried about not having a place to test the power of the Fiend God indestructible body. We meet again. The little girl walked to Li Changsheng and said with a smile, "My name is Yu Dai Meng, and this is my sister, Yu Dai Wu. My sister has been a disciple of the Tianxian Holy Land and just came back 2 days ago. She heard about what happened to me and came to avenge me. I didn't expect Big Brother to join the witchcraft cult." The little girl was obviously very close to Li Changsheng. "Since you've saved my sister and you're a member of the sorcerer cult, I won't pursue the matter regarding the sorcerer cult anymore," Yu Dai Wu said coldly. Next to her, the leader of the Heaven Witchcraft cult, Luo Sang, was a little anxious. "Saintess, are you going to let the witchcraft cult off just like that? Why, do you have a problem with that?" Yu Dai Wu glanced at her, and Luo Sang immediately shrank her neck in fear. "Sister, we should go. The Elixir Festival of the Witchcraft sect will be held in 7 days. At that time, I will definitely get you a marrow cleansing pill and help you embark on the path of cultivation." "Okay." Yu Dai Meng looked at Li Changsheng reluctantly. "Wait a minute." At this moment, Li Changsheng suddenly spoke. "What is the Elixir Festival for?" The Elixir Festival is a festival held once every 10 years in the witchcraft sect. Each sect will collect all kinds of precious medicinal materials and refined elixirs to auction. Every Elixir Festival will have a few rare treasures, especially in the last one. A spirit-gathering pill was sold at a sky-high price. An elder who had been in the innate realm for many years took that pill and broke through to the Vajra realm on the spot. Before Yu Dai Wu could speak, the leader of the no-god cult explained in a low voice. "I see. Then I will also participate." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Yu Jiewu immediately shot him a sharp look. "Brat, don't push your luck. You saved my sister's life, and I spared the witchcraft cult. Don't even think about it if you want me to bring you to the Elixir Conference." "Who said I want you to take me there? Can't I go by myself?" As he spoke, he looked at the witchcraft cult's sect leader. "Your witchcraft cult is also a branch of the witchcraft sect, so you must be qualified to participate in this Elixir Pill Festival." "Of course I have the qualifications," but, before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Yu Jiewu. "However, the witchcraft cult is just a small cult. This Elixir Conference is a gathering of experts, and it will be a bloody event. I am the Holy Maiden of the Tianxian Holy Land. Naturally, no one dares to have any ideas about me. However, with your little witchcraft cult, if you go there and just watch, it's fine. But if you bid for the treasures, do you think you can leave here alive?" "I see." Li Changsheng nodded and looked at the eldest daughter of the sorcerer cult, Su Yu. "Accompany me to the Grand Alchemy meeting." "Yes." Su Yu hurriedly nodded. In fact, she was also looking forward to the Grand Alchemy meeting, but because the witchcraft cult wasn't strong enough in the Miaojiang, she didn't dare to go there. However, Li Changsheng was different. Since he could defeat her father, even if Li Changsheng wasn't at the Vajra realm, he was close to it. A Vajra realm martial expert had already stepped into the top ranks in the entire Miaojiang. "What a reckless brat." Yu Jiewu snorted and grabbed her younger sister's hand. "Daimeng, let's go. If he wants to court death, let him go. It's fine as long as he doesn't follow us." After speaking, the group of people left in a grandiose manner. As time was tight, Li Changsheng and the others didn't delay. They quickly packed their things, prepared 2 horses, and set off. The Miaojiang was full of rugged mountain roads, and it was difficult for cars to travel. Horses became the main means of transportation. There was only one road from the witchcraft cult to the Martial Saint Mountain where the Grand Alchemy meeting was held, so Li Changsheng and the others followed behind Yu Jiewu and the others. "This brat is really sneaky. If he follows behind us, when we reach the Martial Saint Mountain, people from other sects will definitely think that he's with us. They'll be benefiting from it." The Heaven Witchcraft cult master, Luo Sang, said indignantly. Yu Jiewu looked back at Li Changsheng and the others who were walking behind her, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. However, she didn't say anything. Instead, Yu Daimeng deliberately stopped the horse and chatted with Li Changsheng for a while. After her sister impatiently shouted a few times, she made a face at Li Changsheng and returned to her team. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the foot of the Martial Saint Mountain on the 7th day. The Martial Saint Mountain was the tallest mountain in the Miaojiang, and it was also the holy land of the witchcraft sect. It was said that the first great witch of the witchcraft sect was born here and established the witchcraft sect. At the foot of the Martial Saint Mountain, Yu Jiewu, who had been unhappy with Li Changsheng for the past few days, directly walked over and said coldly, "From now on, you have to keep your distance from my sister. Don't think that just because you saved my sister, you can use my name to intimidate others. If you accidentally offend someone here, I will not care about you. Do you understand?" Hearing the other party's words, Li Changsheng smiled and shook his head. "When did I say I want you to care? Don't think too highly of yourself." "What did you say?" Yu Jiewu suddenly raised her eyebrows, revealing a sharp light. "Brat, please pay attention to your words. If it weren't for the fact that you helped my sister, I would have cut off your tongue for what you just said. Fortunately, you have a good sister." Li Changsheng shook his head and turned to walk in another direction. "What do you mean by that?" Yu Jiewu's eyes revealed a fierce light, but at the same time, she was a little confused. How should she put it? She had a feeling that she couldn't see through Li Changsheng. In her eyes, Li Changsheng's cultivation was ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. However, Li Changsheng didn't seem to put her in his eyes, which made her very unhappy. At the same time, she was curious where Li Changsheng's confidence came from. Could it be that he was a hidden expert? But that day, her palm was clearly close to his throat, and he didn't even react. At such a short distance, even a Vajra realm martial expert couldn't block her attack. She couldn't see through him, and she couldn't understand him. In the end, Yu Jiewu shook her head. He's just a person who doesn't know the difference between life and death, trying to mystify things. Yu Jiewu left in a huff. Soon, the sound of drums could be heard on the Martial Saint Mountain. Many figures gathered in the sky, and the Elixir Conference had officially begun. Chapter 447. As the drums sounded on the top of the Saint Martial Mountain, a dense crowd gathered from all directions, and the foot of the mountain immediately became lively. Moreover, as famous figures appeared one after another, it caused waves of exclamations. "Look! Fang Han of the 100 Refinement sect is here. This Fang Han is the #1 true disciple of the 100 Refinement sect. It is said that he has already reached the peak of the Carnate realm. 2 months ago, he defeated the Vajra realm eldest senior brother, who was ranked first on the shocking wave list, in the sect's grand competition and successfully advanced to the #1 true disciple of the 100 Refinement sect. He is a ruthless character. That is Zhuo Wuhan of the Blood Shadow sect. He is dressed in white and is really handsome. It would be great if I could marry him and be Wuhan." Many female disciples let out infatuated voices. Li Changsheng could not help but shake his head when he heard that. It seemed that whether it was the cultivation world or the secular world, there was no lack of such brainless fans. "That is Fairy Qinglan of the Cloud Clarity Sacred Ground. She is so beautiful. I'm afraid Chang'e of the Moon Palace is only SOSO. If Zhuo Wuhan of the Blood Shadow sect was the Prince Charming in the hearts of the female disciples, then Fairy Qinglan of the Cloud Clarity Sacred Ground was the Snow Lotus in the hearts of the male disciples present." Almost all of the young generation of the 6 great sacred grounds had come for this Elixir Grand Meet. The decennial Elixir Grand Meet was also a stage for the young generation of Miaojiang to showcase themselves. Whoever could suppress the young disciples of the 6 great sacred grounds and win the championship would not only obtain supreme glory, but would also become a heavy weight in the division of interests between the various sects in the next 10 years. The Elixir Grand Meet was a grand meet for the young generation, but no one knew who would be the final winner. Along the way, the crowd at the foot of the mountain discussed animatedly. "Mr. Li, in my opinion, although the 6 great sacred grounds are full of talents, there are only a few who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Only Chen Ding of the Dragon God Temple is slightly qualified," Su Yu said. She had a particularly deep impression of Li Changsheng. Her father and 49 witch soldiers could not even block a single blow from Li Changsheng. In the entire Miaojiang, Li Changsheng could be ranked among the top. However, just as she finished speaking, Yu Jiewu, who was walking not far from them, snorted in disdain and said, "I advise you to be careful with your words. Chen Ding is a cultivation genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in Miaojiang. Even I admit that I'm inferior to him. How can he be compared to Chen Ding? Also, Chen Ding has many admirers in Miaojiang. If his admirers hear this, you will suffer. Hearing Yu Jiewu's words, although Su Yu was instinctively afraid of her, but because Li Changsheng was beside her, she was still unconvinced. Mr. Li's supernatural powers are unparalleled. I'm already praising Chen Ding by saying that he can be compared to Mr. Li. As for you, it's because Mr. Li disdains to pay attention to you. Otherwise, do you really think you're a match for Mr. Li? Hearing Su Yu's words, Yu Daiwu was so angry that her eyes almost spat out fire. But before Yu Jiewu could get angry, a cold voice came from the side. Where did this reckless thing come from? You dare to compare senior brother Chen Ding with this nameless person, really presumptuous. A young man in a red daoist robe walked out, followed by a group of people who were wearing the same clothes as him. He is Dao Jin of Scarlet Yang sect. There was a burst of discussion from the crowd. This Dao Jin is a famous disciple of Scarlet Yang sect. His brother Dao Qian is said to have broken through to the peak of innate 3 months ago and was conferred as the disciple of Scarlet Yang sect. It is said that this Dao Jin and Chen Ding of Dragon Spirit Temple hit it off at first sight. Their relationship is very good. This little girl spoke ill of Chen Ding behind his back and was heard by Dao Jin. This time, she will inevitably be taught a lesson. Sure enough, Dao Jin took a step forward, pointed at Su Yu and said, "Kneel down immediately and slap her 20 times. Hearing the discussion of the people around, Su Yu already knew the identity of the other party. People from Scarlet Yang sect of the 6 Great Holy Lands were not people she could afford to offend. Especially when the other party's sharp eyes stared at her, it made her have a suffocating feeling. She couldn't help but regret that she didn't watch her mouth when she spoke just now. Su Yu hesitated and bit her lips. In her view, although Li Changsheng could already enter the ranks of Miaojiang's top experts, but there was Scarlet Yang sect behind the other party. There were many experts in Scarlet Yang sect, and she was just a temporary guide chosen by Li Changsheng. Presumably, Li Changsheng would not offend Scarlet Yang sect for her. Kneeling in front of so many people, this was definitely a humiliating thing for her, the dignified eldest miss of the witchcraft cult. It was just that she couldn't afford to offend the 6 Great Holy Lands of Miaojiang. When Su Yu was about to kneel down, she suddenly heard Li Changsheng said faintly, "Su Yu is my person. Have you asked my opinion to let my person kneel down?" When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. This Dao Jin was not only backed by Scarlet Yang sect, one of the 6 Great Holy Lands, but he was also a Xiantian expert. Li Changsheng actually spoke at this time. In the eyes of everyone, this was simply audacious. Sure enough, Dao Jin's face immediately became gloomy. "Just now, your maidservant spoke rudely. I haven't found trouble with you yet, but you dare to stand up for her. You also kneel down for me." After Dao Jin finished speaking, he took a step forward. A terrifying aura rose from his body and pressed down on Li Changsheng like a tsunami. This was the power of a Xiantian expert. Although he didn't really make a move, anyone below the Xiantian realm would definitely not be able to withstand it. Many people subconsciously took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Li Changsheng. "Big sister, you have to help him." Yu Daimeng saw that the other party was about to attack Li Changsheng and hurriedly pulled Yu Jiewu's sleeve. Her voice had a hint of pleading. Although Yu Jiewu didn't like Li Changsheng, she still loved her sister. She took a step forward and was about to speak when she suddenly saw Li Changsheng take a step forward. His body turned into an after-image as he rushed towards Dao Jin. Seeing this scene, Yu Jiewu couldn't help but sigh. She said to her sister, "Daimeng, it's not that I don't want to help him, but Scarlet Yang sect is one of the 6 Great Holy Lands of the Miaojiang. This Li Changsheng dares to act recklessly and offend the dignity of Scarlet Yang sect. If I help him, it means that Scarlet Yang sect is shielding him. If this causes a rift between the two sects, then I deserve to die." Hearing her sister's words, Yu Daimeng suddenly became anxious. "But, what should we do?" At this time, seeing Li Changsheng rushing towards him, Dao Jin coldly snorted, "You're courting death." He casually raised his palm to meet the attack. However, he thought that his palm would be enough to block Li Changsheng. The moment it came into contact with Li Changsheng's fist, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, his arm was directly blown away. By the time he reacted, the thunder-like fist had already smashed into his chest. Catcher. Dao Jin directly retreated 7 or 8 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the entire mountainside fell into silence. Dao Jin, as Yantian expert, was pushed back with one move. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 448. Among the crowd, the one who was most shocked was Yu Jiewu. Dao Jin was as Yantian master, but he had been beaten by Li Changsheng to the point of vomiting blood. Along the way, she had only regarded Li Changsheng as a weakling, but now she knew how wrong she had been. Dao Jin had been injured by Li Changsheng's punch. He clutched his chest and looked at Li Changsheng with fear. Then, with the support of his junior apprentice brothers, he limped down the mountain, not daring to walk with Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng turned a blind eye to the shocked gazes of the people around him and walked directly to the top of the mountain. Su Yu obediently followed beside Li Changsheng. Although Li Changsheng was a man of few words along the way, at this moment, looking at his back, Su Yu's heart was filled with a sense of security. It wasn't until Li Changsheng disappeared from everyone's line of sight that there was an uproar. Yu Jiewu's complexion changed for a moment. She coldly snorted and said, "What's there to be proud of? Dao Jin is only at the middle Xiantian realm. I can also beat him to the point of vomiting blood in one move." As she spoke, she also walked towards the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, when Li Changsheng walked up with Su Yu, many people had already gathered. The young heavens prides of heaven from the 6 great sects were all sitting on the high platform. The others weren't qualified to sit, they could only stand. According to convention, the Pill Summit would be held for 3 days, and all kinds of treasures would be auctioned on the top of the mountain. As for those pills that weren't high enough, they weren't qualified to be auctioned. They could only wait until the end of the Pill Summit and then set up stalls at the foot of the mountain to sell them. Therefore, a strange phenomenon occurred. During the 3 days of the Pill Summit, it often wasn't as lively as after the Pill Summit ended. This was because those who could afford to buy things on the auction stage weren't ordinary people. After the Pill Summit ended, the things that were sold at the stalls were things that ordinary cultivators could afford. Li Changsheng casually found a rock and sat down. Soon, he saw Yu Jiewu and her sister come up. When Yu Yumeng saw Li Changsheng here, she ran over with a face full of joy. As the holy maiden of the 6 great sects, Yu Jiewu had a seat on the stage. Because the auction hadn't officially started yet, she followed her younger sister. "I didn't expect you to hide your strength. I underestimated you. But I still have to remind you that Dao Jin's brother, Dao Qian, is the next candidate for the sect master of the Danyang sect. Since you beat his brother, you'd better go down the mountain as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Dao Qian comes, he won't let you go easily. It's just Dao Qian." Li Changsheng curled his lips in disdain. "When he comes, if he dares to cause trouble for me, I'll slap him flat." How arrogant. Dao Qian's strength is not something you can imagine. Yu Jiewu coldly snorted. Just as he was about to tell his sister to leave, his body suddenly trembled, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Surnamed Li, Dao Qian is here. Good luck to you." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, a group of people walked over aggressively. The leader was a young man in his late 20s who looked 70% similar to Dao Jin. "Brother, he's the one who beat me." Dao Jin stood out from behind his brother, Dao Qian, and pointed at Li Changsheng and said loudly. As the outstanding successor of the Danyang sect, one of the 6 great sacred lands, Dao Qian's appearance caused a sensation. When he arrived in front of Li Changsheng in a threatening manner, even the successors of the various sacred lands on the high platform turned to look at him. "What's going on?" Fang Han of the 100 Refinement sect, who was dressed in black, asked a follower standing behind him. His follower was also a core disciple of the 100 Refinement sect and had extraordinary strength. However, he was willing to be Fang Han's subordinate because Fang Han was the eldest senior brother of the 100 Refinement sect and was destined to inherit the position of sect master of the 100 Refinement sect. He was like the crown prince of a country. Reporting to senior brother Fang, I just asked around and that person seems to have beaten up Dao Qian's younger brother, Dao Jin. Dao Jin's strength is not bad. Being able to defeat him means that the kid has some strength. However, Dao Qian is very protective. I'm afraid that kid is going to be unlucky. Fang Han was not the only one. Even Zhuo Wuhan of the Blood Shadow Sect and Fairy Qinglan of the Cloud Clarity Sacred Ground understood the whole story and watched everything with interest. This kid was able to defeat Dao Jin. I wonder which sect he is from. It seems that he knows Yu Jiewu. Fairy Qinglan of the Cloud Clarity Sacred Ground had a beautiful face. She sat there like a fairy who was untainted by the mortal world. At this moment, she was also interested in Li Changsheng. Reporting to Eldest Miss, I've asked around. He seems to be from the witchcraft cult. His name is Li Changsheng. The witchcraft cult is just a branch of the witchcraft sect. It's not simple to have such a person. Fairy Qinglan smiled and said to the old man behind her, Uncle Kang, if possible, save his life later. It just so happens that my father needs a servant to do chores. If we save him in danger, he will be very loyal. Yes. The old man behind her nodded. At this moment, a group of disciples of the Danyang sect had already surrounded Li Changsheng. The people who were originally standing next to Li Changsheng had already hidden far away, for fear of being implicated. Dao Qian looked at Yu Jiewu who was standing next to him. Junior sister Yu, is this kid one of your men? Sister, help him. Yu Daimeng tugged at her sister's sleeve. However, Yu Jiewu still shook her head. No, he's just an arrogant guy in the witchcraft cult. He has nothing to do with me. In that case, I have no scruples. Dao Qian smiled. Yu Jiewu was the saintess of the Tianxian Holy Land. Although Dao Qian was the next sect master of the Danyang sect, he didn't want to become enemies with Yu Jiewu. Hearing that Yu Jiewu had nothing to do with Li Changsheng, he heaved a sigh of relief. Sister, why do you say that? Yu Daimeng let go of Yu Jiewu's arm, tears welling up in her eyes. Sigh. Yu Jiewu sighed. Younger sister, elder sister also has her own difficulties. You can't let elder sister be punished by the sect for an unrelated person, right? At this moment, Dao Qian looked at Li Changsheng with a cold smile. Kid, you even dared to touch my brother. I think you're courting death. Little Jin, go and give him 100 slaps. Don't worry, I'll support you. If he dares to fight back, I'll kill him. Okay. Dao Jin's eyes were filled with hatred as he strode toward Li Changsheng. Kid, you dared to hit me just now. Now, I'll let you know the consequences of hitting me. With a smile on his face, he clenched his fist and suddenly swung it toward Li Changsheng's face. Yu Daimeng couldn't help but turn her head to the side. The surrounding people looked on as if they were watching a good show. This was destined to be a humiliating scene. Facing the Danyang sect, one of the 6 great holy lands, no one thought that Li Changsheng would dare to fight back. Chapter 449. This kid is so pitiful. He offended the Elixir Sun sects Dao Jin and Dao Qian. His face is going to be slapped swollen. On the high platform, the number 1 core disciple of 100 Refinement sect, Fang Han, sneered. But who can he blame? He overestimated himself and hit Dao Jin. Dao Jin and Dao Qian are close brothers. It's only right for the older brother to take revenge after hitting his younger brother. Blood Shadow Sect's Zhuo Wuhan shook his head. Let this kid learn a lesson first. We'll help him when he's in despair. I'm sure he'll remember it better. Fairy Qinglan instructed the old man behind her. Yes, young mistress. The old man nodded. At that moment, Dao Jin's palm was already slapping towards Li Changsheng's cheek. Under everyone's gaze, the palm was about to touch Li Changsheng's cheek. Boom. Li Changsheng suddenly reached out and grabbed Dao Jin's wrist before twisting it with all his might. Crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Dao Jin's arm. Go. Before Dao Jin could react, Li Changsheng's other hand cut through the air and landed on his chest. Dao Jin's body was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Li Changsheng slowly stood up. Even though the wind blew at his clothes, there was no change in his expression. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Hiss. Everyone's expression changed. No one thought that Li Changsheng would dare to fight back. "You're courting death." Dao Qian, who was initially smiling, suddenly had a crazy killing intent in his eyes. However, before he could react, he saw Li Changsheng raise his hand. Dao Jin, who had been sent flying by him, seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. He was instantly sucked back in and grabbed by the throat. This time, even Dao Qian's expression changed as he hollered, "Kid, let go of my brother immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The surrounding spectators also stared at Li Changsheng. What is he trying to do by grabbing Dao Jin's throat in front of Dao Qian? "Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Dao Jin's eyes were still filled with resentment as Li Changsheng clutched his throat. "Kill me if you have the guts." "Really?" This time, Li Changsheng did not waste his breath. His palm gradually tightened. Dao Jin was picked up from the ground by him. Dao Jin's face was getting more and more purple, and his eyes were getting bigger and bigger. "Release him." Dao Qian took a step forward. He was no longer calm. However, the only response he got was a crack. The crisp sound made everyone's heart feel as if it had been struck hard. Dao Qian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He saw Li Changsheng suddenly loosen his grip, and Dao Qian's body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he had lost all signs of life. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He killed Dao Jin in front of Dao Qian just like that. Dao Qian was seething with anger. "Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. Boundless flames appeared out of thin air and whizzed towards Li Changsheng. The Danyang sect practiced fire spells. They could burn everything with a mouthful of true fire. As the first true disciple of the Danyang sect, Dao Qian's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. As soon as this fire-controlling spell was used, everyone in the field nodded one after another. At that time in the capital, Fu Changqing of the witchcraft cult also used fire-controlling spells. However, he only used chemicals to ignite flames. Compared with Dao Qian's fire-controlling spell, it was many times worse. Many people stared at the field when this punch was thrown out. They also wanted to see how Li Changsheng would deal with it. "Since you want to avenge your brother, I'll send you and your brother to reunite in the underworld." Dao Qian threw out a punch with great momentum, but Li Changsheng just casually raised his hand to meet it. "This guy is really crazy. That flame can melt steel into a mass of liquid. He dares to block it without any weapon." Yu Jiawu shook her head. "He really doesn't know what's good for him." Yu Daimeng, who was next to her, was so scared that her face turned pale. The scorching temperature of the flame could be felt from a few meters away. It was not something that could be blocked by flesh and blood. At that moment, there was a loud bang as the flame hit Li Changsheng's fist. Li Changsheng's clothes were instantly burned to ashes, revealing his jade-like skin. The flame attached to his skin, but it could not hurt him at all. In the next moment, the whistling fist force went along Li Changsheng's arm and spewed out from his fist. The terrifying flame was directly rolled back by the fist force. Seeing that his attack had been countered, Dao Qian waved his hands and took back the flame in his hand. However, in the next moment, the whistling fist force directly shattered the defense in front of him and smashed into his lower abdomen. Bang! The first true disciple of the Danyang sect was sent flying. Before he could land on the ground, Li Changsheng took 3 steps forward and rushed past him, brushing against the ground. When the other party's body fell to the ground, he punched out again. The fist force went through the other party's lower abdomen and penetrated his body, blasting a transparent hole in his body. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the other party's body split into 2 and blood splattered in the sky. At that moment, the entire mountain top was silent. Only the breeze that blew by mixed with the smell of blood drifted into everyone's nostrils. Yu Jiewu, who originally thought that Li Changsheng was dead for sure, widened her eyes in disbelief. On the high platform, Fairy Qinglan, who was ready to ask the old man next to her to save her at any time, as well as Fang Han of the 100 Refinement sect, Zhuo Wuhan of the Blood Shadow sect and other young talents, fell into a long silence. Shocking, it was too shocking. Dao Qian was the first disciple of the Danyang sect and was not inferior to Fang Han, Zhuo Wuhan, and the others. However, he was killed by Li Changsheng in 2 moves. Didn't this mean that even if Fang Han, Zhuo Wuhan, and the others attacked, they would end up the same way? The battle of the younger generation that occurs once every 10 years has always been the stage of the 6 great sacred lands. Is the witchcraft sect going to take the lead this year? Fang Han sighed. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the truth was right in front of him. With his strength, I'm afraid only that person can compete with him. Fairy Qinglan muttered to herself. The people next to her naturally knew who she was talking about. Chen Ding of the Dragon Sacred Hall, the #1 person of the younger generation of the 100,000 Miaojiang. He always appeared at the end of the battle and had yet to appear. 3 years ago, I followed the elders of the sect to visit the Dragon Sacred Hall and sparred with Chen Ding. Zhuo Wuhan said slowly. The surrounding people pricked up their ears. Although Chen Ding was recognized as the #1 person of the younger generation, no one knew how much his strength had improved. In the end, he defeated me in only 3 moves. Zhuo Wuhan smiled bitterly. He still felt a little dazed when he thought of that battle, as if he was in a dream. He had lost inexplicably. Who is stronger between Chen Ding and Li Changsheng? Fairy Qinglan asked in a pleasant voice. This was also something that everyone present was curious about. Originally, Chen Ding should be on par with Li Changsheng. However, I received news that Chen Ding broke through to the Vajra realm 3 days ago. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's face was filled with shock. The younger generation was proud. Although Chen Ding was stronger than the other Sky Prides, as long as they broke through to the Vajra realm in advance, they could still compete with him. I didn't expect him to be 1 step ahead again. I'm afraid the gap between us will be widened. Fang Han sighed. Chen Ding and Dao Jin of the Danyang sect were close friends. This kid killed the Dao Jin brothers. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. As soon as Zhuo Wuhan finished speaking, a figure appeared in the sky, like a fighter jet streaking across the sky, approaching quickly. On the top of the mountain, countless people looked in the direction of the sky with awe. The #1 Sky Pride of the Dragon Sacred Hall, Chen Ding, is finally here. Chapter 450. Chen Ding, the top genius of Dragon Temple, appeared, and everyone focused their attention on him. Chen Ding's name was too famous in Miaojiang. Zhuo Wuhan, Fang Han, Fairy Qinglan, I'm really sorry that I'm late. Chen Ding landed directly on the high platform from the sky. He was dressed in green and was not as good-looking as Zhuo Wuhan from Blood Shadow sect. However, he had a domineering aura, as if he was destined to lead a group of people. This was the legendary aura of a king. After Chen Ding finished speaking, he glanced at the crowd in the arena and frowned. He asked in confusion, Junior brothers Dao Qian and Dao Jin from Danyang sect haven't arrived yet? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Han, Zhuo Wuhan, and the others looked a little strange as they looked below the arena. When they saw Dao Jin's body, their bodies stiffened. Who killed Dao Jin? Chen Ding's body was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. He and Dao Jin were bosom friends. He thought that today was a good day for them to reunite, but he did not expect to see the body of an old friend. Who killed Dao Jin? Chen Ding asked again. He glanced gloomily at the high platform. When they met his gaze, even Zhuo Wuhan, Fang Han, and the others could not help but lower their heads. Then, Chen Ding looked below the arena again. Suddenly, no one dared to look at him. Only Li Changsheng stood there with a straight face. His body and mind were as calm as a pine tree. It's you. Chen Ding's eyes flashed coldly. Dao Jin and I hit it off at first sight. 3 months ago, we drank until we were slightly drunk. We climbed the mountain to admire the moon and sat down to discuss Dao. I didn't expect that he would die at your hands. Since you can kill Dao Jin, it means that your strength is extraordinary. However, you are still not worthy of me taking action. I don't care what grudges you have with Dao Jin. You killed him, and you should apologize to him, Chen Ding said coldly. His tone was full of arrogance, like an emperor who could decide the life and death of a person with a single word. In his eyes, Li Changsheng, who killed Dao Jin, was not even worthy of his help. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind surged behind Chen Ding, and the clouds in the sky formed a spiral anomaly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Peak of the Vajra realm, Fang Han blurted out. The younger generation of the sacred grounds were all hovering around the innate realm. The Vajra realm was already the strongest in the entire Miaojiang. This Chen Ding was only in his 20s, but he had already stepped into this realm. What was even more terrifying was that once he entered the Vajra realm, he reached the peak. Such a thing was simply unheard of. No wonder Chen Ding was so confident even though he knew that Li Changsheng killed Dao Jin. It turns out that he is already at the peak stage of the Vajra realm. Yu Jiewu muttered to herself as she looked at the figure from before. Originally, she thought that with her aptitude, even if she wasn't as good as Chen Ding's, the difference wouldn't be too great. Only now did she realize that there was a huge chasm between the two of them. Fairy Qinglan, Fang Han, Zhuo Wuhan, and the others also felt defeated. He was also a genius disciple of the younger generation in Miaojiang, but the distance between him and Chen Ding was getting farther and farther. 10 years ago, in the Pill Grand Meeting, we were still youths then, and we were equally matched with Chen Ding. Who would have thought that today, 10 years later, we would still only be able to look up at his back while we cultivate with all our might? Fairy Qinglan muttered to herself, and in the end, she could only smile bitterly. There was a huge difference between the Vajra realm and the innate realm, not to mention that Chen Ding had reached the peak stage. By the time they broke through to the Vajra realm, Chen Ding might have already reached a higher realm. At this moment, all the gazes that fell on Li Changsheng were filled with pity. Facing Chen Ding, who was at the peak stage of the Vajra realm, in everyone's opinion, Li Changsheng had no chance of winning. Originally, I didn't want to show up at this Pill Grand Meeting, because I don't care about the competition of the younger generation. The reason I came was to meet Dao Jin, but I didn't expect that the last time we parted, we would be separated by life and death. Originally, because of my friendship with Brother Dao, you killed Dao Jin, and I should destroy your sect. However, in the battles of the Pill Grand Meeting, it is inevitable that there will be casualties. I am a disciple of the Dragon God Hall, and I don't want to bring shame to my sect. If you kill yourself now, I will not pursue the crime of your family and sect. After Chen Ding finished speaking, he just looked at Li Changsheng quietly. It was as though he was looking at an ant. After advancing to the peak stage of the Vajra realm, only the Saint Lords of the 6 sacred grounds were qualified for him to look at seriously. Li Changsheng wasn't even worthy of a second look. Is the peak stage of the Vajra realm that great? Li Changsheng suddenly smiled. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, he suddenly raised his palm and actually chose to take the initiative to attack. You are just an ant, and yet you dare to chatter in front of me. How annoying. As he raised his palm, a huge hand formed by energy in the sky, which was more than 100 feet in size, pressed down on Chen Ding. As the palm pressed down, a strong wind surged, and there was a roar between heaven and earth. Chen Ding's eyes were instantly filled with anger. Kid, I have given you grace, but you don't know how to cherish it. Your sect and clan will face a disaster because of your foolish behavior. As he spoke, he pointed with his hand, and a treasured sword flew out from his back. It pierced through the sky with an unstoppable sharpness and collided with Li Changsheng's giant palm print. It was a spectacular scene. That sword light actually broke the giant palm print directly. At the same time, it burst out with a bright light and slashed down on Li Changsheng's head. The peak stage of the Vajra realm is indeed interesting. Li Changsheng didn't look surprised at all. That move just now was just a test. You think you can hurt me with just this sword? You are too naive. In the face of the descending sword light, Li Changsheng didn't have any intention to block it. Visible to the naked eye, the sword light slashed down on his body. Chen Ding's face revealed a cold smile. His sword light could slash a tall building made of reinforced concrete pillars in half, and his opponent didn't even try to dodge. Wasn't he courting death? Many people around were also shaking their heads. They felt that Li Changsheng must have been scared silly by Chen Ding's strength. Yu Daimeng exclaimed and couldn't help but close her eyes. Even her sister, Yu Jiewu, was shaking her head. Crack. It was too late, but in the blink of an eye, the sword light had already slashed on Li Changsheng's head. It actually made a sound of metal clashing. Then, the sword light was inexplicably cancelled out. It didn't even cut off a strand of hair. How could this be? Chen Ding couldn't help but frown. The people around also looked surprised. You must have a hidden protective treasure. No wonder you dare to directly clash with my sword light. But you won't be so lucky next. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm gently pulled in the air. A blood-colored spear appeared in his hand. This spear is called Dragon's Blood. It is one of the 3 treasures of my dragon temple. In the past 1,000 years, a total of 30 Vajra realm martial artists and 2 Finger Profound realm martial artists have died under this spear. Do you dare to take my spear? Chapter 451. The moment Chen Ding took out the blood dragon spear, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. They knew that a sacred ground's cornerstone treasure was of utmost importance. Only the sect master had the right to keep it. People like Fang Han and Zhuo Wuhan were already listed as candidates for the position of sect master. However, as long as they did not become the sect master, the sect masters would never hand over the cornerstone treasure to them. The fact that Chen Ding could bring out the blood dragon spear showed how much the Dragon God Temple valued him. A mid-grade artifact could already increase one's attack power by 30%. If Chen Ding used a supreme-grade artifact with his current strength, he could probably fight with the elders of the 6 sacred grounds. Rumble. The blood dragon spear pierced through the sky and turned into a blood-red giant dragon. With a terrifying aura, it rushed towards Li Changsheng like a torrent. Yu Daemu sighed and turned her head to the side. Along the way, although Li Changsheng was not worthy of her attention, the strength that he displayed now surprised her. Originally, she did not want her sister to be too close to Li Changsheng. However, with the strength that Li Changsheng displayed, it would be beneficial for both her and her sister if they could rope him in. It's a pity that he should not have killed the Dao Jin and Dao Qian brothers. Otherwise, I could plead for mercy for him. Li Changsheng's strength might be strong, but Chen Ding was too strong. He was so strong that no one thought that Li Changsheng had any hope of surviving. Yu Daemu clenched her fists tightly. Her heart was in her throat. She was very kind. Moreover, Li Changsheng had saved her before. If not for the fact that she had not embarked on the path of cultivation, she would have rushed up to fight alongside Li Changsheng if she had the slightest bit of strength. On the high platform, Fairy Qinglan looked at the old man behind her. Uncle Kang, with your cultivation, can you stop Chen Ding and save him? Fairy Qinglan cherished talent. It would be a pity if a prodigy like Li Changsheng died like this. The old man shook his head. If Chen Ding was only in the early stage of the Vajra realm, I would have the strength to fight with him. However, he has reached the peak stage. I'm afraid only the sect master will be able to save her. So he's that powerful? Fairy Qinglan bit her lips and fell into silence. Li Changsheng gently raised his palm in the face of the gigantic fire dragon that was rumbling down. He spread his fingers and clenched them into a fist before punching forward. Ever since I completed the 3rd transformation of the indestructible body of gods and devils, I have yet to test its power. Today, let's see if this so-called top-grade magical item of yours can block my punch. Li Changsheng punched out. His fist energy rumbled as it opened up a path in the air, colliding with the incoming blood dragon spear. Break! Following Li Changsheng's shout. The fiery dragon formed by the dragon blood spear exploded from head to toe as the fist energy whistled past. The fire dragon disappeared in the air and turned back into the original form of the blood dragon spear. However, the moment it turned back into its original form, the blood dragon spear was covered with cracks like a spider web. It fell from the sky and turned into a pile of debris. Chen Ding was completely dumbfounded after shattering the top-grade magical item, the blood dragon spear, with one punch. He took this treasure out of the sect and was confident that he could fight with the strongest person in the world. However, he did not expect it to be destroyed the first time he used it. The surrounding people were even more dumbfounded. How strong must one's physical strength be to be able to shatter a magical item? Brat, how dare you destroy the treasure of my dragon temple? I won't let you off today. Chen Ding's hair fluttered in the wind as his eyes revealed a deranged look. He was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. The blood dragon spear was the treasure of the dragon temple and was extremely important. However, it was destroyed when it was in his hands. How was he going to explain this to his elders when he returned? He bit his index finger and drew a rune in the air. Then, an endless violent aura emitted from his body. Dense scales grew on his arms, and his palms turned into dragon claws in an instant. His clothes were torn open, and then, under everyone's shocked gazes, he turned into a half-human half-dragon monster. His majestic aura soared into the sky, and a powerful aura dominated the scene. This is the secret bloodline of the Dragon Temple, many people in the field exclaimed. The Dragon Temple cultivates a kind of martial art called the dragonization art. The ultimate goal is to transform all the blood in the body into dragon blood and transform into a dragon. It is said that the first lord of the Dragon Temple transformed 90% of the blood in his body into dragon blood. He can switch between the dragon body and the human body at will. He has achieved great success and awakened the magical power of the dragon clan. He can summon the wind and rain and is omnipotent. Although this Chen Ding is far from reaching that level, his strength is still terrifying after transforming into a half-dragon body. The moment Chen Ding transformed into a half-dragon body, a violent wind blew in the entire world. The originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. This Chen Ding is indeed worthy of being the #1 prodigy of the Dragon Temple in the past 1,000 years. He can transform into a half-dragon body at the Vajra realm. Even among the experts of the older generation, few can compare to such strength. It's time for everything to end. Chen Ding's eyes had already turned blood red as he laughed maniacally. The dragon blood secret art was the most powerful attack of the Dragon Temple. Transforming into a dragon required a huge amount of blood and qi. Unless it was a last resort, it would not be used. Die. Chen Ding let out a long roar, and his entire body turned into a red light. His sharp dragon claws grabbed at Li Changsheng's chest. Azure Dragon Claws. Back then, the Lord of the Dragon Temple used this move to defeat the sect master of the 100 Refinement sect and win the Elixir Conference. He was the leader of the younger generation in Miaojiang. Today, Chen Ding is countless times stronger than his master. Uncle Kang stared at the scene and sighed. This Chen Ding is indeed worthy of being the #1 prodigy of the younger generation. The prodigies of the other 5 sacred grounds are inferior to him. Once he inherits the throne, the Dragon Temple will reach its peak. Within 300 years, Miaojiang will probably follow the lead of the Dragon Temple. Fairy Qinglan also sighed. Miss, the sect master intends to let you become partners with Chen Ding. This way, our cloud-clear sacred ground will not decline for 300 years. What do you think? Uncle Kang said carefully. Let's talk about it another day. Although Chen Ding is strong, I admire his strength. He's too domineering and is not a good son-in-law. Fairy Qinglan sighed. She knew that for the cloud-clear sacred ground, forming an alliance with Chen Ding of the Dragon Temple was undoubtedly the best choice. However, she was still a little unwilling. The person in her heart did not appear. At this moment, Li Changsheng finally made a move. Bulsh *T half-dragon body. Today, I'll show you what a truly powerful physical body is. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, he took a step forward. The blood and qi in his body roared like a river. Behind him, the shadow of a godfiend roared. 9 transformations of godfiend, 3rd transformation. Indestructible godfiend body. Chapter 452. Indestructible body of gods and demons. What kind of technique is that? I've never heard of such a technique. After Li Changsheng finished speaking, everyone in the field looked at each other. Everyone could see the power of Li Changsheng's half-dragon body, but Li Changsheng didn't dodge and directly faced it head-on. It was obvious that he was confident in his technique. Then he doesn't know the power of the Dragon Temple's secret technique. Someone next to him shook his head. However, Li Changsheng threw a punch and directly hit Chen Ding's dragon claw. The dragon claw grabbed Li Changsheng's fist, but it didn't even leave a mark. How can this be? Chen Ding's face suddenly changed. His half-dragon body was very powerful. How could it not break the defense of his opponent's body? Li Changsheng's fist continued to move forward. It wasn't fast, but it was like a moving mountain. Ordinary strength couldn't stop it at all. I don't believe there's a body more powerful than my half-dragon body in the world. Chen Ding suddenly took a step forward, and the muscles on his body were bleeding. This was because he had forcefully pushed his half-dragon body to the limit, causing his current physical body to be unable to withstand it. In an instant, the dragon claw seemed to be countless times sharper than before. Once again, it grabbed Li Changsheng's palm. The terrifying power made the air tremble. You overestimate yourself. Li Changsheng coldly snorted. His fist suddenly sped up and collided with the dragon claw. At this moment, Chen Ding's eyes were filled with horror. He felt as if his fist was hit by 1,000 pounds of weight, and an intense pain rushed to his palm. How can he be so strong? Chen Ding was scared out of his wits and quickly retreated. At this time, the audience saw that the dragon claw that collided with Li Changsheng's fist had become a bloody mess. Even the half-dragon body couldn't withstand his punch. How terrifying was his physical strength? Want to run? It's not that easy. At this moment, Li Changsheng's body instantly shot out, turning into an afterimage in the air. His fist made a sound like muffled thunder, breaking through the air in front of him. Like a high-speed train, he charged straight at Chen Ding. Block. In his desperation, Chen Ding took out a sword to block, but Li Changsheng's strength was too great. The sword didn't even last a second before it was shattered under the punch. In the next moment, the surging fist force collided with Chen Ding's chest. Chen Ding activated a secret technique and transformed into a half-dragon body, which was known as the strongest physical attack technique in Miaojiang, but it was directly split from the middle. The number one genius of Miaojiang that appeared once in 1,000 years was turned into a blood mist by Li Changsheng's punch. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. He could not believe it. Chen Ding was the well-deserved number one among the younger generation. He had reached the peak of the Vajra realm, and even the older generation martial experts had to admit their inferiority. But now, he was blasted apart by Li Changsheng with a single punch. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Fairy Qinglan's gaze changed. Just a few seconds ago, the old servant behind her suggested that she should be betrothed to Chen Ding. Although she was a little conflicted, she had to admit that Chen Ding was powerful. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ding turned into a corpse. Chen Ding actually lost and died in the hands of Li Changsheng. On the high platform, the Sky Prides were in disbelief. Yu Jiewu, who had rolled her eyes at Li Changsheng along the way, looked at Li Changsheng with fear in her eyes. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking guy would be so ferocious? Li Changsheng glanced at everyone present, including the Sky Prides on the high platform, and they all lowered their heads. The witchcraft cult is just a small sect. I didn't expect to have such an amazing person like you. Fairy Qinglan took a deep breath and spoke. Her tone was filled with praise and flattery. Of course, the witchcraft cult can't cultivate someone like me. Li Changsheng said coldly. I'm the new leader of the Sword Alliance. Is it the Sword Dao Alliance formed by the Mount Shu Sword Sect, Qingcheng Sword Sect, and other major sects? The old man behind Fairy Qinglan asked in surprise. I see. Fairy Qinglan nodded her head. I didn't expect the Sword Dao of Central Earth to have such a person like you. Over the years, the 6 great sacred lands of Miaojiang have been developing vigorously. I thought that we would far surpass the major sects of Central Earth, but I didn't expect that we were too short-sighted. Aren't you going to hold a pill auction? When will it start? Li Changsheng asked. That was what he was concerned about. This time, he didn't come all the way here to kill a few people. Mr. Li, I can't believe you still have the mood to participate in the pill auction. Be it Dao Jin, Dao Qian, or Chen Ding, they are all important disciples of the sect. If you kill them, the Danyang sect and Dragon God Temple will probably go crazy. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the two sects at all? Fairy Qinglan was getting more and more curious about Li Changsheng. The Dragon God Temple and the Danyang sect were both super sects. Although Li Changsheng had killed Chen Ding, in her opinion, no matter how powerful Li Changsheng was, Could he withstand the siege of the two sacred lands by himself? They're just two small sects, how dare they call themselves sacred lands? Li Changsheng curled his lips in disdain. Let them come. I want to see what's so special about the major sects of Miaojiang. Fairy Qinglan was speechless when she saw Li Changsheng's expression. Greetings, Mr. Li. Mr. Li, so you're the leader of the Sword Alliance of Central Earth. We've been disrespectful. Fang Han of the 100 Refinement sect and Zhuo Wuhan of the Blood Shadow sect also came up to greet him. In southern border, the strong were respected. Since Li Changsheng could kill Chen Ding, he was qualified to receive their greetings. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Let's start the elixir auction. Li Changsheng didn't have a good impression of these southern border geniuses. However, his casual attitude made Fang Han and Zhuo Wuhan angry. They were the candidates for the sacred lands after all, but they were looked down upon. However, when they thought of Li Changsheng's means, they could only swallow their anger. Even Chen Ding, who was at the peak of the Vajra realm, was defeated. They were nothing. Next, the elixir auction officially began. There were many treasures, but none of them caught Li Changsheng's eye. In the end, Li Changsheng casually bought a marrow-cleansing elixir and gave it to Yu Daimeng as a gift. As for her sister, Yu Daemu, she wanted to come over and get close to Li Changsheng, but Li Changsheng couldn't be bothered with her. This made the saintess of the Tianxian sacred ground sulk. Chen-ph, what's so great about you? When the Dragon God Temple and the Danyang sect come for revenge, you'll be crying. From the beginning to the end, Su Yu stood beside Li Changsheng respectfully like a maid. In the eyes of this miss of the witch god cult, Li Changsheng was no different from a god. Chapter 453. For the next 2 days, Li Changsheng stayed on the Saint Martial Mountain. Later, he bought some medicinal herbs, but there was nothing special about these herbs, and their efficacy was pitifully low. This was the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang. If it was elsewhere, it would be difficult to gather even such a small amount of medicinal herbs. The lack of cultivation resources and the thin spiritual qi of heaven and earth was a problem faced by the entire cultivation world. Otherwise, the Vajra realm experts who were everywhere 1,000 years ago would not have such a high status today. During the few days that Li Changsheng stayed on the Saint Martial Mountain, the entire Miaojiang had fallen into an uproar. The brothers Dao Jin and Dao Qian of the Danyang sect and Chen Ding, the #1 prodigy of the Dragon Temple, were all killed by one person. This was simply a big deal. The Danyang sect was considered the weakest among the 6 great holy lands, but the Dragon Temple was different. The Dragon Temple was the leader of the 6 great holy lands, especially the temple master of the Dragon Temple who won the championship in the previous generation's competition. His strength was extremely powerful. He was already in the Vajra realm 10 years ago. 10 years later, no one knew how far his martial arts had progressed. At this moment, in the Dragon Temple, a middle-aged man was sitting on the main seat with a gloomy face. As a cultivation sect that had been passed down from ancient times, they did not have much contact with modern equipment, so there was a delay in the news. Who is it? Who killed Chen Ding? A powerful aura emanated from the main hall, causing the entire hall to tremble. The cultivation method of the Dragon Temple was also a kind of cultivation method that relied on strength. When one transformed into a true dragon, the power of qi and blood was even more majestic. The temple master of the Dragon Temple, Yi Mufeng, was in a state of seclusion all year round and only came out once every 3 years. This time, if the most outstanding disciple of the Dragon Temple, Chen Ding, had not died, he would not have appeared at all. It's a young man named Li Changsheng. There is news that he is from the sorcerer cult, but there is also news that he is from the Sword Dao Alliance and is the new Sword Alliance master. An elder of the sect said respectfully. Yi Mufeng could not help but frown. The Central Earth Sword sect has long declined due to the lack of cultivation resources. The previous leader of the Sword Dao Alliance, Lu Zun, was only at the pinnacle of the innate realm, while Chen Ding was already at the pinnacle of the Vajra realm and wielded the Dragon Blood Spear, the cornerstone treasure of our Dragon God Temple. Yet, he was actually killed by this person. It seems like a prodigy has emerged from the Central Earth. Hallmaster, what should we do next? We must seek justice for Chen Ding's death. Of course. Yi Mufeng stood up. Chen Ding is the most outstanding disciple of my dragon temple in the past 1,000 years. He bears the hope of revitalizing my dragon temple. If I don't kill him, it will be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. Send a letter of challenge to this Li Changsheng. At the same time, I will issue an invitation to the entire Huaxia world of cultivation. I will defeat and kill him in front of the whole world. The Dragon Temple has been in seclusion for too long, so I will begin to unify Nanjiang by killing Li Changsheng and continue to dominate the world of cultivation. This subordinate understands. In the hall, several elders around showed excitement in their eyes. Everyone in the world knew that Chen Ding was a once-in-a-thousand-years martial arts genius, but they didn't know that the Hall Master of the Dragon Temple had been hiding his strength for many years. During the sparring of the younger generation back then, he had defeated the sect masters of the other 5 sacred lands with only 30% of his strength. Hall Master, since you want to challenge this Li Changsheng, why don't you use the other 2 treasures of the Dragon Temple to kill this person? An elder next to him bowed and asked. Yi Mufeng shook his head. How can a mere Li Changsheng be worthy of me using 2 treasures? However, if we invite all the cultivation sects in the world to watch the battle, it will be the best time to show the power of the Dragon Temple. When the time comes, each of you will take one of the treasures and just show it to intimidate others. Yes, sir. The 2 elders nodded at the same time. The Hall Master of the Dragon Temple, Yi Mufeng, has come out of seclusion and challenged Li Changsheng to a showdown on the top of Saint Martial Mountain. When the news came out, Li Changsheng, who had planned to leave Saint Martial Mountain, had to stop. At the same time, the Danyang sect, whose successor was also killed by Li Changsheng, issued a statement saying that they would gather the power of the whole sect to kill Li Changsheng. Compared with the one-on-one duel with the Hall Master of the Dragon Temple, the Danyang sect was obviously less domineering. However, such news still caused a shock. The power of a holy land was definitely not a joke. At the same time, Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue of the Mount Shu Sword sect also received the news. I didn't expect Mr. Li to have come to Miaojiang and killed 3 young talents of Miaojiang. This is the first grand battle in modern times. Ding Qingyang looked at the many sect executives below and said, Mr. Li is the benefactor of our Mount Shu Sword sect. Elders of our Mount Shu Sword sect will go with me to watch the battle. Yes, sect master. Everyone below cupped their hands. At this time, Ding Qingxue stepped forward and said, Brother, is the Hall Master of the Dragon Temple very powerful? Even the Grand Elder of Mount Hua was easily killed by Mr. Li. I don't think there is any suspense in this battle. Several elders next to her nodded one after another. In the eyes of the people of the Mount Shu Sword sect, Li Changsheng was already synonymous with the god of war. Unexpectedly, Ding Qingyang shook his head and said, You may not know, but the Hall Master of the Dragon Temple, Yi Mufeng, is not an ordinary person. A few years ago, my master told me about his experience. When he passed by Miaojiang, he met him in the 100,000 mountains. At that time, my master was already at the peak of the Vajra realm and was only half a step away from the profound finger realm. The 2 of them fought, and the result. Everyone in the hall pricked up their ears. In the end, my master was defeated by Yi Mufeng after only 10 moves. At that time, my master said that the other party had entered the profound finger realm. What? When these words came out, the whole hall fell into silence. In today's world of spiritual energy, the profound finger realm was already a legend. Even Ding Qingxue, who had 100% confidence in Li Changsheng, had deep worry in her eyes. Although Li Changsheng was strong, he was definitely not at the profound finger realm. The profound finger realm had another name, human immortal. If the Vajra realm was the peak of martial arts in the mortal world, then the profound finger realm had reached another level of life. It seems that Mr. Li has really met a strong opponent this time. Elder Yu Feng shook his head and sighed. Ding Qingxue was worried. Unfortunately, I'm too weak to help Mr. Li at all. No, we can help Mr. Li by telling him the details about the Dragon Temple Master, Yi Mufeng, so that he can be on guard or refuse to fight. Ding Qingyang suddenly said. Hearing Ding Qingyang's words, everyone in the hall was shocked. In particular, Ding Qingxue shook her head and said, "If Mr. Li gives up the battle, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Our Sword Dao Alliance and the entire Central Earth sects will lose face because of this." Yes. Everyone in the hall nodded. Martial artists cared about their reputation the most. Where there's life, there's hope. With Mr. Li's aptitude, he only needs to endure for 20 years and he may be able to step into the profound finger realm. By then, he will naturally be able to regain his reputation. Hearing Ding Qingyang's words, Ding Qingxue kept quiet. She just couldn't accept that the invincible Li Changsheng would lose to someone from Miaojiang. However, if the other party had reached the profound finger realm as her brother said, it seemed that the only way was to avoid the battle. Chapter 454. As Dragon Temple Master Yi Mufeng sent invitations to all the cultivation sects in the world, St. Martial Mountain became more and more lively these days. In addition, the Medicinal Pill Festival had just ended. All the major sects of Miaojiang had gathered here. This remote place was already crowded with people these days. Li Changsheng didn't stay on the mountain all the time. Instead, he rested in a small town not far from St. Martial Mountain with Su Yu. "Mr. Li, today is the day of the decisive battle. I just received news from my father that Danyang's sect has invited a supreme elder to deal with you. There are also rumors that the Dragon Temple Master may bring out 2 treasures. Those 2 treasures are much more powerful than the Dragon Blood Spear." Although Su Yu had seen Li Changsheng's strength, whether it was Danyang's sect or Dragon Temple, in the hearts of Miaojiang people, they were almost unshakable mountains. Li Changsheng was just one person after all. "It's okay. Just wait and see how I beat these 2 sects." Li Changsheng smiled indifferently. "Mr. Li will definitely be able to win." Su Yu lowered her head and said, but a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. When it was almost noon, Li Changsheng and Su Yu also came to the foot of St. Martial Mountain again. At this moment, there were almost tens of thousands of people gathered at the foot of St. Martial Mountain. Although the cultivation world had declined and it was rare to see it in the secular world, the whole of China was vast and rich in resources. It was still very spectacular when cultivators of all sizes gathered together. "Master, didn't you say that St. Martial Mountain is very remote and there are generally no people? Why is it so lively?" A beautiful woman in Miaojiang costume stood at the foot of St. Martial Mountain, looking at the dense crowd with a face full of doubts. Next to the woman, a man in a Daoist robe also frowned. These 2 people were Li Changsheng's old acquaintances. One was the second miss of Shi village, Azhu Na, and the other was the master of Idle Cloud Monastery, Liu Chong. Last time, Li Changsheng asked Liu Chong to take him to Miaojiang to search for treasures. As a result, they were besieged by the people of Shi village. The village master, Daoyu, and the eldest miss, Azhu Hong, both died in the hands of Li Changsheng. After Li Changsheng left, Liu Chong took Azhu away and accepted her as his disciple. In the past half a year, Liu Chong had been traveling around Miaojiang. On a whim, Liu Chong wanted to bring Azhu to the St. Martial Mountain to observe the holy land of the witchcraft sect. He didn't expect that it would be so lively here. Accompanying them was a strangely dressed old man. He held a walking stick in his hand, and a pitch-black python was coiled around the walking stick. If one took a closer look, the python was actually still alive. Its pair of bright red eyes gave people a strange feeling. His name was Liao Mo, and he was the high priest of a tribe in Miaojiang. He met Liu Chong and his disciple in Miaojiang. He admired Azhu and said that Azhu was very suitable for practicing his cultivation method. He wanted to take Azhu as his disciple. However, Azhu had already acknowledged Liu Chong as her master and rejected his good intentions. However, he did not give up and followed the master and disciple all the way. Liu Chong was very unhappy with this person who wanted to snatch his disciple. However, this Liao Mo's strength was strange and powerful. Liu Chong was not his opponent and could only let him follow. "Liao Mo, aren't you the high priest of a tribe in Miaojiang? Do you know what happened in the St. Martial Mountain?" Liu Chong looked at the skinny Liao Mo. Without his identity as the high priest of Miaojiang, this old man looked like an ordinary old man from the countryside. "I'm traveling around Miaojiang like you, looking for medicinal herbs and spirit stones in the mountains. Who knows what happened outside? Liao Mo said angrily. Liu Chong didn't like him, but he didn't like Liu Chong either. For so many years, he didn't have a successor. He finally took a fancy to Azhu, but she was snatched by Liu Chong. If it weren't for the deep relationship between Azhu and Liu Chong, he wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to kill Liu Chong. Liu Chong, why are you here? At this time, a surprised voice came from the side. Liu Chong turned around and saw Li Changsheng standing not far away from him. The moment she saw Li Changsheng, Azhu bit her lips and tears welled up in her eyes. Her elder sister and father died in the hands of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng could be said to be her enemy, but she knew that she couldn't blame Li Changsheng. It was her elder sister and father who had the intention to harm him first, so she felt very complicated. Li Changsheng was the last person she wanted to see in her life. Compared to Azhu's dilemma, Liu Chong showed a bit of joy. He and Li Changsheng didn't have any enmity. Mr. Li, we meet again. I just happened to be traveling here and wanted to take a look at the St. Martial Mountain. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Mr. Li, do you know why? It's nothing. It's just because two people are going to fight on the mountain. Li Changsheng smiled slightly. But when he saw Azhu standing next to him and staring at him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Liao Mo also saw Azhu's abnormality. He walked over and asked in a low voice, Azhu, what's wrong? Azhu shook her head. Nothing. Does he have any enmity with you? Liao Mo had lived for most of his life. Almost instantly, he saw something from Azhu's expression. He immediately took a step forward and stared at Li Changsheng with a pair of extremely gloomy eyes. Boy, I don't care how you provoked Azhu. I'm going to teach you a lesson for her. Liao Mo raised the snake staff in his hand. The python wrapped around the staff suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spat out black gas. The black gas it exhaled was very corrosive, and a pungent smell could be smelled in the air. Liao Mo, what are you doing? Before Li Changsheng could say anything, Liu Chong stepped forward and stood between the two of them. Mr. Li is a super powerhouse. Liao Mo, I advise you not to court death. Liu Chong knew about the grudge between Azhu and Li Changsheng. Originally, he was afraid that Azhu would lose control of her emotions when she saw Li Changsheng and do something stupid. Seeing that Azhu had been standing there without saying anything, he was slightly relieved. Unexpectedly, Liao Mo jumped out at this time. He had to reveal some information about Li Changsheng, hoping to suppress the other party. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Liao Mo would let out a few cold laughs. Haha. How dare this young boy call himself a super powerhouse? I'd like to see if he can block a move of mine. While speaking, Liao Mo was about to make a move. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. The crowd automatically opened up a path, and a group of people wearing the same clothes walked out. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in white. It was the sect master of the Blood Shadow sect. Beside him was his beloved disciple, Zhuo Wuhan. Following the appearance of the Blood Shadow sect, the 100 Refinement sect, the Cloud Clarity Sacred Ground, and the Tianxian Sacred Ground appeared one after another. Wave after wave of discussions were set off in the field. Except for the Danyang sect and the Dragon Temple, the sect masters of the other 4 holy lands had already appeared. Liao Mo, who was about to attack Li Changsheng, was surprised and doubtful. Although he was the high priest of a tribe and had a respected status in the tribe, in the entire Miaojiang, he couldn't even afford to offend a force like the witchcraft cult. The 6 holy lands were existences that he could only look up to. At this time, he didn't dare to make trouble. If he accidentally annoyed a big shot, he would be killed with a slap of the hand. Humph. Boy, you're lucky. You can hide now, but you can't hide forever. I'll deal with you later. Liao Mo said gloomily. Li Changsheng just curled his lips in disdain. Chapter 455. As the important figures of the 4 great holy lands appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Not long after, the witchcraft cult, heaven divination cult, and other medium-sized forces in Miaojiang also appeared one after another. Even the high priests and chiefs of various tribes also came in a mighty manner. However, in front of the 4 great holy lands, these big shots who were usually high and mighty could only stand aside obediently. The sect master of Qingcheng sword sect, Yang Shuangying, is here. At this time, Liu Chong also looked surprised. And Ding Qingxue and Ding Qingyang of Mount Shu sword sect. That's the sect master of Wudang sect, Song Zhen. The ancestor of Qing Gang, Xia Feiyang. The major cultivation sects of Middle-earth appeared one after another, faintly confronting the various sects of Miaojiang. Who is going to have a duel that can attract so many major forces? Even Liao Mo couldn't keep calm. Because of the conflict between Li Changsheng and Liao Mo just now, they didn't have time to find out what happened. At this time, Liu Chong pulled a rogue cultivator and asked, "Brother, why are so many major forces gathered here?" The rogue cultivator looked at Liu Chong in surprise. "You don't know about such a big event?" Yi Mufeng, the temple master of Divine Dragon Temple, one of the 6 great holy lands of Miaojiang, is going to challenge Mr. Li, the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance. Cultivators from all over the world are invited to watch the battle. This is the first grand event in hundreds of years. Hearing the other party's words, Liu Chong and Zhu looked at Li Changsheng at the same time. Because Li Changsheng liked to be called Mr. Li, don't tell me you and the temple master of Dragon Temple are going to have a duel on St. Martial Mountain Peak? Liu Chong blurted out. As soon as he said that, Liao Mo sneered next to him. The temple master of Dragon Temple is said to be at the peak of the Vajra realm. His strength is terrifying to the extreme. He can't withstand a pinch from the temple master of Dragon Temple. Do you think you can fight the temple master of Dragon Temple just because your surname is Li? Stop joking. As soon as Liao Mo said that, Liu Chong and Zhu also looked away. Indeed, although Li Changsheng was powerful, Liu Chong still did not believe that he could compete with the temple master of the Dragon God Temple. However, after hearing Liao Mo's words, Liu Chong was still unconvinced. Even if Mr. Li can't compete with the Dragon God Temple master, it's still very easy for him to deal with you. Hee. Liao Mo curled his lips in disdain. At this moment, someone shouted, "The Temple Lord of the Dragon God Temple is here." The scene of tens of thousands of people suddenly quieted down. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of black-clothed people walking over. The leader was a middle-aged man. He walked with a majestic gait and looked very imposing. When he walked over, the sect masters of the other 4 holy lands immediately took the initiative to salute him. Even the sect masters of the various cultivation sects in the Central Plains cupped their hands in greeting. No matter where the strong were, friend or foe, they were all worthy of respect. After Yi Mufeng, the temple master of the Dragon God Temple, appeared, he greeted everyone from the major sects present, and then looked at the dense crowd at the foot of the mountain. "Thank you all for coming to watch the ceremony. Today, I will avenge my disciple, Chen Ding, and challenge the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance, Li Changsheng, to a duel on the top of the St. Martial Mountain. I hope everyone can bear witness for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Mufeng turned around and walked proudly to the top of the St. Martial Mountain. Behind him, the senior members of the Dragon God Temple and the people of the 4 holy lands followed closely and went up the mountain. Ding Qingyang, the sect master of Shu Mountain, his sister Ding Qingxue, and Yang Shuangying, the sect master of Qingcheng, were still waiting at the foot of the mountain. The duel between Li Changsheng and Yi Mufeng, the temple master of the Dragon God Temple, represented not only himself, but also the Sword Dao Alliance and even the entire cultivation world of the Central Plains. What did he say just now? His opponent is Li Changsheng. In the crowd, Liu Chong's body trembled. Zhu's eyes also revealed a look of horror. The two of them looked at Li Changsheng in surprise. Liao Mo, who didn't know Li Changsheng's real name, said coldly, "The temple master of the Dragon God Temple has already appeared. It's almost noon, but the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he's too scared to show up?" Just as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng smiled at Liu Chong and said, "Master Liu, let's have a chat after the duel on the top of the mountain." After saying that, he strode forward. "Kid, the area in front is where only the super sects are qualified to stand. Who do you think you are? How dare you walk over there?" Liao Mo immediately said when he saw Li Changsheng's action. "I'm Mr. Li." Li Changsheng looked back at Liao Mo with a chuckle, and then walked to the positions of the leaders of the major cultivation sects without stopping. Is Li Changsheng really the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance? Liu Chong still felt like he was in a dream. At this time, Yang Shuangying of the Qingcheng Sword sect turned his head and saw Li Changsheng, and his eyes lit up. Mr. Li, the expression on Liao Mo's face froze, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Sure enough, the Wu-Tang sect leader Song Zhan, the Song Mountain sect leader, and the Ding siblings all came to Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, you're here. Greetings, Mr. Li. Mr. Li's cultivation has improved a lot in just a few days. We can't catch up, voices sounded one after another. Liao Mo's heart seemed to be hit over and over again by a sledgehammer, and fell to the bottom. I didn't expect Mr. Li, who is going to fight the temple master of the Dragon God Temple, to be so young. As the leaders of the major sects in the central region came forward to greet him, Li Changsheng's identity was also revealed. Many people around were surprised by his young age and exclaimed. Li Changsheng just nodded gently to the leaders of the various martial arts sects. Although he was young, at this moment, he showed the demeanor of a super expert. Changsheng, I have something to tell you. Ding Qingxue quickly walked to Li Changsheng's side and pulled Li Changsheng to the side by his sleeve. The leaders of the various sects who wanted to come up and greet Li Changsheng showed envy when they saw Li Changsheng being pulled away. It's rumored that the reason why Li Changsheng was willing to help the Mount Shu Sword sect was because he liked Ding Qingyang's sister, Ding Qingxue. Now it seems that the rumors are true. What a pity. I don't have a daughter or sister as beautiful as Ding Qingxue. Although there are a few female disciples who are good-looking, compared to Ding Qingxue, they are a bit inferior. Several leaders sighed in their hearts. It was not an exaggeration to say that Li Changsheng was now the #1 cultivator in Huaxia. Whoever had a relationship with him would benefit the entire sect. Why are you being so mysterious? What's the matter? Li Changsheng was pulled aside by Ding Qingxue, and there was confusion in his eyes. Changsheng, listen to me. Yi Mufeng, the lord of the Divine Dragon Palace, is a super expert of the Finger Profound realm. With your current strength, you're definitely not his match. I've discussed with my brother. You should leave this place immediately before the battle begins. Even if it's a bit embarrassing, it doesn't matter. As long as you endure for 20 years, you'll definitely be able to catch up with him. Chapter 456. Qingxue, don't worry. I don't care about a mere Dragon Temple master. Li Changsheng smiled at Ding Qingxue. Changsheng, why are you so stubborn? That's the Profound Finger realm. Don't think that you can look down on the heroes of the world just because you can kill Chen Ding, who is at the peak of the Vajra realm. Yi Mufeng is far from what you can compare to now. Don't worry. Without waiting for Ding Qingxue to finish speaking, Li Changsheng hugged Ding Qingxue and gave her a big hug. When he let go, he turned around and walked toward the top of the mountain step by step. Mr. Li, you must fight for our Huaxia martial art. In the crowd, Yang Shuangying said loudly. Li Changsheng also saw Sima Changkong. Don't worry, I will. While talking, Li Changsheng had already stepped onto the mountain path and walked up the mountain step by step. He seemed to be moving very slowly, but surprisingly, he had already walked a long distance in the blink of an eye, shrinking the ground into an inch. Seeing this scene, many people's eyes were already filled with shock. This was a legendary magical power. They didn't expect Li Changsheng to have comprehended such a technique. In front of the battle, this made the people of Miaojiang, who were originally very confident in the Dragon Temple Master, Yi Mufeng, waver a little. The contempt they had for Li Changsheng due to his young age instantly vanished like smoke in thin air. After Li Changsheng set foot on the road, the people of various Central Region martial arts sects also followed closely behind. Ding Qingyang walked over to his sister. What's the matter? Mr. Li won't listen to advice. Ding Qingyang looked at his sister. Ding Qingxue sighed. Yes, he is very confident in himself. He knows that the opponent is at the Profound Finger realm, but he insists on fighting. Alas, Ding Qingyang shook his head. I hope Mr. Li can win. However, even he didn't believe these words. Profound Finger, that was the Profound Finger realm. It was almost like an immortal. At this moment, on the top of the mountain, The leaders of the 4 great holy lands and various Miaojiang sects were standing in the distance. Yi Mufeng, the lord of the Dragon Temple, stood alone on a boulder at the edge of the cliff, looking at the sea of clouds beneath his feet. It was as if he had become one with the world. At this moment, Li Changsheng's figure appeared on the mountain path and quickly reached the top of the mountain. The people of the various martial Dao holy lands were sizing up Li Changsheng. Apart from the younger generation, this was the first time they had seen Li Changsheng. He's so young, only in his 20s. He's simply a peerless genius. Even the headmasters of the 4 great holy lands sighed. Today, 5 of the 6 holy lands of Miaojiang had come, but the Danyang sect had yet to show up. Mr. Li, you are young and talented. You shouldn't have died here. As long as you are willing to apologize for your actions and join our Yunqing sect, we are willing to protect your life. Fairy Qinglan had obviously received the approval of the elders of the sect and said. The people from the other 3 sects also acted strangely. If they could recruit a super genius like Li Changsheng, it would be extremely beneficial to a sect as he represented the future of the sect. I didn't do anything wrong, so there's naturally no need for me to apologize. As for being protected, that's not my style, Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng said indifferently. However, Fairy Qinglan was furious. She snorted coldly, turned her head away, and stopped talking. A middle-aged man next to her smiled and patted Fairy Qinglan's shoulder. Lan he's young and successful, so it's inevitable that he's frivolous. You don't have to be angry. However, he rejected you, which is equivalent to rejecting his own hope of survival. He only has himself to blame. This middle-aged man was the headmaster of the Yunqing sect and Fairy Qinglan's father, Immortal Yunhe. The headmasters of the other 2 sacred grounds did not speak. Firstly, it was because Li Changsheng had already rejected the Yunqing sacred ground. Even if they spoke up, they would probably end up the same way. Secondly, if they spoke up to recruit Li Changsheng at this time, they would undoubtedly offend the Dragon Temple and the Danyang sect, which was something they did not want to do. Li Changsheng walked directly to where Yi Mufeng, the lord of the Dragon Temple, was. It was not until he was 10 meters away from Yi Mufeng that the people of the major cultivation sects of the central region rushed over. At this moment, there were many people gathered at the top of the mountain, but it was very quiet. Only the sound of the whistling mountain wind could be heard. Sensing Li Changsheng's gaze, Yi Mufeng slowly turned around. Li Changsheng, I originally thought that my disciple Chen Ding was already a cultivation genius with the highest potential in the past 1,000 years, but I didn't expect your aptitude to be even more terrifying than his. Originally, with your aptitude, it would not be easy for me to kill you in another 20 years. Unfortunately, you've met me now and you can only die. I can only say that you're unlucky and the heavens are jealous of your talent. The head of the Dragon Temple spoke with assurance. The mountain breeze blew at his clothes, making him look even more otherworldly. 10 years ago, I suppressed the lords of the 5 sacred lands on St. Martial Mountain and became the #1 person among the younger generation of Miaojiang. Today, 10 years later, on St. Martial Mountain, I will strangle a genius. After killing you, I will be the #1 person in the entire Huaxia cultivation world. The wind on the mountain was very strong, but Yi Mufeng's words rang clearly in everyone's ears. His figure was like a 1,000-year-old pine tree. No matter how the wind whistled, he did not move at all. Moreover, as he stood there, it was as if he had become one with the entire world. Every movement of his contained the heavenly Tao. This was the finger mystery. In ancient times, the finger mystery realm was called perfected person. The Yellow Emperor's internal canon said, a perfected person can control the heavens and the earth, grasp yin and yang, breathe spiritual qi, and guard the mind independently. Their muscles are as one, so they can live 500 years. In other words, at Yi Mufeng's level, his lifespan could reach 500 years. In the past 800 years, the only known perfected person in Huaxia was Zhong Sanfeng, the founder of Wudong Mountain. Yi Mufeng's current level, whether it was his body or his mental power, had reached another level. Even if the sect masters of the other 3 sacred lands attacked together, they would not be his match. No wonder he dared to say that he wanted to be the #1 person in Huaxia cultivation world. A finger mystery realm cultivator is called a mortal immortal, but unfortunately, he's not an immortal after all. Li Changsheng shook his head. Immortals were already at another level of life. They could travel the North Sea in the morning and eat the dew and clouds in the evening. They could already achieve complete inedia. And the finger mystery realm was a transition between a human and an immortal. I've cultivated the indestructible body of gods and devils, which is comparable to an immortal's body. I can even fight with a real immortal. You're not even a false immortal. In my eyes, you're just a slightly stronger ant. Li Changsheng took a step forward and said lightly, "Do it. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Li Changsheng, who do you think you are? The power of the finger mystery realm isn't something you can imagine. Yi Mufeng was furious and there was a murderous aura on his body. Chapter 457. Li Changsheng, you're young and you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My strength is not something you can resist. Yi Mufeng was a finger profound realm expert and was already at the top of the cultivation world. He was furious that he was looked down upon by Li Changsheng. He took a step forward with killing intent surging from his body. You killed my disciple, so I'll kill you. From now on, my dragon temple will be the #1 sect in the world, and I, Yi Mufeng, will be the #1 person in the world. After saying that, he raised his palm, and the blood in his body surged. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body, and then he threw a punch at Li Changsheng's position. Boom! There was a roar between heaven and earth. The sharp fist force whizzed out with Yi Mufeng's punch. It crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and rushed to Li Changsheng. With this punch, the wind on the top of the mountain instantly became more than 10 times violent. It was as if the power of the entire world was concentrated in this punch. Dozens of meters away, many spectators could not help but take a step back. This was a suffocating power. The finger profound realm's comprehension of the heavenly Tao had reached a terrifying level. They could integrate the energy of heaven and earth into their moves. Every move contained the power of heaven and earth. This was the power of the finger profound realm. They could control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use. I'm one with heaven and earth. My anger is heaven's anger. However, in the face of this earth-shattering punch, Li Changsheng had no intention of dodging at all. He took a step forward, puffed out his chest, and allowed the power of this punch to hit his body. Seeing Li Changsheng's actions, the onlookers couldn't help but be surprised. Ding Qingxue had already exclaimed, "Changsheng, be careful. The Dragon Temple has always been a path of strength. Their attack power is especially powerful. He actually wants to resist with his body. Isn't he courting death?" The lords of the Holy Lands all frowned. Bang! The fist force broke through the air and directly blasted Li Changsheng's chest, making a dull sound. Beneath Li Changsheng's feet, numerous cracks appeared on the ground, and the entire mountain seemed to tremble. However, after the tremor, Li Changsheng was still standing there steadily. His body was as straight as a javelin, as if nothing had happened at all. How could this be? This time, not only the onlookers, but even Yi Mufeng, the temple master of the Dragon God Temple, was shocked. He was well aware of the power contained in his punch, but it couldn't even break through Li Changsheng's physical defense. It was simply unbelievable. The most terrifying thing was that Li Changsheng didn't put up any resistance from beginning to end. Didn't this mean that his physical strength had reached an unimaginable level? Yi Mufeng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the crack in the ground beneath Li Changsheng's feet. You must have used the power of some kind of magic treasure to transfer the power of my attack to your feet. It's just a trick. I'd like to see how many times you can transfer it. Yi Mufeng raised his fist again and stomped a deep pit in the ground. He rose from the ground and punched Li Changsheng from the sky. Rumble. The power of this punch was more than 10 times stronger than before. The turbulent energy gathered at the fist to form a terrifying storm. This punch was like an avalanche, and even the air on the mountain peak was compressed. Before the punch landed, the powerful force had shattered the boulders around Li Changsheng, and the entire mountain peak shook slightly. This time, Li Changsheng finally made a move. He raised his head and looked at Yi Mufeng, who was falling quickly, and raised his fist to meet the punch. Fist against fist. The punch looked ordinary, but when it was about to come into contact with Yi Mufeng's fist, it suddenly released a terrifying power, directly breaking Yi Mufeng's fist and smashing into his fist. Catcher. It was a crisp sound. Under Yi Mufeng's horrified gaze, his arm was twisted, and his whole body was driven by the powerful force. His body flew out again and landed 50 meters away. Looking at his bloody fist, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The physical strength that he was proud of couldn't be compared to Li Changsheng. Although the true dragon clan has a strong physique, they were just food in front of the divine demons in ancient times. Li Changsheng said indifferently. The other party's dragon transformation art was at the highest level, but he could only transform into a true dragon. How could it be compared to his divine demon body? You've already made 2 moves in a row. It's my turn. Li Changsheng took a step forward. His body was like a humanoid beast, leaving an afterimage in the air. He was like a roaring fighter jet as he rushed towards Yi Mufeng. Facing the menacing Li Changsheng, Yi Mufeng finally had a serious look in his eyes. He clenched his fist and let out an angry roar. His arms were covered with dense scales, and his muscles bulged. His clothes were instantly torn apart, and he instantly transformed into a half-human, half-dragon monster. At the same time, he raised his hand and grabbed at Li Changsheng. Azure Dragon Claw. This was the unique skill of the Divine Dragon Temple. Chen Ding had also used this move in the battle with Li Changsheng. However, when Yi Mufeng used it, its power was many times stronger than Chen Ding's. The ultimate goal of the Divine Dragon Temple's most powerful cultivation technique, the Dragon Transformation Art, was to completely transform one's blood into a true dragon's blood and transform into a true dragon. Yi Mufeng had already transformed 1/3 of his blood into true dragon's blood. At this moment, he had transformed into a half-dragon, and his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. Rumble. Yi Mufeng also rushed towards Li Changsheng. His footsteps created deep pits on the ground. The entire Saint Martial Mountain began to shake violently. Countless rocks rolled down from the peak. Some people at the foot of the mountain couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the boulders. They instantly lost their lives. The people who originally planned to climb to the top of the mountain to watch the battle, except for those powerful cultivators who were not afraid of the rocks, hurriedly retreated and stayed away from the rocks. On the top of the mountain, Ding Qingxue and the other cultivators of the central region were all pale. To be able to shake an entire mountain peak, just how powerful was that? And the people of the Miaojiang's sacred lands were all delighted. I didn't expect the true strength of the Divine Dragon Temple's Temple Master to be so terrifying. No wonder he wants to be the strongest person in the world. Although Li Changsheng is already very powerful, he is far from being comparable to Yi Mufeng. There is almost no suspense in this battle. Go to hell. When he transformed into a half-dragon, Yi Mufeng thought that the outcome was already decided. He seemed to have seen the scene of Li Changsheng being torn to pieces by his Azure Dragon Claw. Finally, their fists met in the air. Rumble. It was like the sound of a bomb exploding. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions from where their fists collided. Not good. Retreat. Whether it was the cultivators of the central region or the people of the 3 sacred lands, they all quickly reacted and jumped down the mountain. And in the next moment, the terrifying energy directly roared. Those who did not have time to jump down the mountain were directly cut in half by the energy and shook into a bloody mist. The surrounding sea of clouds was smashed under the push of the energy. The clouds in the sky were instantly washed away, and the transparent energy could be seen. Everywhere it passed, it was like a raging wave, forming a peerless spectacle. Everyone at the foot of the mountain looked up at the scene in the sky, dumbfounded. The tribesmen living within 100 miles knelt on the ground and cried, "A miracle!" The people of the various sects who escaped from the top of the mountain were all looking at the sky in horror at this moment, with lingering fear in their hearts. I didn't expect the temple master of the Divine Dragon Temple to be so terrifying. He deserves the title of the strongest person in the world. That Li Changsheng also doesn't know what's good for him. He dared to challenge the temple master of the Divine Dragon Temple. I'm afraid he has been blasted to pieces by now, right? Everyone was discussing animatedly as they looked at the scene in the sky. In the next moment, they saw a figure rise up from the ground and into the sky. Temple Master of the Divine Dragon Temple, it's time to let you see the true power of the physical body. That figure was clearly Li Changsheng. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.